In her previous life, she never once returned home before her untimely demise. 3 years later, upon encountering her emaciated parents at the base, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves by hunger, she lacked the courage to approach them. Her timidity and lack of status rendered her incapable of forging her own path, forcing her to survive in a meager existence reliant on her team, until an unforeseen tragedy claimed her life a few kilometers from the base. In that moment of death, she realized that her entire existence had been relegated to that of a supporting character, living and dying for the protagonist. This time around, she was determined to return home at the earliest opportunity, to live alongside her parents in this harsh and unforgiving post-apocalyptic world, far removed from that duplicitous vixen. The term green tea bitch refers to one who appears pure and unblemished, often with flowing hair and a bare face in public, yet conceals the artifice of subtle makeup beneath. In reality, her life is debauched, driven by materialism, while she feigns fragility and innocence, perpetually portraying herself as a victim of life's tribulations, adept in manipulation and possessing ambitions that surpass all others, leveraging her youth and beauty to ascend socially. Yu Xiaoyang never anticipated that her life would be so thoroughly dismantled by such a green tea bitch. Her inability to discern character warranted self-inflicted blindness. In a simple, dimly lit office, a young girl reclined in chair, dozing. She was youthful, with delicate features that bore a hint of color. Yet, it seemed she had succumbed to a nightmare, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Her lips pale, breathing shallow and rapid, her chest rising and falling heavily, prompting her to abruptly open her eyes. What should have been bright, clear eyes flickered with fleeting expressions of pain and despair, feelings that should not inhabit the gaze of a girl in her 20s, still ungraduated from university. As she surveyed her surroundings, despair gradually morphed into shock and disbelief. Was this truly where she found herself? If her memory served her correctly, this was the place she had worked 3 years prior. Before the apocalypse unfolded, a renowned Taiwanese garment factory, where she was employed in human resources. Her duties had been remarkably light, limited to training employees, hiring, and recording work hours. Absent any mishaps, her youth would have languished here, untroubled and monotonous. But why was she here? Had she not died at the hands of those despicable men and women? How could she possibly be in this place? Was it some sort of hallucination? She pinched her own cheek with fervor, feeling the sharp pain. It was no dream. Could it be? Could it truly be? Had she returned? Still in disbelief, she hastily glanced at the computer screen on her desk, discerning the time displayed. Indeed, it was true. She had somehow returned to 3 days before the impending apocalypse. If this was not a dream, could it be that the heavens, in their disdain for her foolishness, had cast her back? How else could one explain this extraordinary turn of events? As she remained in a state of shock, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, the office door swung open. A slender girl of exquisite beauty stepped inside, adorned in a pink jacket and a black pleated skirt. The delicate hue of her attire accentuated her fair complexion, which appeared almost as if touched by the blush of makeup. Yet, upon closer inspection, it was evident that her face bore no artifice. It was merely a testament to her naturally refined and radiant skin. However, only Yu Xiaoyang understood the facade behind this seemingly flawless visage. Beneath the surface lay a grotesque truth, one that she alone comprehended. The outer perfection belied an inner filth and distortion, for He Chu was a master of deception, embodying the very essence of a duplicitous temptress. Upon entering, the girl immediately turned to Yu Xiaoyang with a complaint. "Yang, do you have anything to eat? I skipped lunch today for my diet, but I simply cannot endure any longer. I remember you brought an apple this morning," she said, clasping her hands in a pleading manner, pouting as she whimsically added, "Could I possibly borrow it for a moment? I promise to return it to you in the dormitory tonight. Okay?" Before Yu Xiaoyang could fully grasp the situation, the girl had already opened her drawer and taken the apple for herself. She then enveloped Yu Xiaoyang in an embrace, her voice dripping with sweetness as she cooed, "I knew you would be the best. Love you." Chapter 2. Yu Xiaoyang furrowed her brows, realizing she had indeed returned to 3 years ago. This scene felt remarkably familiar. He Chu had approached her in much the same way to ask for apples. It was a recurring pattern, whenever she desired something of her own. She would employ a touch of charm and a sulky pout to get her way. It was laughable that, despite not being a man, she had so easily acquiesced to her whims. Chu rinsed the apple at the water dispenser and took a bite, her smile radiant as she walked over and asked, Yang, have you chosen a Christmas gift for Zhangsheng yet? A flicker of mockery flashed through her eyes, but it was so swift that no one noticed. Yu Xiaoyang's mind raced. Christmas was indeed approaching, in just 3 days, to be precise. This was the time when she should be preoccupied with selecting a gift for Zhangsheng. Yet now, she felt a deep resentment towards him, wishing she could tear him apart. The thought of preparing a gift was absurd. Besides, what did Christmas even signify? It was the harbinger of doom, the day when everyone would have to brace themselves for descent into hell. Chu continued chattering away, biting into her apple. If it were up to me, I'd suggest getting a Hermes handbag. Every young girl adores those. Yu Xiaoyang abruptly lifted her gaze to Chu, astonished by her foolishness. How naive she was. It was precisely because of Chu's persuasion that she had once purchased an Hermes bag herself. Zhangsheng was a man. What use would he have for such a luxury? Only she could be so foolish. They were merely ordinary office workers. A single Hermes bag could consume an entire year's salary, if not more. Only Chu would dare to utter such a suggestion. Taken aback by Yu Xiaoyang's intense stare, Chu instinctively stepped back. She had never encountered such a look from Yu Xiaoyang. It was terrifying, as if Yu Xiaoyang were poised to strike her down. Did she know? It was impossible. She had always concealed her intentions well, leaving no room for Yu Xiaoyang to suspect anything. Otherwise, given Yu Xiaoyang's temperament, she would have confronted her long ago, instead of maintaining this unsettling calm. Forcing a smile that was more grotesque than sorrowful, she stammered, Yang, what's wrong? I suggested the handbag to please your future sister-in-law. She'll be graduating soon and starting work. If you could gift her a Hermes bag, she would be absolutely thrilled. Yes, that was the rationale behind her urging Yang to consider an Hermes. Surely, this foolish girl would never catch on. Perhaps she had overthought the matter. Oh, she mentioned that to you? I had no idea. Yu Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow, a mocking glint in her eye. How could Chu possess knowledge of something even she was unaware of? Was Chu referring to her future sister-in-law, or to her own? Chu bit her lip. Perplexed. What was happening? When had Yu Xiaoyang become so assertive and confrontational? Hadn't it always been the case that whatever she said, Yu Xiaoyang would simply follow? However, this individual is remarkably adept at navigating situations, particularly when Su Yang lacked evidence. How could she possibly admit anything? After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck her. While chatting with her, she had mentioned that if Yang were to gift her a handbag, it would undoubtedly bring her immense joy, which was the basis for her suggestion. As she spoke, tears unexpectedly glistened on her long eyelashes, yet she never anticipated that it would lead to Yang's misunderstanding. It was my fault. My good intentions had backfired. Yang, feel free to scold me. I wept like a flower drenched in rain, quite pitiful indeed. In her heart, Su Yang let out a cold chuckle. You haven't even scolded me yet, and you appear as though you've been wronged. If you were truly reprimanded, you would likely cry like a character from a Qiangyao novel. Moreover, how eloquently you express yourself. Good intentions leading to misfortune. So, it is one's own ignorance. Failing to recognize kindness, and repaying goodwill with malice, is it? Chu's future sister-in-law, Zhang Yao, was Zhangsheng's sister. Though she possessed an ordinary appearance, her temperament was quite spoiled, embodying the traits of a princess with a whimsical disposition, sharing a similar affinity with Chu. If Chu were the heroine, then Zhang Yao would be her most steadfast supporter and the greatest pawn. Before encountering that man, she had been utterly loyal to Chu, but after meeting him, she underwent a transformation. Zhang Yao, who struggled with expressing herself and lacked the knack for showering Chu with praise as others did, harbored resentment towards her, believing herself unworthy of her brother. Only the tender-hearted and gentle Chu merited the title of sister-in-law. She had caused her no small amount of trouble. But at the time, she thought Zhang Yao was younger and thus did not dwell on it. In retrospect, she felt quite foolish. With a cold smile, she resolved to observe whether Zhang Yao would still hold Chu in high regard in her absence. She waved her hand, feeling quite averse to Chu's tendency to weep like a damsel in distress. If Zhangsheng were to witness this, he might assume she was bullying Chu. Only a person as naive as she could overlook such blatant signs. How could her boyfriend neglect his girlfriend in favor of comforting her friend during her tears? Thus, she brought this upon herself. It was hardly unjust. With such foolishness, who else could face the consequences? Never mind, I shall say no more. You may leave now. I have not rested well and need to recuperate a bit longer. Chu quickly wiped away her tears. Yet her eyes still glimmered with moisture as she looked at her, appearing somewhat flustered yet endearingly obedient. She softly replied, Very well, then Yang, please continue to rest. I shall take my leave for now, as I have reports to finish. I will come by after work so we may dine together. Su Yang had just begun to accept the reality of returning to 3 years prior and was not inclined to engage with her at this moment. There was no rush. Time was abundant. She needed to calm her mind and sort through her complicated emotions. Thus, she said little more than a nod before settling down in her chair. Preparing to steal a moment's slumber, Chu hesitated for a moment beside her chair, ultimately choosing silence as she picked up the clothes strewn on the floor and draped them over Yu Xiaoyang before departing quietly. It was only upon hearing the sound of the closing door and the distant echo of retreating footsteps that Yu Xiaoyang abruptly opened her eyes, a flicker of complexity passing through them, quickly replaced by resolve. Chu, in this lifetime, she would no longer allow you to toy with her. In her previous life, she had been foolish, hopelessly so, rendered speechless by her ultimate fate. However, in this life, things would be different. She would fiercely protect what she wished to safeguard, refusing to let anyone else interfere. The 3 years of the apocalypse felt akin to an eternity, so many events blurred together in her memory, resembling an elaborate dream. Even at this moment, she found herself in a daze, questioning the reality of it all. Had everything truly occurred? Was she dreaming, or had she been reborn? Was it Zhu Enjizi dreaming of a butterfly, or the butterfly dreaming of Zhu Enjizi? She was uncertain, yet it hardly mattered anymore. In 3 days, the world would present its answer. Regardless of belief or willingness, the outcome would remain unchanged, emblematic of the helplessness inherent in human existence. After Chu's departure, Yu Xiaoyang swiftly rummaged through her bag, checking her bank card and roughly estimating the cash she had on hand. At most, there was 10,000 yuan. Though she had worked for a year, she had always spent as much as she earned, leaving little saved. It seemed she would need to devise another plan. The most crucial aspect was that space. She had awakened no special abilities during the apocalypse until the 2nd year, when she stumbled upon a pearl earring containing a space exceeding 100 square meters. Coincidentally, that pearl earring had been a gift from Zhang Shang, which Chu later claimed, but lost during their escape. Perhaps it was fate. Or perhaps it was meant to be hers from the start, as she unexpectedly found it again 2 years later. Overjoyed, she intended to share this news with Chu. But before she could, they were caught in a zombie tide. After running all day to finally shake off the undead, she forgot about the earring. It wasn't until she later activated the space that she connected the two events. For someone like her, who had been scratched by the undead and awakened speed abilities, could not possibly awaken any other powers. She relayed the news of her awakened abilities to her team, which was rather ordinary within the base, comprising 5 ability users. The captain possessed lightning powers, while the vice-captain, his wife, wielded earth abilities. Chu had water abilities, and Zhang Sheng commanded wind powers, alongside 2 others who possessed metal abilities. The entire team was neither particularly strong nor weak, with her being the sole speed awakener among others who were either ordinary or possessed speed and strength abilities. It was rather ironic. Her awakening of speed had been driven by the desire to save Chu, only manifesting after being scratched by the undead. Meanwhile, Chu had awakened her water abilities, which were exceedingly rare in the apocalypse. In this life, she was determined to see if Chu could escape that calamity without her, thereby triggering her water abilities. The current pressing matter is to retrieve the pearl earring, a birthday gift from Zhang Sheng. This summer, Chu borrowed it under the pretense that it would complement her attire, but it has yet to be returned. She chose not to mention it, feigning ignorance. But why should her possessions be deemed superior? Must she covet everything? Although Chu found it peculiar that she had acquired space at such a moment, she refrained from probing further, merely advising her to gather more supplies to avert future hunger. Had she been more attuned to the fleeting jealousy that flickered in Chu's eyes, perhaps events might have unfolded differently. If not for the subsequent occurrences, she might not have met such a tragic fate. When she encountered the pearl earring, another girl from the team noticed it and insisted on seeing it. However, the earring had long since vanished, and she could only fabricate an excuse to evade the inquiry. Somehow, Chu learned of this incident, and from that point onward, she persistently sought information about the space. By then, Her trust in Hichuchu had waned significantly. She was acutely aware of the ulterior motives behind Hichuchu's actions, which others remained oblivious to. If Hichuchu discovered her secret, she would undoubtedly devise a means to seize her space. Inevitably, the past could not be evaded. Hichuchu, consumed by jealousy and suspicion, ultimately lost her composure and decided to take action, driven solely by her doubts. In Chapter 5, although the apocalypse had only erupted for a year, resources were already exceedingly scarce. The base housed numerous individuals with spatial abilities, and the nearby cities had been thoroughly scoured for supplies. The remaining areas were fraught with peril, which is why, despite possessing space, she still faced shortages of clothing and food. This was the reason she hesitated to acknowledge her parents when she spotted them at the base's entrance. The items within her space were not solely hers, they belonged to the entire team. If she were to offer food to her parents, they would undoubtedly object. In a world where a mere piece of bread or biscuit could compel one to compromise their integrity, food was an invaluable commodity. Thus, when Hichuchu suggested they venture further afield to gather supplies to fill her space, she agreed without a second thought. If she could stockpile provisions, perhaps her parents would then accept her offerings without dissent. In retrospect, she realizes how utterly diminished she had become, fearful of inciting their displeasure. Consequently, she unthinkingly acquiesced to Hichuchu's proposal. How naive she was. If they were truly gathering supplies, why had the other team members not joined them, leaving only Captain Zhang Sheng and Hichuchu? Yet, her desperation for resources clouded her judgment, allowing her to overlook the discrepancies until merely a few miles from the base. Hichuchu could no longer restrain herself. The captain ensnared her neck with a vine, and she gazed at them in a state of disbelief and terror. Hichuchu still maintained her pretentious demeanor. Yang, we all know that you obtained the space only by acquiring the pearl earrings. Allow me to convey this. The space in your possession holds little significance. It would be far better for you to surrender the earrings, and we shall release you. Before she could utter a word, Zhang Sheng lunged forward with a knife. Though she had long suspected that Zhang Sheng's affections did not lie with her, she never imagined he would resort to taking her life. In her final moments, she witnessed Hichuchu weeping pitifully, truly living up to her name, relentlessly shaking Zhang Sheng's shoulder as though mourning the loss of her dearest friend. How could you do this? Yang is our friend. How can you kill her? Zhang Sheng embraced her slender waist, attempting to console her. I won't kill you. Besides, you know too much. What if you speak out? And do you not desire the space? Yet she had not yet articulated her thoughts. Hichuchu bit her lip, hesitating as she spoke. Unwilling to relinquish the space so easily, such a precious asset could only rightfully belong to her. In the hands of this fool, it would merely tarnish its value. Kill her, and we can slowly search her for it, Zhang Sheng remarked nonchalantly, as if she were merely an inconsequential stranger. She is of no worth. I have long been intolerant of her morose demeanor. He tossed her aside with a flick of his wrist, sending her soaring before crashing down. In this apocalyptic world, taking a life was as simple as dispatching a mere kitten or puppy, free of any responsibility. As blood flowed more profusely, her consciousness began to fade, and the hatred within her seemed to dissipate as well. When faced with death, what purpose did hatred serve? Only regret for her poor judgment remained. The space that usually manifested at her silent beckoning had vanished without a trace. No matter how she called out, she could not discern whether the pearl earrings would truly reappear or if the space had abandoned her entirely. Hichuchu truly was fortunate. Not only did every man around her cherish her as a treasure, but even her own space had seemingly transformed into her possession. While they incessantly searched her for the earrings, she felt no pain, her body growing lighter until her soul began to detach. Chapter 6. With this thought, she broke into a cold sweat, vigorously shaking her head to dispel the nightmare. No more. She had been reborn and would not allow such events to recur. In this life, she would live well. Armed with the lessons of her past, she would no longer act so foolishly. Hichuchu was a person rife with suspicion. Thus, she could not simply reclaim the pearl earrings without reason, lest Hichuchu suspect they harbored some secret or recall this matter on a fateful day in the apocalypse, leading to further doubts. It seemed wise to strategize carefully. She steadied her racing heart, reminding herself to be patient. There was ample time ahead, and she would take one step at a time. After forcing herself to create a simple outline, her pounding heart gradually calmed, and her emotions began to settle. The apocalypse imparted a crucial lesson upon her. In all endeavors, one must maintain composure, even when fear grips the heart. It is imperative to conceal one's thoughts from others, to prevent anyone from piercing through the veil of one's emotions. The phone chimed with a message from her father, inquiring whether she would return home for Christmas dinner. Coincidentally, Christmas fell on a Saturday this year, granting her a day off from work. In the past, she would have undoubtedly declined the invitation, for the simple reason that she had promised to spend Christmas with Zhang Shang. However, now she found herself yearning to accept, her heart brimming with a desire to return home. It had been 3 long years since she last set foot in her family home. Just before her demise, she had caught a fleeting glimpse of her parents, who had accompanied the military to the base. At that moment, she had nearly failed to recognize them. Now, she longed to return home, to embrace her parents and weep, sharing her sorrows, heartaches, and despair. Yet, she steeled herself against such thoughts. Her city was a 4th-tier locale, progressing at a sluggish pace, with her factories situated in a new district. Her family resided on the outskirts of the city in a small town, where they operated a bookstore, ensuring their sustenance. After work, she could easily take a bus and return before nightfall. Previously, she had found the prospect of commuting too cumbersome, and the need to forego sleep in mornings had driven her to reside at the factory. Reflecting on her parents' insistence that she avoid dormitory living, even offering to purchase her a vehicle for convenience, she felt guilt wash over her. She had refused their kindness for the sake of that scoundrel, Zhang Sheng. And yet her parents had still helped her pack and sent her belongings without a single word of reproach. In comparison to their selflessness, she felt profoundly selfish. No, she could not dwell further on this. It would drive her to madness. She needed to occupy herself with tasks. The apocalypse was merely 3 days away, and she must prepare diligently. The first order of business was to discreetly acquire that pearl earring, followed by gathering supplies. She had only 2 days, for she was determined to return home on Christmas Day. She wished to avoid repeating the regrets of her past life. Water and food were paramount, with sustenance being of utmost importance. Clothing was also essential, as these resources would become scarce in the post-apocalyptic world, where cannibalism would no longer be a rarity. Furthermore, the climate would drastically shift after the apocalypse. Winters would become bitterly cold, plunging to -20 degrees. While this may not seem severe in the north, in the humid south, such temperatures could swiftly lead to death. Thus, down jackets and winter clothing were indispensable. Conversely, summers would be oppressively hot, with temperatures soaring above 40 degrees. Even a mere brush against metal could result in severe burns. Water was an even greater concern. Post-apocalypse, water sources would be contaminated, and rain would be a rare occurrence. The base relied heavily on water manipulators for their supply, yet the base was vast, and the number of water manipulators few. Hichuchu was notoriously stingy with her water, even demanding crystal cores in exchange, claiming that as a power user, she needed to level up, not merely hoard water. Chapter 7. In light of this, the items she needed to prepare were numerous. Regrettably, her storage space was limited to just over 100 square meters, allowing for only a modest quantity of supplies. She would have to plan meticulously, ensuring every inch of space was utilized to its fullest potential. Sigh. If only it could be a bit larger. Yet, halting there, one must acknowledge that having any space at all is quite splendid. One should not be ungrateful. After all, human greed knows no bounds. 100 square meters, if utilized wisely, can indeed serve a significant purpose. At the very least, it would allow her to thrive in this apocalyptic era. Those who possess genuine spatial abilities may not necessarily have more than 100 square meters either. It's merely that their spaces can be upgraded. Her own has remained the same size, unchanged for nearly a year now. Unbeknownst to her, the workday had drawn to a close. Hichuchu, ever punctual, entered with her shoulder bag slung across her body, her petite heels clicking softly on the floor, cradling a warm baby in her arms. Her voice was delightfully tender and bright, perfectly affectionate without being excessive. The workday is over, Yang Yang. Shall we go out for dinner? Zhang Xing mentioned he would treat us today. What do you wish to eat? Zhang Sheng is treating us. Is that so? Even as his official girlfriend, she was unaware. It seemed he knew her desires better than she did herself. How foolish she had been, having missed such an obvious clue. With an impassive expression, she tidied the documents on her desk, her hand inadvertently brushing her abdomen. A faint frown forming as a hint of discomfort crossed her features. No, my period has arrived today. I don't feel like going out to eat. Hichuchu paused momentarily, her empathetic nature preventing her from pressuring Yu Xiaoyang in such matters. With a look of concern, she approached Yu Xiaoyang and inquired, Is it severe? Perhaps I should escort you home. You can keep this warm baby. It will soothe your stomach. Those unaware might have mistaken the pain for He Chuchu's own. Yu Xiaoyang chuckled softly, declining the offer. Since He Chuchu was acting with such earnestness, how could she not extend her courtesy? No need. Thank you, Chuchu. I'll just rest at home. You should go and enjoy your meal. In the 3 years of the apocalypse, she may not have learned much from He Chuchu, but she had certainly mastered the art of duplicity. Alas, her execution was not as natural as Chuchu's, who had honed her skills through deft navigation among various men. He Chuchu furrowed her delicate brows in thought for a moment before finally nodding gently. Very well, but whatever you wish to eat, I shall bring it back for you. Yu Xiaoyang lightly refused. I don't desire anything. I have no appetite. You should hurry along. The buses in the new district are quite difficult to catch. Upon hearing this, He Chuchu immediately ceased her hesitation, firmly placing the warm baby into Yu Xiaoyang's hands. All right, I shall take my leave. If you think of something you wish to eat, just give me a call, understood? With that, she departed, leaving behind a lingering fragrance that was utterly enchanting. Yu Xiaoyang cast a glance at the hand warmer on the table, but said nothing, casually stowing it into her bag, intending to take it back to the dormitory. Upon returning to her room, she tidied up briefly, opting for a light ensemble composed of seldom-worn garments and a cap, before finally stepping out. Indeed, she intended to gather evidence of Zhang Sheng and He Chuchu's relationship. Once she acquired this proof, she could portray herself as a heartbroken and devastated woman, subsequently severing ties with both Zhang Sheng and He Chuchu in a manner that felt entirely natural. It would be only fitting for her to reclaim everything that He Chuchu had taken from her, for such disputes among women often unfold in this manner. She was merely conforming to the local customs, or rather, imitating what she had observed. Chapter 8. He Chuchu had already boarded a bus and departed. The next one would not arrive for over 20 minutes. Both she and Zhang Sheng were interns fresh from school, and finding work in such a small city was challenging, especially for graduates from a third-tier university. It was Zhang Sheng who had enlisted his parents' assistance to secure positions for them at this Taiwan-funded enterprise, where the salary was reasonable, particularly due to the leisurely and flexible nature of the work. This was precisely what Yu Xiaoyang desired. She was a person content with simplicity, lacking ambition. In contrast, Zhang Sheng interned at the largest company in the city, earning a considerable salary with promising prospects. After work, he would frequently dine and date with He Chuchu in the urban area. Without much effort, Yu Xiaoyang spotted He Chuchu and Zhang Sheng at their usual restaurant, where their interaction was sweet and affectionate. To outsiders, they appeared to be a couple. He was tall and handsome, while she was charmingly sweet, an exquisite match. With a cold sneer, Yu Xiaoyang pondered why Zhang Sheng had pursued her back then if he was so enamored with He Chuchu. Was it merely a game to him? At that time, He Chuchu had been involved with their class monitor, whose family hailed from another region and was reputedly wealthy. During their courtship, he often showered He Chuchu with gifts, but he mysteriously vanished during their internship, leaving no trace. After several days of searching in vain, He Chuchu ceased to mention him, and by then, Zhang Sheng had already entered into a relationship with her. Observing the couple feeding each other, with Zhang Sheng tenderly wiping He Chuchu's mouth, Yu Xiaoyang wasted no time in capturing a couple of photographs on her phone. After their meal, the deeply enamored pair, seemingly inseparable, entered a hotel. Yu Xiaoyang snapped a few pictures of them at the hotel reception as they requested a room. As for the scenes that followed, she had no desire to witness. During the apocalyptic times, she had seen more than enough of such moments, particularly those involving He Chuchu. There had been countless men, all sharing a common trait. They were powerful with special abilities, good-looking, and infatuated with He Chuchu. It was during this period that she truly began to understand He Chuchu, gradually distancing herself out of fear, yet He Chuchu insisted on binding them together like a rope, leaving her scarcely able to breathe. These few photographs were sufficient. She coldly gazed at the affectionate couple on her phone, satisfied. Since they enjoyed their little game, she would allow them to play it openly. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to their previous care during the apocalyptic times. She rushed into the supermarket, pushing a cart and frantically tossing in items, primarily non-perishable goods such as instant noodles, chocolates, and cookies. She refrained from selecting fruits, as they spoil too easily and are difficult to preserve. Milk was another consideration. In this apocalyptic world, many suffer from calcium deficiency, leading to osteoporosis and impaired mobility, particularly among the elderly. Such essentials are crucial for her aging parents. while the younger generation can manage with calcium supplements. Moreover, medications are paramount in this dire era, often worth more than food itself, as no one is immune to illness. After completing her purchases, she stored everything in the supermarket's locker and retrieved her medical card, which contained over 2,000 yuan, sufficient for acquiring medicine at the pharmacy. She intended to purchase everything necessary, planning to address any shortfall with her spatial capabilities the following day. At the pharmacy, she specifically sought antibiotics, calcium tablets, vitamins, and vital life-saving medications. However, 2,000 yuan barely covered her needs. She only managed to buy 5 bottles of calcium tablets. Clearly, accumulating such supplies will require additional funds. Carrying numerous bags made her conspicuous, and the burden was cumbersome. Reluctantly, she decided to take a taxi, fully aware that even a single yuan could buy a pack of instant noodles, albeit the inferior kind. A taxi to the factory district would cost at least 30 yuan, equivalent to 30 packs of noodles, enough for a month's sustenance for one person. Yet, no better options were available. 30 yuan would suffice for now. She wished to avoid encountering her colleagues from the factory while riding the bus, as it would complicate the lie she had told He Chu about not going out. Upon returning, she concealed all her belongings in a locked box to prevent suspicion. Fortunately, her dormitory was shared solely with He Chu, allowing for a degree of privacy. After storing her items, she stood before the mirror, adjusting her expression to convey profound sorrow and disbelief. Initially, she struggled to evoke the necessary emotions. But reflecting on her experiences in this dystopian reality brought genuine tears. This would be the last moment of her weakness. After this, she vowed never to weep for her past life again, for from this moment forth, she would become a new version of herself. She surmised that He Chu would not return before midnight, given her tendency to play the role of a manipulative vixen, desiring both promiscuity and the facade of virtue. Such a character would not dare to spend the night away, fearing the judgment of others. Thus, no matter the circumstances, He Chu would return. She possessed enough cunning to ensure that. In contrast, she felt inferior, unable to compete with He Chu's guile or fortune. She was destined to be the supporting character, the expendable foil to the true protagonist, who effortlessly navigated the apocalyptic landscape, ensnaring the hearts of men while remaining untouchable. She, on the other hand, was merely a dangerous distraction, a vessel for treasures in crucial moments, a shield during passionate encounters, and ultimately, a pawn to be discarded when the heroine achieved her final happiness. She had no intention of opposing He Chu. Rather, her desire was to retreat into the shadows after acquiring the space, distancing herself from her. Whether labeled as timid or cowardly mattered little to her, for she was acutely aware of her inferior intellect, which rendered her incapable of outmaneuvering He Chu. She had witnessed firsthand how He Chu effortlessly dismantled those who dared to confront her, regardless of whether they possessed abilities or not, whether they were beautiful or plain. He Chu had an array of strategies to deal with them. It was intriguing to contemplate how He Chu would fare in a post-apocalyptic world without her as a shield, providing cover for her misdeeds. Was this not a far more engaging scenario than simply eliminating He Chu? With this thought, she felt a flicker of anticipation. As expected, before the clock struck 1, the dormitory door swung open, revealing He Chu, her cheeks still flushed, likely from the lingering warmth of her recent encounter with Zhang Sheng downstairs. "Oh, it's so cold. Why hasn't Yang turned on the air conditioning?" He Chu remarked as she slipped off her high heels and donned a pair of soft, comfortable slippers while entering. The dormitory lights flickered on abruptly. Yu Xiaoyang sat at the head of the bed, clutching a large plush toy, her eyes red-rimmed, emanating a palpable tension of suppressed anger and sorrow. He Chu's heart sank. Could it be that Yu Xiaoyang had seen something she shouldn't have? Had she known better, she would have declined Zhang Sheng's offer to accompany her back. Yet, Zhang Sheng insisted that it would be difficult to find a taxi at this hour, insisting that he would escort her, and once downstairs, he had insisted on kissing her. She found herself unable to refuse him, and now here she was. Chapter 10, but it was of no consequence. Yu Xiaoyang was as dim-witted as a pig. She could easily concoct an excuse to placate her, and later, she would have Zhang Sheng smooth over the situation, and it would all be forgotten. She had no genuine desire to involve herself with Zhang Sheng. While he was decent, the factory was relocating back to Taiwan, and she intended to follow. She had even declined his assistance in securing a position at their company. Life in Taiwan would undoubtedly be far superior to here, with her capabilities. She could effortlessly ascend to an executive role. As for men, they were easily manageable. Yang Yang, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Yu Xiaoyang scoffed. Unwell? Your entire family must be unwell. Can you imagine the discomfort of having a green tea bitch like you? She sprang from the bed, neglecting to put on her shoes, and hurled a printed photograph at He Chuchu's face. How dare you speak to me? Look at the mess you've created. What is this? Will you explain yourself? He Chuchu's body trembled. Her breath caught in her throat as she slowly stood to pick up the photograph, her complexion blanching instantaneously. No, it can't be. Who took this? Why are they stalking us? She frantically shook her head. No, Yang Yang, listen to me. This is all a misunderstanding. These photos must be the work of someone trying to frame me and Zhang Sheng. You know we are innocent, right? I have no feelings for Zhang Sheng. How could I possibly be with him? Just look closely at the angles in these photos. I wasn't he embracing Zhang Sheng. As she spoke, tears began to stream down He Chuchu's face, adding to her beauty. In Su Xiaoyang's heart, a chill of mockery arose. How convincingly she acted. If she had not personally captured these photographs, she might have truly fallen for He Chuchu's ruse. With a facade of utter desolation, she sniffled before uttering, very well. Even if these images are merely a matter of perspective, what about your excursions to the hotel? Do you frequently enjoy such outings with men? I had no inkling of this peculiar habit of yours. You truly repulse me. He Chuchu bit her lower lip, gazing at Su Xiaoyang with tear-filled eyes. You don't trust me, Yang Yang? Not even you believe in my character. Am I truly that sort of person? If I had feelings for Zhang Sheng, I would not have played matchmaker for you both. I am aware of your affection for him, yet you cannot so indiscriminately tarnish my reputation. I am your friend. Do 4 years of friendship not outweigh your feelings for Zhang Sheng? Does 4 years of friendship pale in comparison to Zhang Sheng? This was a question Su Xiaoyang herself pondered, and she wished for an answer. Why had He Chuchu pursued her boyfriend? Why had she betrayed her? Why had she sought to destroy her? Were those trivial matters truly so significant? In moments of self-harm, had she ever reflected on their years of companionship? Yet, these inquiries remained unvoiced, for to speak them would render her a madwoman in others' eyes. Taking a deep breath, she suppressed the anguish within, her face still adorned with tears. If you wish for my trust, then provide me with an explanation. Why did you go to the hotel? Why were you dining with Zhang Sheng? Upon hearing this, He Chuchu felt a slight easing in her heart. She understood that this indicated Su Xiaoyang had begun to trust her, if only a little. A glimmer of belief was all she needed to craft a defense. As long as Su Xiaoyang did not witness it firsthand, she would never concede. See, she thought, Su Xiaoyang is easily beguiled, with just a few words. I can lead her in circles. This is my greatest achievement, as if I hold all the strings of control. Chapter 11. Her mind raced, quickly conjuring a pretext. With a few feigned sobs to illustrate her plight, she said, Oh, you seek an explanation? Very well. We went out to dinner because Zhang Sheng wished to surprise you and invited me along. The dinner was merely a polite engagement. During the meal, a server accidentally spilled soup on my dress, and Zhang Sheng offered to take me to the hotel to dry off and change. Does this explanation satisfy you? Satisfied? She was indeed, immensely so. At such a moment, He Chuchu could still find an opportunity to retaliate, twisting the truth, extolling Zhang Sheng's deep affection for her, and portraying her own loyalty as if she were a martyr. It was utterly nauseating. Dissatisfied? Do you think I would believe you? The evidence is irrefutable. I trust only the facts. I tell you, He Chuchu, our friendship is over. I am severing ties with you. Su Xiaoyang was no fool. After years shadowing He Chuchu, she had learned a thing or two about acting, portraying a girl torn between pain and the struggle to believe in both evidence and friendship with remarkable fidelity. She understood that her loud outburst would ultimately reassure He Chuchu. If she could remain composed even after losing her boyfriend, then He Chuchu would be far more troubled. Indeed, He Chuchu's expression softened, and she stood to the side, quietly weeping without uttering a word. Return everything you took from me. I no longer have a friend like you. I will give you your belongings back. We are no longer friends. Only then did a hint of urgency flicker across He Chuchu's face. No, Yang Yang, don't you trust me? Zhang Sheng and I are truly innocent. Yu Xiaoyang scoffed heavily. How can I trust you? Trust that you didn't go to a hotel with Zhang Sheng? Don't be ridiculous. There are photographs documenting it, and yet you still refuse to admit it. He Chuchu wept, her sorrow evident. Fine, I will return your things. I hope you won't regret it. Zhang Sheng and I are innocent. You will come to understand this in time. With that, She turned to retrieve her belongings from the cabinet, appearing as fragile as a flower swaying in the wind. If a man were present, he would have likely embraced her to offer comfort. Perhaps their quarrel was too loud, as someone from the neighboring dormitory came to inquire about the commotion. Yu Xiaoyang, maintaining her composure, picked up the photographs and, amidst her tears, displayed them to the onlookers. Zhang Sheng. She could not finish her sentence, overcome by her grief. There was no need to say more. Upon seeing the photographs, those present would grasp the situation. With a little imagination, the drama of a scoundrel betraying his friend would unfold, far more captivating than her words. Chu hastily placed her belongings on her bed and rushed to the door, seizing the photographs from their hands and hiding them in her embrace. This wretched Yu Xiaoyang, wasn't she once reluctant to disclose her personal matters? Why is she now so willing to show everything to others? If this group of gossips learns about it, how will she face her colleagues at work tomorrow? No, this could not continue. She needed to alter the narrative. She began to weep softly. Yang, I've already explained everything to you. Why do you still not believe me? These photos were taken by others who sought to frame me. Haven't you noticed the harassing messages I've been receiving? Someone is trying to harm me and destroy my relationship. Zhang Sheng and I are both innocent. He only invited me as a consultant to surprise you. I never intended for you to misunderstand us. If I had feelings for Zhang Sheng, I would never have introduced you to him. After all, aren't you the matchmaker between us? Chapter 12. Splendid, truly splendid. If the timing were right, Yu Xiaoyang would have applauded her. To witness her in such a predicament, yet still capable of retorting, was remarkable. Even if Chu were to be labeled a green tea bitch, she was a resilient one, adaptable and strong. Only such individuals could thrive in life. The voices outside began to shift, and awkward expressions spread across their faces. Well, since there is a conflict, let's clarify things. You two sisters should talk privately. We shall take our leave. With that, they retreated, their faces painted with curiosity. It was evident that the timing was inappropriate, and one could surmise that upon returning to their respective dormitories, they would engage in a thorough discussion. Chu had already packed her quilt, standing beside her with tear-stained eyes, uttering each word with a heavy heart. Yang, I never expected you to become like this. It's terrifying. I have given you everything you wanted. I shall sleep elsewhere tonight. You need to calmly reflect on who it is that you truly like. You know better than anyone. I hope you are not misled by those photographs. With that, she disregarded Yu Xiaoyang's reaction and departed, adopting a retreating stance. Indeed, while others may not understand you, you are acutely aware of your own feelings. Affection and physical intimacy are not necessarily intertwined, and she was no longer the person she once was. If Chu chose to leave, so be it. She could manage sleeping alone. Once she confirmed that Chu had truly departed, she locked the door, tidied up a little, and tossed all of Chu's returned belongings into the cabinet, save for a single pearl earring. A pair? How could there be a pair? She recalled that on Christmas Day, Chu wore a somewhat pale down jacket. In truth, Chu had a round and endearing visage, making pearls particularly flattering on her, rendering her appearance as smooth and lustrous as the gems themselves, devoid of any hostility, unlike the glaring brilliance of diamonds, which held an air of danger. It was on that fateful Christmas, the day the apocalypse began, that she wore the very earrings. They were dining at a restaurant when suddenly, a meteor streaked across the tranquil sky, plunging everyone into unconsciousness. Upon awakening, some had transformed into zombies. After a frantic few days of escape, Chu informed her that the pearl earring had been lost. It was then that she had been forced to save Chu and was scratched by a zombie, nearly becoming one herself, awakening her speed ability in the process. A day later, Chu declared that she had activated her water ability. But could it be that Chu had merely lost one pearl earring while the other remained intact? Given that one contained a spatial element, it was not beyond reason that the other might possess water as well. Upon reflection, Yu Xiaoyang found Chu's water ability rather peculiar. It was inconsistent in its power, unlike the stable nature of upgraded water abilities. This line of thought led her to realize she was indulging in conspiracy theories. No wonder Chu had been so eager to inquire about the other pearl earring when she had found it. It was because she already possessed one and knew of its vast potential. It appeared that Chu was willing to go to great lengths to seize it. How delightful. Indeed, this so-called friend of hers, who so brazenly took what was rightfully hers, even yearning to commit treachery for the sake of treasures, seemed to believe that she was too lenient, making her feel vulnerable and unworthy of respect. Chapter 13. In light of this, there was no need for any semblance of civility. The facade had already been torn asunder, making it utterly unnecessary. Grasping the fruit knife on the table, she resolutely made a small incision on her finger, blood immediately welling forth. She recalled being clawed by a zombie, bleeding, and shortly thereafter, the pearl earring had vanished, revealing the existence of a spatial realm. As the blood dripped onto the pearl earrings, she waited in silence, and soon enough, she observed the earrings fading away at a visible pace until they vanished completely. That familiar sensation returned, and she realized her space had manifested once more. Contrary to her initial expectations of a watery realm, the pair of pearl earrings had instead expanded her space. There was no trace of the anticipated water element. Had she misjudged? Wasn't he Choo-Choo supposed to wield the water element tied to the pearl earrings? It was implausible. Her intuition insisted that he Choo-Choo's water affinity was indeed connected to the earrings. Yet, why was it absent in her case? Now, her space had doubled in size, appearing to encompass approximately 300 square feet. Perhaps it was due to the pearl earrings that the space radiated a brilliant white, as smooth and lustrous as the pearls themselves. It was not as fantastical as described in novels, with houses, land, and cultivation manuals. Rather, it resembled a personal storage unit. How wonderful it would be if she could actually enter it, she mused. Suddenly, as she turned, she found herself frozen in disbelief. What was happening? Had she truly entered the space? How could this be? In her previous life, the space was merely a personal warehouse, not meant for entry. It could only store items, which was why she had fallen so easily to Choo-Choo's treachery. But now, she could actually step inside? Was this a boon bestowed upon her by her rebirth? She was overwhelmed with joy. Having a place to hide in times of peril was akin to clutching a lifeline. This was an invaluable treasure, one that must remain a secret, for she understood the adage that a man without guilt may suffer for possessing a jewel. Elated, she leapt about in her newfound space, taking a long while to calm down. The news of her ability to enter the space was as exhilarating as her very rebirth. With over 300 square feet at her disposal, gathering supplies would no longer be cumbersome. She could acquire many more items with ease. Emerging from the space, she placed all the food and medicine she had purchased into it, and packed her winter clothes into a suitcase, planning to return home on Christmas Day. Surely, she could not return empty-handed. The suitcase would serve to conceal her belongings, and most importantly, it would deceive Choo-Choo. For she was certain Choo-Choo would rummage through her things once she departed. Her phone incessantly flashed with messages from Zhang Sheng, but she had no desire to entertain him. She promptly added him to her blacklist. There were also numerous messages in her inbox, which, upon a brief glance, conveyed that he and Choo-Choo were innocent, imploring her not to falsely accuse Choo-Choo, and lamenting that she had expelled her from the dormitory, questioning what would happen to Choo-Choo in the frigid weather. Look at this. This was the boyfriend she had chosen, and even in such a moment, he did not forget to protect Choo-Choo. Every word was a reprimand directed at her, with not a single explanation offered. Did he not realize that straddling two boats was profoundly immoral? Or did he presume she had become so foolish that she would believe anything he said? Engaging in a discourse on morality with a person of his ilk is a sign of her ailment, an ailment that is quite severe. If he were truly aware of what morality entails, he would not clandestinely pursue a relationship with Choo-Choo. Chapter 14. Erasing all traces of information, she thought. Out of sight, out of mind. Zhang Sheng, revel in your arrogance now. I shall observe whether you maintain such bravado in the apocalyptic times that lie ahead. She chose not to eliminate him and Choo-Choo now, but rather to witness their torment in the desolation of the world. She would repay him for every ounce of suffering she had endured. Over the 3 years of the apocalypse, her heart had long since turned to ice. The fondness she once harbored for Zhang Sheng had vanished, perhaps when she saw him fawning over Choo-Choo, or perhaps when she witnessed him ushering her into a tent. It mattered little. She no longer held affection for him, and she could not recall when that sentiment had dissipated. In those 3 years, her heart had grown numb. What does it mean to like someone? What is love? It is worth less than a packet of biscuits. Suddenly, memories surged back into her mind. She inhaled deeply, gradually suppressing the flood of emotions. Do not dwell on such thoughts, Yu Xiaoyang. Surviving is paramount. You are fortunate compared to many. At least you have a chance to start anew. Seated upon her bed, she calculated her necessities. She wished to attract no attention, thus she must remain discreet while shopping. Unlike the protagonists in novels, who could rent a warehouse and have their purchases delivered, Her time was limited, and she had no acquaintances to assist her. Consequently, she would have to visit wholesale markets and supermarkets, acquiring her essentials bit by bit, like ants relocating their colony. Only the most vital items would be procured. The rest could wait until after the world had changed. After contemplating, she retrieved her phone and sent a text to her mother, expressing her interest in a designer handbag and a piece of clothing, lamenting her insufficient funds and requesting financial support. She refrained from making a call, fearing that hearing their voices would unleash her tears. She missed them terribly, her heart trembling with longing. 3 years had passed since their last encounter. In truth, it felt as though a lifetime had elapsed. She felt profoundly unfilial. Her parents had only her as their daughter, yet she had never held them close to her heart, not even for a final farewell. Soon, her mother replied without hesitation, promptly transferring 50,000 yuan to her, urging her to buy and to ask for more if needed. Her mother had always believed that a girl ought to live with a touch of refinement. She had long been dissatisfied with her daughter's attire. Their family was not lacking in means, so why maintain a semblance of the 1980s? Now that she understood the necessity of money for such matters, her mother fully supported her. As for her father, he was a traditional man, believing that girls should conduct themselves with propriety and grace. Receiving the 50,000 yuan from her mother was akin to receiving a balm for her anxieties. For her parents' sake, she vowed to live resiliently, determined never to subject them to the same life of indignity as before, where they were pushed around for a mere sip of water. Each time she recalled such scenes, tears of rage and helplessness threatened to spill forth. In her previous life, the base she belonged to was renowned as one of the 5 great bases, specifically the Qingyang base. Her parents resided in a smaller base that eventually met its demise, leading to the relocation of survivors, including her parents. The larger base, already teeming with inhabitants, offered little sustenance to its ordinary citizens. Consequently, the influx of external survivors was met with hostility. Many wished for their demise outside the gates, preferring that they remain outside to conserve meager resources, which were insufficient even for their own needs. The cruel reality was that even if those resources weren't shared with the newcomers, they would not be available to the residents either. Some individuals, in their heartlessness, believed that if they could not have it, neither should anyone else. Before drifting off to sleep, she mentally reviewed all the supplies she needed to prepare, ensuring she had not forgotten anything, allowing herself to finally succumb to slumber. As she teetered between wakefulness and dreams, a nagging feeling hinted at something forgotten, yet upon reflection, she could not recall what it was, dismissing it as likely unimportant. Remarkably, she experienced a night of deep rest, a rarity in the 3 years of the apocalypse. Each night had been fraught with anxiety, even within the safety of the base, where the fear of sudden attacks by the undead kept her from truly relaxing. Vigilance was paramount for survival in such dire circumstances, and the relentless state of alertness had drained her completely. Nevertheless, she dared not relax, for the monotony of such existence would soon become a habit, yet the exhaustion was profoundly ingrained within her. Alas, these peaceful days would last but one more night. Thereafter, the world would undergo a transformation. She secured the door with a lock, rendering it impossible for Hichuchu to enter. She thought little of how she might appear, dismissing the concern as irrelevant. Her phone buzzed with an influx of unfamiliar numbers, likely Zhang Sheng's reaction upon discovering he had been blacklisted, utilizing someone else's device to reach her. Imagining the fury etched upon Zhang Sheng's face upon realizing his status brought her amusement, for she had never before managed to gain such an upper hand over him. He was always the one vexed by her. With her spirits lifted, she sprang from her bed, quickly tidying herself before donning her clothes and opening the door to venture out for breakfast. To her dismay, upon opening the door, she was greeted by the sight of someone she had hoped to avoid. Hichuchu, still clad in the pink jacket from the previous day, her hair disheveled, standing at the threshold with red slippers, seemingly having had a restless night, as she was about to knock. Hichuchu regarded her with a complex expression. "You really..." But before she could finish, Yang Yang waved her hand dismissively, signaling that she had no interest in hearing what was to follow. "If you claim you have no ties to Zhang Sheng, then why were his messages last night all filled with accusations directed at me, devoid of a single word of concern for my well-being? It is clear that his affections lie with you. Are you not rather pleased?" She feigned jealousy, hoping to bait Hichuchu into revealing more. Indeed, a flicker of profound understanding crossed Hichuchu's eyes. After a night of turmoil, her heart finally found solace. It seemed she had overthought the situation, Yu Xiaoyang was still the same foolish simpleton. Otherwise, he would not have allowed himself to become upset over something Zhang Sheng had said. This was a relief, as it indicated her lingering affection for Zhang Sheng. As for Zhang Sheng, he had clearly hinted that he ought to win over He Chu, given that she was his legitimate girlfriend. Yet, he was so dense that he could not utter a single flattering word, leaving her to clarify matters herself. No, it is not as you imagine. Zhang Sheng merely feared that misunderstandings might arise between us. He did not wish to see our sisterly bond tainted by his presence, hence his ungracious tone. Please, forgive him just this once. He truly cares for you. Inside, Yu Xiaoyang scoffed. Care? What a ridiculous notion. If he truly cared, he would have the decency to allow her to be with He Chu openly. With a swift motion, she shook off He Chu's hand. Her expression a mix of annoyance and concealed grievance. Do not touch me. Do you take me for a fool? Zhang Sheng's affections lie with you, as I well know. If that is the case, I shall facilitate your union. I will inform Zhang Sheng of my decision to part ways. My dear sister, I wish you all the happiness in the world. May you grow old together, forever entwined. Then, let them torment each other, for without her as a buffer and mediator, let us see if their love endures. Chapter 16. He Chu stared at her in disbelief. What are you saying? You wish to break up with Zhang Sheng? Absolutely not. Not allowed. Why is that? Afraid that without you, you will no longer be the charming green tea vixen in Zhang Sheng's eyes? Rest assured, even in a world turned upside down, despite your many suitors, Zhang Sheng would remain steadfastly by your side. Is it genuine love or mere stubbornness? Or is it that your water-based abilities remain a mystery? Thus, their entanglement is a tragic fate. Absolutely not. I still wish to go to Taiwan. How could I truly be with Zhang Sheng? I aspire for a better life. As it stands, Zhang Sheng is not my optimal choice. My fear is that after he breaks up with Yu Xiaoyang, he will come after me. That is why I have gone to such lengths to prevent their separation. I enjoy the thrill of ambiguity, but it does not mean I intend to take things further with Zhang Sheng. Otherwise, I would drown in the ensuing tide of gossip. Regardless, Zhang Sheng is still Yu Xiaoyang's boyfriend. What would my ascension signify? He Chu, in a flurry of anxiety, attempted to grasp Yu Xiaoyang to explain. But Yu Xiaoyang deftly evaded her grasp, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her face. However, she had no time to dwell on that. Urgently, she exclaimed, Yang, please do not break up with Zhang Sheng. He loves you deeply. If you were to part ways, he would be devastated. Can you bear that? In her heart, Yu Xiaoyang was filled with derision, observing He Chu's worried demeanor. One might think she was the one facing a breakup. Did she not know Yu Xiaoyang's true intentions? She yearned to be that kind of woman, yet also sought to maintain her virtuous facade. Such bargains are rare in this world. Do you take me for a fool? Unmarried men and women entering a hotel together cannot simply be for the purpose of drying clothes. Is this a work of fiction with a pure-hearted heroine? Even if it were, she would be a character steeped in sensuality. Has she not already become one? A flicker of panic crossed He Chu's eyes. She realized that this explanation was far from satisfactory. Yet, at that moment, she could conjure no other rationale. She simply advised to exercise caution. But Zhang Sheng continued to mock her for her timidity, saying that Yu Xiaoyang was not even present, so what was there to fear? Now, it seemed her greatest apprehension had indeed come to fruition. Should she discover the identity of the person who captured those photographs, she would not hesitate to strangle them. Who dared to conspire against her with such malice? Surely, it could not be, for she harbored no such cunning. Regardless, the words had been spoken, and she could only deny it to the bitter end. Such matters were ones she would never admit to, even under duress. With a resolute clench of her jaw, she declared, Yang, whether you believe me or not, the truth is as I say. After all these years of friendship, do you not know me better than anyone? You are my dear sister, my close friend. If even you cannot trust me, then who in this world can? Was she attempting to employ a gentle approach? Apologies. But if this were 3 years prior, she might have fallen for it. However, the present her had grown cold-hearted. He Chu had spoken a truth. She knew herself best. And it was precisely this self-awareness that compelled her to distance herself from others. He Chu was an expert at masquerading, after years of friendship. She could not claim to fully understand her. Yet, through the trials of the past 3 years, she had come to a profound realization. He Chu was nothing short of a manipulative vixen, utterly devoid of any moral boundaries. To label her a mere vixen would be an insult to the term itself. Chapter 17. You expect me to believe you? Unless you dare to strip off your clothing before me, Can you truly claim that you are devoid of any repulsive elements? Are you brave enough to undress? Not wishing to endure any further entanglement with Hichuchu, she resolved to take decisive action. Hichuchu's face paled, then flushed crimson as she bit her lip, staring at her in disbelief, as if she were a stranger. Their heated exchange at the entrance had already attracted numerous colleagues preparing for work, while they feigned concern. Their true interest lay in the juicy gossip. The tale of Hichuchu and Yu Xiaoyang had spread like wildfire since the previous night, with rumors swirling that Hichuchu had slept with Yu Xiaoyang's partner, and the two were embroiled in a fierce argument. How can you be so crude? Hichuchu nearly teared up, feeling profoundly insulted. Yu Xiaoyang found herself on the verge of laughter, enraged. Crude? This is what you deem crude? Why did you not voice your concerns when you were with Zhang Sheng? It is utterly revolting. If she dared not face the truth, then she should refrain from spouting nonsense. The matter of their breakup would be communicated to Zhang Sheng, requiring no concern on her part. It would not hinder her pursuit of Zhang Sheng, and with that, she huffed and left. There was no need to delay her separation from them. She would not allow herself to be ensnared in their web for a lifetime. This opportunity was too precious to squander. As Yu Xiaoyang reached the elevator, she paused momentarily to glance back furtively. Hichuchu appeared to be weeping as she explained herself, with someone nearby offering consolation and expressing unwavering belief in her. It was evident that Hichuchu was putting on a show, even at this juncture. Despite the recent events, Yu Xiaoyang felt rather upbeat. The silence imposed upon Hichuchu was delightful, as she clung stubbornly to her denial, even when the truth was evident. The satisfaction of stripping away her final veil of modesty was exhilarating, an experience she had never savored before. Humming a cheerful tune, she strolled into the cafeteria and ordered a bowl of porridge, 3 meat buns, and a rice pancake. In the past, she would have certainly shunned such fare. But after 3 years in a post-apocalyptic world, she could now consume even spoiled dishes without a flicker of emotion. In this new reality, simply having food was a blessing, and she could no longer afford to be picky. While in the cafeteria, she encountered 2 colleagues from the finance department who likely knew about last night's incident. Their sympathetic gazes were unmistakable, and upon noticing her plight, their empathy deepened. It appeared she was channeling her sorrow into her appetite. A rather unusual sight for a girl who typically wouldn't consume so much. Yu Xiaoyang feigned ignorance. After all, following Christmas, there would likely be no opportunities to meet again. It wasn't that she was callous, rather. She feared the repercussions of speaking out about 2 individuals who meant little to her. They would undoubtedly mock her as a lunatic, claiming her heartbreak had driven her to madness. Upon returning to her office and setting down her bag, her supervisor entered with a stack of documents, casually placing them on her desk. He mentioned, almost nonchalantly, that heartbreak was no great matter and that she shouldn't neglect her work due to love. She found it both amusing and exasperating, as the supervisor seemed to be subtly advising her not to resign over this issue, especially with the new year approaching and recruitment becoming increasingly difficult. Of course, she had no intention of resigning, for she would not return. In a world turned upside down, who would still bother to go to work? Yet, she remained silent, merely offering a smile that must have appeared forced to her supervisor. After giving her shoulder a reassuring pat, he departed. Yu Xiaoyang watched him leave, surprised that even he was aware of the situation. It seemed many were in the know. After all, in such a small environment, who could remain oblivious? Perhaps she should not have made such a spectacle. Chapter 18. Yet, she harbored no regrets. Without causing a stir, how could she liberate herself from these 2 scoundrels? In this lifetime, she was determined to sever all ties with them. Throughout the day, whenever Hichuchu delivered documents, she wore a countenance that suggested she was on the verge of speaking, her eyes already reddened, likely due to her dramatic performance in their office. Yu Xiaoyang continued to feign ignorance, refraining from inquiry, keeping matters strictly professional. She focused on her computer after the business at hand was concluded, uttering not a word. After standing there for a while, Hichuchu had no choice but to depart in disappointment. With nothing pressing to occupy her time, she decided to compile a list of necessities. With several thousand yuan at her disposal, she planned to purchase essential supplies to endure the initial weeks of the impending apocalypse. It is worth noting that it would be several weeks before the government would guide them to a safe haven. Until then, everyone would remain hidden in their homes, too fearful to venture out. On this rare occasion, Hichuchu did not come to find her after work. She understood the reason behind it, but paid it no mind, knowing it would eventually need to be addressed. After shutting down her computer and donning her down jacket, she stepped outside. The day was shrouded in overcast skies. Although it didn't rain, it felt particularly frigid. The sky was a heavy shade of gray, resembling the ominous approach of a storm. She sighed softly, acknowledging the truth of the impending tempest. Foregoing a return to her dormitory, she intended to head straight into the city to shop. At the entrance, she unexpectedly encountered a familiar face. Her brow furrowed in annoyance. He seemed to haunt her like a persistent shadow. Perhaps He Chu had called him over. Otherwise, Zhang Sheng's impatient demeanor suggested he was anything but eager to be there. "Yu Xiaoyang," Zhang Sheng called out, anger simmering in his voice. She chose to ignore him. Continuing forward. Irritated, he hastened to catch up. "Did you not hear me calling you?" Finally, Yu Xiaoyang halted, turning her head slightly but remaining aloof. "What do you want?" Taking a deep breath to suppress his rage, Zhang Sheng found it difficult to accept Yu Xiaoyang's unprecedented coldness toward him. Beneath the surface of his words lay a hidden fury. "You are not asking me to break up. You are confirming it. You already know. So there is no need for me to repeat myself. Who gave you permission to break up with me? Are you insulting me, or are you insulting He Chu? Our relationship is innocent. Don't you understand that?" Unable to contain his anger any longer, Zhang Sheng exclaimed. Yu Xiaoyang scoffed internally. These two scoundrels always like to ask. "Don't you know?" What did she know? Did she know they had been toying with her like a fool? "I am already aware of your affair with He Chu. Since you two are in love, would it not be better for me to support your union? Rest assured, I will not stand in your way. Rather, I shall bless your relationship." She had previously conveyed similar sentiments to He Chu and was now prepared to repeat them for his benefit. She spoke as calmly as possible, eager to conclude this matter swiftly so she could proceed with her shopping. Her time was too precious to squander. Zhang Sheng, taken aback by the unprecedented tranquility on Yu Xiaoyang's face, felt a fleeting pang of confusion. Could it be that she truly knew everything? Surely not. He recalled He Chu's assurance that as long as he humbled himself and coaxed her, Yu Xiaoyang would return. He could not quite articulate his feelings for Yu Xiaoyang, but he was infuriated by the prospect of a breakup. After all this time together, he had yet to even touch her. How could he let her slip away so easily? At the very least, he should secure her affection before making any decisions. Chapter 19. Moreover, he knew that Yu Xiaoyang's character and appearance made her exceptionally suited to be a wife, sufficiently docile, devoted to him, and gently nurturing. This way, he could maintain a respectable facade at home while indulging in the pleasures of the outside world. Is it merely about charming women? He has never experienced failure in this regard, so his expertise ought not to be overstated. However, upon noticing the crowd around them casting curious glances, he furrowed his brow and approached, intending to pull Yu Xiaoyang into the car, for he detested being scrutinized like a spectacle. "What are you doing? Let go of me." Yu Xiaoyang regarded Zhang Sheng with suspicion, attempting to pry his fingers from her wrist. She resolutely refused to enter his vehicle. Who could fathom his intentions? Zhang Sheng, meeting her gaze with a scowl, retorted, "If you wish to be the center of attention and become tomorrow's headline at your company, then continue to stand here." Yu Xiaoyang glanced at her colleagues, their curiosity barely concealed, and then at the car, ultimately conceding to move away. "Let's go to that corner over there," she suggested, pointing. If Zhang Sheng truly intended to do something untoward, at least she could make a swift escape. It would be foolish to remain in the car. Zhang Sheng scoffed. "Are you still afraid I might harm you?" Instead of dragging her to the vehicle, he led her to a secluded corner, far from the entrance, where curious onlookers would find it difficult to approach. Upon reaching the corner, Yu Xiaoyang abruptly shook off Zhang Sheng's hand, coldly stating, "Let go. If you have something to say it quickly. I'm pressed for time." Zhang Sheng appeared unfazed, a semblance of a patronizing smile gracing his features, though it seemed insincere. "Yang, are you still intent on causing a scene? Chu and I are innocent. Trust me, my heart belongs to you." He attempted to approach her for an embrace. A flicker of disgust crossed Yu Xiaoyang's face as she swiftly stepped aside. "How repulsive. Do you think I can be so easily manipulated? Don't come near me. I don't care what you and He Chu are up to." "Zhang Sheng, we are finished. We have broken up. Do you understand?" Zhang Sheng registered her disdain, momentarily taken aback before an eruption of anger surged within him. He completely disregarded the kind words He Chu had previously advised him to employ. His wounded male pride ignited, and he blurted out, "Finished? What are you? You dare to say we are done? Even if we break up, it should be my decision. Yu Xiaoyang, have you looked in the mirror? I could have anyone. So go ahead and count your blessings." "Yes, I do like He Chu, She is gentler and more understanding than you. Which man wouldn't he choose her over you? Yu Xiaoyang, ablaze with fury, could no longer contain herself and slapped Zhang Sheng across the face with a resounding crack. Get lost. If he Chu is so wonderful, go seek her out. Why do you keep coming back to me? Are you that desperate? Even though she had long been aware of the truth, the rawness of this confrontation chilled her heart. This was the man she had once bared her soul to, and it dawned on her that he had always looked down upon her. Zhang Sheng stood stunned, quickly recovering, his face a mask of incredulity as he glared at her. Yu Xiaoyang, you dare strike me? Have you lost your mind? He shouted, raising his hand as if to retaliate. Yu Xiaoyang clenched her fists, defiantly presenting her face, her eyes glistening with anger. Go on, strike me if you dare. Zhang Sheng, let me tell you, I have never harbored such hatred for anyone before. I despise betrayal more than anything. Yet both you and he Chu have conspired against me, treating me like a fool. I loathe you. A solitary tear cascaded down her cheek, which she hastily wiped away before running off without a backward glance. Chapter 20. In that moment, Zhang Sheng found himself momentarily paralyzed, failing to seize her as she dashed away. By the time he regained his senses, Yu Xiaoyang had vanished from sight. Cursing under his breath, he lamented the fact that he had never before been struck by a woman. Yu Xiaoyang was the first. He had a clear opportunity to retaliate, yet for reasons unknown, he refrained. Did he possess a tendency for self-martyrdom? As Yu Xiaoyang reached the roadside, a bright bus approached. Without a second thought, she boarded it. After a while, her emotions began to settle. She had struck Zhang Sheng, and it felt exhilarating. She had longed to confront him, but the timing had never been right. After all, he towered over her, and had he chosen to retaliate, she would stand no chance. Yet, once the altercation had commenced, an apology was out of the question. Resolutely, she decided to see it through, and to her surprise, the outcome was quite satisfying. Though that slap could not erase the suffering she endured during the 3 years of the apocalypse, it was, in a sense, a small measure of retribution. The bus meandered its way into the city, and she made a beeline for the largest supermarket, indulging in a shopping spree. It was winter, and with the festive season approaching, the supermarket was bustling with shoppers taking advantage of discounts. She blended in effortlessly. For although the new year was still over a month away, many households had begun stocking up on festive goods. Particularly in this city, there was a tradition of purchasing preserved salty foods, salt, meat, and the like, so no one found it strange to buy in abundance. In the apocalypse, salt had become a precious commodity. A mere spoonful could fetch the price of 2 young maidens, underscoring its desirability, as no one could live without it. With news of her expanded storage space, she also procured some long-lasting milk, confident that it would fit. Her spatial capabilities did not possess preservation features, so buying in moderation was prudent. Excess would be futile. After filling 4 shopping carts, she made several trips to stow her purchases in the storage locker downstairs. Eventually, she deemed her haul sufficient. Any further purchases might draw unwanted attention. 8 large shopping bags held her treasures, and she slipped into the restroom to transfer the heavier items into her space. Next, she took a taxi to the wholesale market, which buzzed with activity in the evening. The lively atmosphere invigorated Yu Xiaoyang, lifting her spirits. She realized that she had been burdened by exhaustion and despair for too long, forgetting that she was, in fact, far better off than many. At least she had foreseen the apocalypse, allowing her time to prepare. Moreover, she possessed a personal space, all of which were potent motivators for her survival in the days to come. 60,000 yuan appears to be a substantial sum, yet once spent, it dissipates all too swiftly. By the time she emerged from the wholesale market, only 13,000 yuan remained in her possession. Over 20,000 had been expended at the supermarket, another 20,000 here, and it seemed she had acquired so little for such an expenditure. She could not fathom how it had vanished. Most of her purchases consisted of ready-to-eat foods, high in energy and easy to preserve. The absence of rice and flour in her cart was deliberate. During a time of chaos and escape, carrying rice to cook was hardly practical. Furthermore, it would be difficult to justify, even if she had the time and energy. Explaining to others why she was fleeing with rice would raise suspicion. She had no desire to attract attention. Her sole aim was to lead a discreet existence with her parents in this apocalyptic world, as long as there was food and drink to sustain them. Indeed, she was timid, but what fault lay in caution? In a world devoid of strength, it is often the timid who survive. Chapter 21. The remaining sum of over 10,000 yuan was earmarked entirely for purchasing medicine. However, She first needed to find a hotel to deposit her belongings. Otherwise, she would be overwhelmed. She located a modest yet secure hotel, placing all her items in the room. Only after confirming the absence of surveillance cameras did she dare to take a shower. She refrained from storing her possessions in her space, for she had already secured what was necessary. The items visible to the outside world were merely for show, some clothing and snacks favored by young women. Emerging from her shower, she felt utterly exhausted, particularly in her hands. Yet upon seeing the supplies in her space, a renewed sense of strength surged within her. These provisions were her lifeline for survival, for herself and her parents. There was no room for fatigue or fear. Feeling a twinge of hunger, she donned her clothes, preparing to venture out for a late-night snack. To deprive herself now would mean opportunities for nourishment would be scarce in the future, especially since she still needed to procure the necessary medications. After securing her room, she stepped out into the street, which had grown quiet, with foot traffic significantly diminished. Unperturbed, she entered a 24-hour noodle shop, ordering a bowl of fried noodles. The proprietor was generous, serving a heaping bowl that delighted her. Perhaps it was the way she savored her meal that endeared her to the owner's wife, who unexpectedly brought her a bowl of pork rib soup. With a face etched with wrinkles yet radiating warmth, she remarked that it was rare to see a girl with such an appetite. "Drink some soup, don't choke." Yu Xiaoyang gratefully accepted the soup, exclaiming how famished she was. The owner's wife responded with a smile, "If my daughter could eat half as well as you, I would be content. She eats like a kitten, just a nibble here and there. It drives me to distraction." Yu Xiaoyang chuckled, but did not indulge in conversation. If her daughter had experienced the apocalypse like she had, she would surely eat much more. In the past, her parents had worried in the same manner, treating meals as if they were poison, barely willing to take a single bite, unless, of course, it was a dish she adored, which would coax her into eating a few more mouthfuls. As a result, her mother's culinary skills had flourished, evolving daily to entice her with delightful variations. Only those who have experienced hunger truly understand the significance of cherishing every morsel of food. This hunger is not merely the absence of one or two meals. It is the relentless deprivation that stretches across years, penetrating deep into the soul. She quickly devoured a large bowl of fried noodles, her gaze lingering on the tea eggs. The proprietress, noticing her longing, generously placed 2 in a bag for her, advising her to enjoy them but not to overindulge. Feeling embarrassed, she hesitated to accept, but it was impossible to fault the woman. She had not tasted an egg in years and found it difficult to divert her gaze. If she had seen them earlier, she would have undoubtedly requested 2. Yet, the proprietress insisted on gifting them, and despite her reluctance, she ultimately accepted. Faced with such kindness from a stranger, her heart swelled with emotion. They were not related, yet this woman offered her 2 eggs. In the pre-apocalyptic world, such an act would be commonplace, but in the aftermath, such items had become virtually unattainable, no matter one's wealth or influence. After a moment's hesitation, she could no longer contain herself and advised, in a couple of days, "Things may not be peaceful. Annie, it's best to stock up on supplies at home, better safe than sorry." With that, she hurried away. Knowing her influence over belief was limited, the proprietress furrowed her brow, contemplating the seemingly normal girl who had spoken such peculiar words. Perhaps she was indeed troubled. But her advice held merit. It was wise to be prepared, especially with the new year approaching. If necessary, she could always give the surplus away. Little did she realize that her casual gift of 2 eggs would forge a bond of goodwill, ensuring her family navigated the most harrowing days in safety. Chapter 22. How much medicine can one buy with over 10,000 yuan? Let me enlighten you. A dozen boxes of calcium tablets, a dozen boxes of vitamins, dozens of boxes of anti-inflammatory medications, and a dozen boxes each of cold and diarrhea remedies. Gone. Yes, all gone. The bag she carried was just the right size for these essentials, not a bit more or less. In truth, if she meticulously calculated her needs, the list would be extensive, yet her funds were insufficient and time was limited. She could only gather supplies gradually during the apocalypse. After all, her storage space was ample enough to accommodate her needs without fear of overcrowding, provided they were not bulk items like food or vehicles. Upon returning to her hotel, she first checked to see if anyone had entered her room. Confirming it was untouched, she entered her storage space, which was in disarray and required organization. Without any psychic powers to assist her, she had to tackle the task piece by piece. Working on her own felt far from exhausting. In fact, The thought of this being her capital for survival in the apocalypse invigorated her. Within an hour, she had organized the space. Water in one area, clothes in another, and food neatly stored away. In her 300 square feet, she established a simple arrangement, ensuring future organization would be hassle-free and retrieval convenient. Everything was meticulously arranged before she finally retired for the night. After a restful slumber, she awoke feeling invigorated, her spirit brimming with vitality. Today marked Christmas, and a meteor shower was scheduled to grace the night sky at 10 o'clock. While everyone would be making wishes upon the shooting stars, the entire world would descend into chaos. After completing her final shift of the day, she planned to leave. If circumstances allowed, she would have departed immediately. Yet she understood the necessity of patience. Choo recognized the significance she placed on her job, and she would not abandon it for any reason. She wished to avoid arousing even the slightest suspicion, for she sought to lead her days free from disturbances and doubt. After freshening up, she purchased a few buns and boarded the bus to the factory. Initially, she intended to stop by the dormitory to organize her belongings and stow some supplies in her suitcase. However, she deemed it too bothersome. She could accomplish that after work. So she proceeded directly to the office. Choo was astute enough not to trouble her that morning, which brought her great relief. Faced with such brazen audacity, her mind felt as if it might explode. At noon, her father sent a message inquiring whether she would be home for dinner, especially since tomorrow was a day off. Previously, she might not have understood, but now she realized that her father, despite his casual tone, longed for her return. She promptly replied that she would come home for a delicious meal. Her father quickly responded, reminding her to be cautious on her journey, without asking anything further, not even what she wished to eat. There was no need for such inquiries, for her parents were well aware of her culinary preferences, perhaps even better than she herself was. Unexpectedly, the perceptive Choo, who had been considerate all morning, chose to disregard that courtesy at lunchtime. Acting as if nothing had transpired, she approached her to suggest they dine together in the cafeteria. A wave of frustration washed over her. It seemed as if Choo had stolen her man, and, instead of retreating, flaunted her triumph in front of her. How could she not confront her for this transgression? Chapter 23. As a rational individual, one cannot fathom the thoughts of a manipulative vixen. Similarly, she could not comprehend Choo's mindset. She believed they had reached a breaking point, where it was evident they were at odds. Yet Choo still approached her nonchalantly to share a meal. No, thank you, she thought. It wasn't that she didn't want to eat. Rather, she simply did not wish to dine with her. Otherwise, she would have expressed her hunger, despite feeling ravenous. Yang, I am genuinely worried about you. You did not come home last night, and I am uncertain of your whereabouts. Did something happen to you? What was with that feigned concern, dripping with both glee and pity? Did she so readily wish to cast blame upon her? Before she could even respond, Choo was already speculating about her circumstances, wearing a look of mock sympathy that implied something dreadful had befallen her the previous night. Choo's maneuver was indeed quite clever. But does she really believe herself to be so easily trifled with? She would not accept such slander. With a cold huff, she unabashedly displayed her disdain and sarcasm. I merely spent a night at the hotel. I have no desire to share a room with someone reeking of foulness. I fear it may taint me. What sort of person exudes such an odor? The scent of a fox, perhaps. To label Choo a seductress is to insult the very essence of foxes. How could she be unaware? Yu Xiaoyang had never uttered such cruel and heavy words to her. In disbelief, she took a step back. Do you still not believe me? Yu Xiaoyang's expression hardened. Devoid of warmth. Why should I believe you? I have stated clearly that as long as you shed your clothes and reveal that you are not sullied, I shall trust you. But you refuse to comply. Perhaps you are unaware, but Zhang Sheng has already confessed. He stated that he loves you and has never had feelings for me. He described you as gentle and kind, qualities I cannot match. If that is the case, what more is there to discuss? Choo's complexion paled. No, that cannot be. How could Zhang Sheng say such a thing? Has he lost his mind? She had claimed their relationship was impossible. If you do not believe me, feel free to ask Zhang Sheng. Do not bother me any longer. You and he betrayed me first, and now you expect my forgiveness? Choo, remember this. It was you and Zhang Sheng who turned against me. The pain you both inflicted upon me shall never be forgotten. With that, she attempted to push past Choo, intending to return to her dormitory. Yet, Choo suddenly grasped her arm, surprising her with her unexpected strength. Choo's eyes were red-rimmed as she gazed at her, biting her lip with determination. Have you truly made up your mind? If I were to say that there is nothing between Zhang and me, you would not believe it, would you? She could not fathom why, even at this juncture, Chu could maintain such an air of righteousness, as if the whole world had wronged her. She appeared as a pure flower, yet no one understood her, and all had inflicted harm upon her. How cruel this was! But this was merely Chu's one-sided delusion. No one is a fool, and after enduring pain for so long, one would not choose to believe, especially not her. Thus, without a second thought, she pushed Chu's hand away and stepped back, coolly stating, Zhang professed his love for you. He intended to pursue you from the very beginning and has never held any affection for me. Am I fabricating this? Chapter 24, Chu burst into tears. The tears that had already filled her eyes cascading down and soaking her scarf. She wiped her face, casting a meaningful glance at Yu Xiaoyang, murmuring, I understand. Before swiftly fleeing, Yu Xiaoyang was left bewildered. Understand what? She paused, wondering if Chu had concocted yet another vile scheme against her. However, she soon regained her composure. It mattered not. After work today, she would depart, and perhaps she would never see Chu again. No matter what scheme she devised against her, it would be of no consequence. With her mind elsewhere, she closed the office door and proceeded directly to the cafeteria. Her interest in the cafeteria had grown immensely. Perhaps one could say her fascination with food had intensified, as she had been famished for far too long. The afternoon swiftly passed, and as the clock signaled the end of the workday, she leapt from her chair, her belongings already packed, eagerly awaiting her departure. Suppressing her exhilaration, she hurried towards the dormitory, where she would gather her things and a few articles of clothing, finally leaving this place behind, perhaps never to return in her lifetime. She rummaged through her space for snacks and milk, hesitating over whether to pack her cosmetics, but then thought, in a post-apocalyptic world, would it not be conspicuous to still wear makeup? Suddenly, the door swung open. It was none other than Chu, who, upon catching a glimpse of the suitcase on the floor, furrowed her brow and asked, Are you going home? Yu Xiaoyang responded with a curt explaining that her parents wanted her home for Christmas. She had no desire to revisit the topic of Chu and Zhang. What about Zhang? He is waiting outside for you. He found a restaurant and wants to speak with you, Chu continued. Yu Xiaoyang scoffed, a sardonic smile gracing her lips as she regarded Chu. Is he inviting me, or is he inviting you? You have already inflicted such pain upon me. Is that not enough? Do you wish for me to witness your display of affection? Chu froze, then hurriedly clarified, No, Yang, you've misunderstood. Zhang genuinely wishes to apologize. I don't know what it would take for you to forgive me, but I truly do not want to lose you as a friend. Was this an indirect admission? An acknowledgement that they had indeed shared a room before? An admission of their betrayal? Seeing Yu Xiaoyang silent, Chu assumed she was softening and stepped forward, grasping her hand. Yang, do you finally believe me? It's all a misunderstanding. We just need to clear it up. Will you give us another chance? Misunderstanding? The words were sweetly spoken, yet they felt like the stubborn denial of a dying duck, refusing to acknowledge its fate. Did they think that by not admitting the truth, she would be swayed? Such delusions. She had personally captured the photographs, witnessed the events with her own eyes, and seen the lives they had extinguished. Did they dare to ask her to believe them? Oh, they remained blissfully unaware that they had personally taken her life during those 3 years in the apocalypse. In truth, there were signs she could have discerned. Yet her own naivety had clouded her judgment, leading her to overlook them. She pondered that even had the apocalypse not arrived, having 2 deceitful individuals by her side would surely lead to a grim fate. Chapter 25. No need, she began, but before she could finish her thought, a sudden uproar erupted from outside, compelling her to instinctively glance toward the commotion. In an instant, she was frozen in shock. Meteor showers? Why was this happening? It was only 5 o'clock. Why had they appeared a full 5 hours early? Outside, people were already exclaiming in astonishment at the sight of a meteor during the day. It was indeed a most peculiar phenomenon, for one seldom hears of meteors being visible in daylight. Only Yu Xiaoyang understood that this was no ordinary meteor. It bore a virus that would transform the earth into a hellish realm. Many were shouting wishes to the meteor, and Chu found herself irresistibly drawn outside. She sensed something was amiss. This meteor had an eerie quality about it. Yu Xiaoyang's mind was a tumult of thoughts, with numerous ideas surfacing only to be dismissed one by one. Returning home now was perilous. Remaining outside was ill-advised, for after the meteor's passage, all would succumb to a deep slumber. Upon awakening, Some would have transformed into zombies, while others would still be alive. Once the zombies arose, they would feast upon the living. Thus, she could not leave. Quickly, she retrieved her phone and dialed her father. Their family bookstore was still open, and if her parents fell unconscious, it would be dire if the zombies awoke before them. When the call connected, she cut straight to the chase, omitting any pleasantries. Dad, you must close the bookstore immediately and go upstairs with Mom. Remember, no matter what happens, do not open the door. Her father, momentarily bewildered, responded, Yang, what is happening? Did you get into trouble? Is everything all right? Please come home. I can sort it out. Yu Xiaoyang felt tears welling up, but managed to suppress them. Dad, please. Do not ask questions. If you still consider me your daughter, heed my words. Close the door and secure it. I need to hear you do this, or I shall never speak to you again. Perhaps her urgency and fear resonated with him, for though he was perplexed, he acquiesced, saying, All right, don't cry. I will lock the door now. After a brief wait, hearing the reassuring beep of the security door, she felt a measure of relief and continued to remind him to secure the glass door inside as well. She could hear her mother asking what was wrong, why they were suddenly closing the store, while her father attempted to explain. It seemed her mother had seized the phone. Yang, what is it? What is happening? Please, speak to me and don't frighten your mother. Sniffing back her fear, she replied, It's nothing, but a storm is brewing. Mom, remember, no matter what happens, do not open the door, understand? You must remember my words and do not come looking for me. I will be home in 3 days at the latest. She could already feel the phone's signal faltering, leaving no time to listen to her mother's anxious replies. With one last imperative, she urged, Wait for me. Do not open the door, regardless of what occurs. Yet, before she could finish, the call was abruptly severed, leaving her to hear her mother's frantic cries. Yang, filled with urgency and worry. The world around her began to fray, as if the apocalypse had arrived prematurely. Choo hurriedly entered through the door, slamming it shut with a sense of urgency. Yu Xiaoyang inquired calmly, What's wrong? Choo appeared bewildered, responding, I don't know. All I'm aware of is that it's perilous outside. Yang, please do not venture out. Yu Xiaoyang chose to remain silent, merely casting a profound glance at her. Indeed, this is the fate of the protagonist. Choo's intuition is often astoundingly accurate, almost as if bestowed upon her by the heavens themselves. In chapter 26, even she could not help but feel envious. Over the past 3 years of the apocalypse, they had narrowly escaped waves of zombies or mutated beasts numerous times, all thanks to Choo's instincts. Yet, nothing comes without a price. It seems she possesses a unique charm, as calamities seem to gravitate towards her. Yu Xiaoyang silently pulled the box back, realizing that it was indeed impossible to leave. She had already contacted her parents, and as long as they were safe, her worries were somewhat alleviated. She resolved to take things as they come. However, Choo believed she was about to leave, and immediately rushed over to grasp the box. Her brow furrowed in urgency. Yang, please just listen to me this once. Don't leave, all right? Her heart was restless, sensing that something was about to transpire. She did not wish to be alone in this desolate room. Regardless of the circumstances, Yu Xiaoyang was a familiar presence, providing her with a semblance of comfort. Yu Xiaoyang glanced at her indifferently, stating, I merely wish to set my things down. Choo's face flushed, and she quickly released her grip, awkwardly responding, Oh. Peering out the window, she noticed many people drawn outside, pointing at the meteors streaking across the sky, capturing photographs and making wishes. Yu Xiaoyang recalled a past life when Zhang Sheng had reserved a private dining room for them to celebrate Christmas, their dinner extending from 8 to 10 o'clock. Just as they were about to settle the bill, meteors appeared outside. Choo sensed something was amiss and promptly ushered them back into the room, locking the door. Before long, they succumbed to unconsciousness, awakening a day later to find the world irrevocably changed. Since they would soon lose consciousness anyway, after placing the box beside the bed, she chose to recline on the mattress, thinking that if she were to faint, it might as well be in a comfortable position. But my parents, she sighed. Never mind, it's best not to overthink it. As long as I know they are safe now, I can return to them swiftly. Choo hesitated for a moment before sitting down beside her bed, startling Yu Xiaoyang into jumping up from the bed, clutching her plush toy Ollie, and eyeing her warily. What are you doing here? Surely you Haven Tea concocted another malicious scheme? Choo was taken aback by her reaction, her face reddening as she quickly sought to clarify. Yang, you've misunderstood. I'm just really frightened. Yu Xiaoyang twitched her lips, responding, "Even if you're scared, you shouldn't seek comfort from me." Their relationship could be characterized as one of rivalry, or perhaps even enmity. They were, in essence, adversaries. The notion of seeking solace from an enemy was simply absurd. What is there to fear? It is merely a meteor shower. Once it ceases, I shall take my leave. You should retreat to your bed now. Chu bit her lip, casting a timid glance her way, seemingly caught between words. Then, cautiously biting her lower lip, she spoke, Yang. Do you truly not intend to forgive me? I assure you, I will not pursue anything with Zhongshen. Those words he uttered were merely in anger. He chose a restaurant specifically for you, meticulously selecting dishes you adore as an apology. Could you not refuse him? Of course not. Why would she be foolish enough to dine with them? Besides, in this apocalyptic world, who has the luxury to indulge in a restaurant meal? She planned to wait until the meteor shower passed before making her escape. As for those two wretches, should their paths cross again, she would undoubtedly seize the opportunity for retribution. If fate intervened and they never met again, then past grievances could be set aside. Please, do not disappoint her. One must strive to survive in this merciless end of days. Chapter 27. She waved her hand, intending to decline, but her mind clouded. And before she could utter a word, her body collapsed. With Chu still beside her, she hesitated to succumb to unconsciousness. Forcing her eyes open to see that Chu seemed to have fainted at the edge of her bed. Though reluctant, her eyelids grew heavy, and she drifted into a deep slumber. The world seemed to fall silent. No one comprehended the implications of this sudden meteor shower. For those who did were too preoccupied with fleeing for their lives to ponder such matters. When she awoke again, her throat felt parched, as if it had been ages since she last drank water. Sitting up, she noticed Chu still sprawled on the edge of the bed, still unconscious. She could not muster the energy to care. If Chu were to transform into a zombie, it would save her considerable effort. In truth, if she were to eliminate her now, no one would trouble her, and she could sever future entanglements. Yet, where would be the thrill in that? She yearned to witness whether Chu could survive the impending zombie tide and awaken her abilities, living as freely as she had in her previous life. Only she comprehended the brutality of this apocalypse. Killing Chu now might indeed be a form of liberation, but she refrained, deciding instead to allow Chu to experience despair and suffering. After all, such cruelty required a full-bodied encounter. She rummaged through a box and found a bottle of mineral water. Her thirst was overwhelming, and she drained it in moments. She tested whether she had awakened any powers. The first individuals to awaken abilities during the apocalypse would become the future stronghold, making this the opportune moment to awaken such powers. Alas, disappointment washed over her as she sensed no stirring of abilities within her. She sighed, attempting to console herself. It was all right. She need not surrender so easily. Opportunities would arise again. It was said that those who were scratched by zombies had a substantial chance of awakening abilities. Regrettably, in her past life, Chu's actions had hindered her success, yet this also indicated that she had the potential to awaken abilities. With this thought, her spirits lifted slightly. Chu suddenly made a noise, causing Yu Xiaoyang to tense up and look back at her with caution. Oh. She had always known that Chu was not so easily subdued. Chu rubbed her head, her consciousness still somewhat hazy, and gazed at Yu Xiaoyang, inevitably asking, "What happened to me? Why am I on the floor?" Yu Xiaoyang finished the last sip of water from her bottle before replying nonchalantly, "I don't know. I just woke up too, parched to death, and was drinking water." Chu swallowed hard, biting her lip as she said, "Is there any water left? Could you spare me a little? I'm quite thirsty," her voice dwindling to a whisper, seemingly embarrassed. In their dormitory, someone would typically deliver water, but unfortunately, after finishing it the previous day, neither she nor Chu had reported to the aunt, and thus no one had come to replenish their supply. Yu Xiaoyang couldn't help but chuckle. She remembered how she used to ask Chu the same thing. What had Chu said back then? Oh, she recalled it well. "It's not that I don't want to give you any, Yang. You know that our water elemental ability has weak offensive power. My level is too low, the amount of water I can produce is limited, and I must upgrade to access more water. Otherwise, I can hardly produce any at all." What she meant was that they needed crystal cores to upgrade. Since then, whenever she needed water, she had to buy it from Chu, who pocketed most of the crystals she earned. After all, water was exorbitantly priced in the apocalypse. Chapter 28. She had stocked up dozens of boxes of the largest bottled mineral water in her space, but it was still insufficient, far too little. Thus, she planned to raid a few water-selling spots on her way back home from the dormitory. However, after some contemplation, she decided to give Hichuchu a bottle. It wasn't tea out of kindness, but rather a desire to avoid being pestered by her. If she didn't comply, Hichuchu would undoubtedly cling to her persistently, which was not something she desired. Realizing that it was the apocalypse, it was unwise to drag along boxes. While Hichuchu was in the restroom, she transferred everything from the boxes into her space, carrying only a backpack for a lighter load, making it easier to tackle whatever challenges lay ahead. Outside, it seemed that others were beginning to regain consciousness, a cacophony of chaotic noises mixed with cries for help and wails of pain. "Hey, what is wrong with you? Why are you biting me? Let go, or I want tea hold back, you lunatic. Ah, Wangke, your bite hurts so much. Let me go, please, Wa." Hichuchu cautiously opened the window and leaned out, curious about the commotion outside, but her face turned pale instantly. Her breathing quickened as if she had witnessed the most horrifying scene imaginable. She could hardly maintain her composure, her complexion drained, and finally, she screamed, "Use your phone to call for help. This is madness. They've gone insane. I need to call the police." Yu Xiaoyang did not stop her, merely continuing to pack her clothes. Unsurprisingly, the call did not go through. Hichuchu's complexion had turned pale to an alarming degree, her eyes wide with fear as she glanced downwards. The normally astute and lively girl was now devoid of focus, staring blankly at Yu Xiaoyang. "My phone has no signal. Could you lend me yours to make a call?" Yu Xiaoyang casually picked up her phone, glanced at it, and replied nonchalantly, "My phone has no signal either," before feigning confusion and asking Hichuchu, "What's wrong? Why do you look so pale?" To mention it was to evoke a tremor within Hichuchu. She took a deep breath to steady her frayed nerves. "There are people outside, eating people. I don't know what is happening." Yu Xiaoyang shot her a skeptical glance, exasperated. "What are you talking about? Are we in an apocalypse?" Hichuchu's pupils dilated in disbelief, her gaze unfocused as she stared at Yu Xiaoyang. "Apocalypse? Yes, it's exactly that. Look, just look. There are indeed people out there consuming others." As she spoke, she pulled Yu Xiaoyang towards the window, still baffled by the sudden strength Hichuchu seemed to possess. On the path leading back to the dormitory, it was true that there were individuals being devoured. No, the undead were feasting upon the living. This was a scene Yu Xiaoyang had witnessed countless times. Yet Hichuchu remained oblivious. Thus, she maintained an appearance of sheer panic, instinctively retreating a few steps while murmuring to herself, "How could this be happening? We need to call the police. But there's no signal. What do we do?" Overwhelmed by her fear, Hichuchu burst into tears, as if trying to expel all her terror. A girl rushed past, presumably seeking to escape this nightmare, but was suddenly seized by the surrounding zombies. A frail woman stood no chance against 4 or 5 of the undead, and soon she collapsed amidst a pool of blood, the zombies surrounding her, ripping her apart. Despite being accustomed to such horrors, Yu Xiaoyang felt her stomach churn. Each encounter, no matter how frequent, still instilled a deep-rooted fear, the dread of becoming the next victim. Humanity is such that we only comprehend fear when calamity is imminent. Chapter 29. They were in a newly developed area, which had the advantage of fewer people and vehicles on the roads, though crowds were concentrated in factories and offices, as the zombies had yet to emerge. Now was the optimal moment to flee. If they waited another day or two, the streets would be overrun with the undead, drawn to wherever the living congregated. That would be the true moment of peril. Imagine stepping out of an office only to be pursued by former colleagues now turned into zombies from other companies. With this thought in mind, she decisively slung her packed bag over her shoulder and prepared to leave. Hichuchu hastily stopped her. "Yang, where are you going? Please don't leave, all right? I have a terrible premonition. It's dangerous outside. Don't those cannibals resemble the zombies from TV shows?" Yu Xiaoyang cast a glance at the shaken Hichuchu and replied, "Precisely because of that, I must leave. I need to find the police and then return home to my parents." She had no intention of actually seeking the police. That would be no different from courting death. The authorities were barely holding on themselves. "But it's so dangerous out there. Can't you just stay? The police will come rescue us eventually." Yu Xiaoyang's resolve was unshakable, and no amount of persuasion would sway her. Her expression darkened as she declared, "I have to go. We can't just sit here waiting for doom. If this truly is the apocalypse, I need to be with my parents." Hichuchu stared at her in silence, realizing her words fell on deaf ears. Yet abandoning her friend here alone was unthinkable. Without water or food, she would perish. Biting her lip in hesitation, she wrestled with her thoughts before finally steeling herself. Then, I'll go with you. What? Yu Xiaoyang was taken aback. Why should she leave just like him? What justified that? Who would agree to such a thing? She must be utterly mad to associate with you. Without a moment's hesitation, she dismissed me, opting instead to seek refuge with my parents. Why are you following me? Are you afraid that he Chu will continue to pester me? In a fit of determination, she suggested that you should pursue Zhang Sheng. He is the one who truly loves you. Yes, go to Zhang Sheng. You two are destined for each other. Why cling to him when you could seek her instead? He Chu wore an expression that teetered between tears and despair, her delicate eyelashes adorned with glistening droplets, casting a pitiful glance in her direction. You truly do not believe me, she lamented. Of course, she does not believe you. To trust you would mean to betray herself. It is absurd to pose such unfruitful questions repeatedly, as if we were in a melodramatic tale. In truth, she had underestimated He Chu's audacity. Gripping her backpack tightly, she turned her head defiantly and declared, I shall go wherever Yang Yang goes. You either stay with me, or I will accompany you. Yu Xiaoyang was taken aback, staring at He Chu in stunned silence for a while. Her lips moved, yet no words escaped. After a moment, she conjured a phrase, the timid fear the bold fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the shameless. When a person has discarded all sense of shame, what more could she desire? However, He Chu was resolute. She was not to be trifled with. All her efforts were aimed at liberating herself from He Chu's grasp, and there was no way she would allow herself to be ensnared again. Taking a few deep breaths to quell the fury within, she narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing He Chu. She intended to let He Chu suffer through the trials of this world before making her move. Yet if she continued to cling to her so tenaciously, she would not hesitate to act sooner rather than later. Chapter 30. After all, resolving this matter promptly would avert numerous complications and provide a sense of closure from her past life. Moreover, He Chu is certainly no match for her. She has accumulated countless experiences over 3 years in the apocalypse and in battles against the undead, knowing precisely how to kill swiftly. Although her current physique cannot compare to her former self, dealing with an unarmed He Chu would still be a trivial task. Just as her murderous intent began to surface, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door. It must be a person, not an undead, as the latter would collide with the door rather than knock with such courtesy. Yang, Chu, are you there? It is Zhang Sheng. Hurry and open the door. Zhang Sheng, that scoundrel, what is he doing here? This defies logic. Should he not be at the company fulfilling his duties? Or perhaps one should revel over there. For one certainly should not linger here. She had yet to gather her thoughts when He Chu had already rushed to open the door. Upon encountering Zhang Sheng, she was so overwhelmed with excitement that she nearly embraced him. Zhang Sheng, you finally arrived. I was so worried about Yang. Zhang Sheng placed his hands on her shoulders. Noticing that although her expression was not bright, she appeared clean and unharmed, suggesting that no calamity had befallen her. Are you all right? He then cast a glance at Yu Xiaoyang, who stood quietly behind him. Yu Xiaoyang paid no heed to his earnest demeanor, merely responding with indifference, I'm still alive. Zhang Sheng was momentarily taken aback. He Chu turned to her, discontent evident in her gaze. Yang, how can you speak to Zhang Sheng like that? He took such great risks to find you. Don't you care about him at all? Yu Xiaoyang rolled her eyes. But you're here, aren't you? Is my concern even necessary? The moment Zhang Sheng arrived, she had thrown herself into his arms, leaving no room for her feelings to be considered. He Chu, feeling cornered and blushing furiously, cast a glance of silent grievance towards Zhang Sheng, but chose to remain silent, lowering her head in resignation. A flicker of anger crossed Zhang Sheng's face. How can you speak like that? After all, I came here for both of you. Yu Xiaoyang immediately seized upon his verbal misstep. See, it's you both, not me. Zhang Sheng was greatly vexed, his chest rising and falling heavily as he struggled to contain his frustration towards her. He had far more pressing matters to discuss. If his conjectures were correct, the world outside had undergone a profound transformation. He had heard from He Chu to wait for them outside the company after their work shift and then treat Yu Xiaoyang to dinner, intending to soothe her. However, upon his arrival, he was met with a meteor shower that rendered him unconscious. When he awoke, he discovered that a full day and night had elapsed. And what had he witnessed? Cannibalism? Despair? The end of the world? He could hardly believe his eyes. Fortunately, he had lost consciousness inside the vehicle, and he regained his senses relatively early, sparing him from being captured by that ravenous creature. he witnessed a couple awakening. The woman seized the man's arm and bit down with tremendous force, managing to tear away a chunk of flesh in just a few bites. The man, jolted awake by the agony, found himself once more subdued by the woman, who then sank her teeth into his neck. He never awakened again. He was so frightened that he could barely muster the courage to exit the vehicle. However, soon a zombie approached and began to bang on his car, and he realized he had been discovered. Somehow, he found the audacity within himself. He located a hammer in the car and struck down the creature that sought to devour him. As blood splattered across his face, he was overwhelmed by an indescribable mix of emotions: relief, exhilaration, and fear. He understood that this place was perilous, and being unfamiliar with anyone here left him with nowhere to hide. Thus, he sought out Yu Xiaoyang and He Chu-Chu, relieved to find that they were still alive. He was not alone. Chapter 31. Zhang Sheng, stop Yang. She intends to return home. It's far too unsafe outside. How can a girl go back alone? Zhang Sheng frowned in disbelief. What? Are you out of your mind? You have no idea what is happening outside. Let me tell you, having just come in, the situation out there can only be described as hellish. You still want to venture out? Are you courting death? This is not the time for such recklessness. Yu Xiaoyang disregarded Zhang Sheng's barrage of warnings. She was resolute in her decision to return. She had failed to do so in her previous life, and she would not allow regret to linger this time. Besides, she had promised her parents she would return within 3 days. Moreover, regardless of her intentions, she could never remain with these two untrustworthy individuals. She would rather face the zombies outside. You choose to stay, that is your decision. I shall follow my own path, and it has nothing to do with you. I'll say it once more, step aside. He Chu-Chu was quite displeased with Yu Xiaoyang's stubborn demeanor. Yet she suppressed her discomfort and continued to plead with her. It's far too dangerous for you to be out there alone. It would be better for you to stay here, whether as a pawn or an excuse. It wouldn't be detrimental to you. Yang, don't be obstinate. I know you still harbor doubts about Zhang Sheng and me, but time reveals true character. You will come to understand that Zhang Sheng and I have nothing between us. What he said yesterday was merely to provoke you, to gauge how much you care for him, she said, casting a teary glance at Zhang Sheng, the implication clear. Zhang Sheng suppressed his own frustration, nodding nonchalantly. Yes, Chu-Chu is right. I was just teasing you. It was all in jest. In jest? How amusing. Was it also a jest when you attempted to kill her? No, she had to leave. The longer she delayed, the more unfavorable it would be for her. She had no time to continue entangling herself with them. With a wry smile, she looked at He Chu-Chu. You don't truly believe that staying here guarantees safety, do you? This is a development zone. While there may be few people, they are concentrated in various companies and factories. Once they break loose, do you think the consequences will be trivial? Moreover, there is no water or food here. How long can you possibly remain? So, if you choose not to leave, just don't hinder me. Seizing the moment while He Chu-Chu and Zhang Sheng were momentarily stunned, she dashed towards the door, her hand on the doorknob, ready to leave. He Chu-Chu walked as if awakened from a dream, while Zhang Sheng grasped her arm, incredulously exclaiming, Have you lost your mind? Don't listen to her. It's far too terrifying outside. You have no idea how dreadful those monsters are. The police will come to rescue us. We should simply wait here. He Chu-Chu wavered, her instincts urging her to flee, sensing the imminent danger, yet her rational mind echoed Zhang Sheng's words. Surely the police would arrive. This was not a television drama. How could the apocalypse truly be upon them? Perhaps it was merely a virus, and in a few days, everything would return to normal, nothing as horrifying as it seemed. Yes, that must be it. She had overthought the situation. When she raised her gaze to persuade Yu Xiaoyang to remain with her, she discovered that Yu Xiaoyang had slipped away without her noticing. Her complexion paled. When had Yu Xiaoyang become so elusive, like a serpent, no longer heeding her control? It was all Zhang Sheng's fault for being so careless. If their predicament had not been discovered by Yu Xiaoyang, she would still be under He Chu-Chu's influence, instead of now speaking with such sharp, venomous words. Chapter 32. Yu Xiaoyang regarded the two, still deliberating with a cold smile, saying nothing as she lightly opened the door and slipped outside, leaving them to their discussions, while she herself had already exited. The dormitory area remained relatively quiet. She lived on the 3rd floor, avoiding the elevator. Passing other dorms, she heard banging sounds from within. Presumably, the occupants had transformed into zombies, unable to open the doors. Navigating the stairs required confronting the lurking threat of zombies that might unexpectedly emerge from around the corners. She broke the glass of the fire hydrant and retrieved the axe within, taking a deep breath. "It's all right, Yu Xiaoyang. You can do this," she reassured herself. This was not her first encounter with zombies. By eliminating them, she would ensure her safety. Perhaps she should feel fortunate for returning to the dormitory early, as the area was particularly sparse of people. Thus far, she had not encountered a single zombie on her descent to the first floor. However, she could not afford to lower her guard. One could never predict when or from where they might emerge to claim one's life. Caution was paramount. Just as she was about to push open the glass door leading outside, a roar erupted behind her. Her body stiffened instinctively, her reflexes outpacing her thoughts. The axe struck out, splattering a thick, crimson spray across her face, but there was no time to wipe it away before delivering another blow. In the early stages of the apocalypse, zombies were relatively easy to dispatch. They had not yet become bloated with flesh, their limbs still stiff. With careful evasion, one could completely avoid being scratched. Unfortunately, many failed to comprehend this truth, succumbing to panic-stricken screams upon sighting a zombie, an act tantamount to suicide. In such moments, one must either seize a weapon to vanquish the threat or flee swiftly, for the relentless pursuit would ensue until they lost the scent, potentially drawing more companions into the fray. Congratulations, you are not far from death. Upon witnessing the zombie collapse entirely, she reached up to wipe the blood and grime from her face. It was the dormitory's administrator, a jovial woman who usually treated them well. To her astonishment, she was among the first to transform into a zombie in this apocalyptic world. She felt no remorse, for she understood that had she not taken her down, her own life would have been forfeit. She had no desire to perish. Thus, she wielded her weapon to safeguard her existence. In contrast, the zombies outside seemed to proliferate, as the absence of human presence allowed them to roam aimlessly. A handful of them wandered mindlessly beneath the dormitory, while others squatted together, feasting on flesh. Those without a single wound were among the initial batch of zombies. Those bearing injuries, such as a missing arm or leg, or a gaping hole in their abdomen, had succumbed to bites before their transformation. The first wave of zombies would grow remarkably powerful, akin to humans awakening extraordinary abilities. This power was bestowed upon them by the meteor shower, irrespective of whether it was a boon or a curse. Yu Xiaoyang recognized a colleague from her company, Su Jiao, a strikingly beautiful young woman from the finance department, who was typically pursued by many admirers. Their relationship was merely professional, perhaps marked by an unspoken rivalry, an aversion perhaps stemming from their shared gender or the scent of kinship. Su Jiao, too, was among the first to become a zombie. She must have collapsed suddenly on her way back to the dormitory. Now, her face was pallid, devoid of its usual radiance, as she aimlessly wandered beneath the dormitory, seemingly patrolling her territory, occasionally emitting a guttural roar at other zombies. Chapter 33. Yu Xiaoyang contemplated her next move and resolved to avoid them. 4 or 5 zombies were not yet within her capacity to confront. Unless absolutely necessary, she wished to refrain from a direct clash, for danger still loomed ahead, and she aimed to conserve her strength. However, if she were to refrain from traversing forward, she would need to navigate around the woods behind the dormitory to exit through the main gate, which posed an even greater peril. Not only was there the uncertainty of how many zombies might emerge from the factories beyond the woods, but the journey would also be considerably longer. Yet, how could she pass through without arousing their attention? As he hesitated, Xiaoyang noticed 2 young women stealthily making their way from the office area. Their faces appeared somewhat familiar, yet he could not recall their names. They were likely assistants from the executive side. He wondered why they were heading towards the dormitory area. If they were indeed fleeing, one would think they would be making a beeline for the main entrance, wouldn't one? They should not have noticed the 4 or 5 zombies lurking at the entrance of the dormitory, perfectly obscured from their view by several evergreen trees positioned between them. Their inability to see the undead does not imply that the zombies will not detect them. Yu Xiaoyang understood fully that she must prevent them from approaching this direction. Otherwise, it would only lead them into the dormitory. However, she found herself unable to communicate with them, for such an action would merely attract the zombies' attention to their presence. It was imperative that she act swiftly. Should the zombies be drawn to them and begin to batter against the door, her escape would become utterly impossible. The 2 individuals rushing towards her seemed to have spotted her, their eyes lighting up as they called out, "Hey, quickly open the door! Is Minister Li sending you down to meet us?" Yao Shanshan inwardly cursed. Fools, they are about to become live targets. Indeed, Su Jiao and several other zombies were successfully lured away by them. The two girls screamed and desperately ran towards the door, pleading, "Open the door, please." Yu Xiaoyang hesitated momentarily. If she did not open the door, those two girls would surely perish at the threshold, devoured by the zombies. The ensuing bloodshed would incite the undead into a frenzy, relentlessly assaulting the glass door. It would not be long before they broke in. Conversely, should she choose to open the door, the zombies would also rush towards it. With food so near, the zombies would not surrender easily. However, once they entered, the girls could retreat upstairs, thereby evading the immediate peril. To open or not to open was the dilemma. Should she allow them to perish outside, or grant them refuge within? Suddenly, her gaze swept over a window at the back. In a bid for aesthetics, the dormitory had not been fitted with protective bars, merely glass. Given that there were security personnel at the entrance of the factory and regular patrols, safety was not a concern. Quickly, an idea formed in her mind. She would let them in and then leap from the window. The four zombies had already been drawn towards the two girls. If the girls were clever enough to shut the door behind them and then dash upstairs to find Minister Li, there remained a chance for survival. If they lacked the wit or the speed to outpace the zombies, well, she could offer no salvation. She had done her utmost. By opening the door for them and luring the zombies towards her, she could then escape through the back window. At this point, the zombies would be entirely fixated on the girls and would not pursue her. Even if she attracted their attention while circumventing them, a sufficient distance would have been established, and she believed she could evade the zombies. With this resolve, she ceased her internal conflict and swiftly pulled open the glass door, making her way to the window. At the moment she leaped from the window, the two girls rushed inside. Whether they remembered to close the door, she could not ascertain, for she had no time to concern herself with trivial matters. Chapter 34. Run, run. Only by running with all her might could she hope to survive. Fueled by an indomitable will, she traversed the distance to the main gate, typically a 10-minute journey, in a mere 2 minutes. In times of peril, human beings could unleash tremendous bursts of energy. The apocalypse had coincided with the end of the workday. Most were still trapped in their offices, leaving only a handful outside. Upon exiting the security room, she discovered that the number of zombies at the entrance was not overwhelming. A few zombies were sprawled on the ground, feasting on their prey. Yao Shanshan cautiously approached, careful not to draw their attention. At that moment, the zombies had only just awakened. The allure of flesh and blood was their utmost temptation. With sufficient caution, she could indeed depart unnoticed. Moreover, her 3 years of experience in this post-apocalyptic world had not been in vain. She was confident in her ability to navigate past these few zombies. Zhang Sheng's car was still parked at the entrance, a white Volkswagen that she spotted at once. She dashed over, noticing that Zhang Sheng, in his haste, had left the keys in the ignition. She flung open the door, slid into the driver's seat, and swiftly shut the door behind her. The engine roared to life, and the car sped away like an arrow, her movements seamless and without delay. Given the sparse traffic in the new district, particularly during the rush hour, the streets were almost deserted. This was precisely why she had chosen this time to depart, believing it would not be long before the office's lethargic employees would swarm out, transforming the area into a veritable hell on earth. The route to the city was a mere 20-minute drive, but once she reached that juncture, the journey would become arduous. She was certain that driving back would be impossible then, and she would have to devise another plan. As she approached the highway leading into the city, she halted the vehicle, realizing that she could not proceed any further. Though the apocalypse had struck during daylight, and it was not yet peak commuting time, some establishments had earlier closing hours, leading her to anticipate an influx of vehicles on the road. Walking home was an uncertain endeavor, and she felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Had she only known not to go to work yesterday and returned home that morning. But who could have foreseen such an early onset of the apocalypse? Even she, a survivor of the end times, had not anticipated this twist of fate. Thus, the adage that man proposes but heaven disposes rang particularly true. Sometimes, no matter how meticulously one plans, unforeseen calamities can render all calculations void. Her extensive planning had culminated in futility, and she wondered if fate was conspiring against her. Regardless, she understood that this was not a time for lamentation. She had to muster all her mental fortitude to confront the challenges ahead if she hoped to survive and reunite with her parents, determined to prevent the tragedies of her past life from repeating. If, in this rebirth, she could not ensure her parents' safety, she would never forgive herself. The road home ran in the opposite direction of the route to the city, and she found herself at a crossroads. To her left lay the road to the provincial capital, westward to the city, and eastward was her path home. Consequently, the highway was teeming with vehicles, making it exceedingly difficult to navigate through the bustling traffic. Not only did she have to guard against the potential undead lurking within those vehicles, but she also had to consider her route carefully. Suddenly, she spotted a gas station a few dozen meters from the intersection, and her eyes brightened. Her reserves were running low, and gasoline had become a rare commodity. Securing some would alleviate her fears of running out mid-escape. Chapter 35. After a brief moment of contemplation, she sprinted toward the gas station. It was a modest establishment, with 2 vehicles waiting to refuel and 3 attendants on duty. One of the vehicles was already occupied by a person who had transformed into a zombie, while the other 3 staff members were frantically banging on a car, shouting and screaming. Yu Xiaoyang surmised that there must be living occupants in that vehicle, which was why the zombies were so fixated on it. Upon noticing her approach, the occupants of the car cried out, "Help! Please save us! Get them away!" Yu Xiaoyang smirked, thinking, get them away? Lacking the prowess to confront the undead, she pondered the futility of attempting to drag them away. For zombies stood before her, 3 women, employees of the gas station, and a man clad in an expensive suit, presumably the owner of another vehicle. Given her quest for fuel, an encounter with these 4 was inevitable. She had no intention of evading the confrontation. Only by vanquishing the 3 zombies could she refuel in peace. Gripping the axe tightly, she inhaled deeply, steeling herself. The days of her past life were about to resurface. Dispatching the 4 zombies was no trivial task, yet her nimbleness afforded her an advantage over the still clumsy creatures. In short order, she overcame them. However, the toll was steep. Her arms ached so intensely that even lifting them induced beads of cold sweat. She had overestimated her capabilities, for in this lifetime, she had never wielded even a cooking spatula. Swinging such a heavy axe for an extended period was taxing on her muscles. Ignoring her pain, she hurried into the gas station and discovered dozens of oil barrels of various sizes. To her delight, some contained fuel, which she eagerly claimed for her space. She then took several of the largest barrels to the pump. Meanwhile, the woman from the earlier car cautiously opened her door, ensuring no zombies lurked outside before daring to emerge. Though the woman regarded her with suspicion, she was more frightened by the lifeless zombies sprawled on the ground. "You killed them," she remarked. "They are no longer human," replied the protagonist, as she filled the pump. "How can zombies be considered human?" After a moment of silence, the woman acknowledged the truth of her words. Upon waking earlier, she had witnessed a man from another vehicle bite his companion to death. In her curiosity, she had stepped out, only to be met with the horrifying scene that compelled her to flee back to her car. She had nearly resigned herself to death as the zombies pounded on her door, but salvation had come in the form of another. Clenching her fists, she willed herself to remain calm, yet the sight of the blood-soaked ground was terrifying. What had transpired? Had they contracted some disease? As she placed a filled fuel tank into the man's vehicle and continued to fill another empty barrel, she refrained from storing items in her space. Considering the presence of others, regarding the woman's inquiry, she noted her apparent sense. She neither screamed nor issued frantic demands to be taken home. Thus, she kindly responded, "Perhaps they should be called zombies. Do they not resemble the creatures from the movies? Not just resemble, they are identical. This is a virus unleashed by the meteor shower on Christmas Eve, referred to as a virus by scientists in this apocalyptic world." Chapter 36. Zombies? The woman's voice suddenly rose in disbelief as she gazed at her. "Have you lost your mind? Do you think this is a movie?" Yu Xiaoyang scoffed, deliberately directing her gaze toward the half-eaten body. "Did you not witness it with your own eyes?" The woman followed her gaze, momentarily choking on her words. Indeed, she had seen it. She had witnessed cannibalism, but that did not mean she was willing to accept the existence of zombies in this world. It was far too fantastical, utterly beyond her comprehension. Alas, she remained oblivious to the fact that the apocalypse was a realm where all perceptions would be upended. In this new world, regardless of one's prior achievements, without any special abilities, one was rendered utterly useless, merely a hindrance during times of peril, an impediment to fend off the zombies. "You, what is your name?" "I am Wang Yan, the sales manager at Fudi Real Estate." Wang Yan stifled the turmoil within her and endeavored to speak calmly, eager to learn more, and the girl before her was undoubtedly the most suitable person to inquire from. As Yu Xiaoyang spoke, Her hands continued working without pause, laboriously transferring another canister filled with gasoline onto the vehicle. Observing this, Wang Yin approached to offer assistance, but was met with Yu Xiaoyang's refusal. She preferred to handle her own affairs. The presence of a stranger made her uneasy. Names are inconsequential, as are titles. Life itself is the utmost priority, is it not? The woman bit her lip, looking at her hesitantly. I just want to thank you. Yu Xiaoyang waved her hand dismissively. No need for that. I appreciate those who understand their place, and I believe you fit that description. During their conversation, she had already filled nearly 10 barrels with gasoline. Each barrel weighed around 50 kilograms, totaling approximately 700 or 800 kilograms. Coupled with the gasoline she had discovered earlier, she now possessed around 1,000 kilograms. While that may sound substantial, she knew it was far from sufficient. In this post-apocalyptic world, gasoline was a consumable resource. Once depleted, it would never be replenished. Wang Yin, perplexed by her tireless efforts, inquired, "What do you intend to do with all this gasoline?" After a brief pause, Yu Xiaoyang replied, "To return home. I have not been back in a lifetime, so I must make the journey, no matter how arduous." Before Wang Yin could speak again, she continued, "Perhaps you should fill some gasoline as well. The world has changed. Have you not noticed the countless cars abandoned on the roads? Many of their occupants have transformed into zombies. They will not remain trapped for long. Soon, they will emerge as the most terrifying predators in this world." The reason Yu Xiaoyang felt compelled to advise Wang Yin was that she suddenly recalled a formidable metal element female ability user post-apocalypse. She had never encountered Wang Yin and was uncertain if the woman before her was that individual, yet she was willing to extend a favor. After all, anyone who could maintain composure in the face of such bloodshed was certainly not an ordinary person. In this new world, having an ally was far preferable to acquiring another enemy, especially one with considerable capability. Wang Yin hesitated for a moment before stating, "My home is in the city." The city? Yu Xiaoyang squinted, realizing that returning to the city was not a wise decision. Everyone was fleeing to the countryside, seeking solace in less populated areas. The notion of heading back to the city seemed perilous. However, if family resided there, one had no choice. For the first time, she felt grateful that her home was situated in the town. While it was not devoid of people, it was certainly far less crowded than the city, where buildings were densely packed. The tallest structure stood merely 6 stories tall, with most accommodations being private residences. Chapter 37. Where are your family members? Unless compelled to return, it would be best to avoid the city altogether. Wang Yin was astute. Merely glancing at the road and reflecting on recent events made her acutely aware of the dire circumstances ahead, causing her spirits to plummet significantly. Yu Xiaoyang shrugged, indicating her inability to assist. Although she had intended to support her friend Wang Yin, she could not risk her life for her sake. The city represented danger, and she needed to return to find her parents. After a moment of hesitation, Wang Yin resolutely stood up, wiping the beads of sweat from her face, and confidently walked towards the building adjacent to the gas station, from which Yu Xiaoyang had retrieved the fuel. Observing Wang Yin enter the structure, she quickly stashed several canisters of gasoline into her space, leaving only about 10 on the vehicle. She was at a loss regarding what to do with the gasoline. It was impractical to store it all in her space, as Wang Yin would inevitably discover the truth upon her return. Conversely, leaving it in the car served no purpose. As she could not drive it away, the road home was impassable. Wang Yin swiftly emerged with 7 or 8 fuel canisters, her movements remarkably deft, far from those of an ordinary woman. Yu Xiaoyang sighed and inquired, "How do you plan to return? You've seen the state of the road. If your driving skills are exceptional, perhaps you could manage, but you would still face the multitude of zombies lurking along the way. Are you confident?" Wang Yin paused for a moment, surveying the surroundings, and soon her furrowed brow relaxed. She realized there was indeed a route back. Behind the gas station lay a small path. Although it required a lengthy detour, it was a viable option to return home. Her words jolted Yu Xiaoyang into realization. Indeed, she had not returned home in 3 years and had forgotten about this alternate route. There had once been numerous paths before the area was developed. 3 or 4 routes meandered through the terrain. However, with rampant urbanization, many paths had been obliterated to make way for construction or railways. Yet, she vividly recalled a few years ago during the new year, when traffic congestion along the main road from the city to the town had forced her father to take an alternate route. Although it had added an hour to their journey, they had ultimately returned home safely. With this newfound clarity, her eyes brightened. Yes, the The small road could indeed serve as a passage home. There was more than one route available. It was she who had overcomplicated such a straightforward matter. Grateful. She promptly expressed her thanks to Wang Yan, though perhaps Wang Yan did not fully grasp the meaning of her words. Indeed, Wang Yan raised her head in confusion, exclaiming something about gratitude, to which Su Xiaoyang merely smiled and replied, "To return home, one must prepare not only gasoline, but also many other essential items." She had indicated her point without elaborating, trusting that Wang Yan would soon grasp the underlying message. With a route established, the vehicle no longer seemed superfluous. Rather, it proved to be quite useful. At the gas station, she swiftly scanned the premises and noticed several barrels of mineral water inside. Without hesitation, she took 5, leaving the remainder for Wang Yan. Wang Yan's eyes sparkled with anticipation, her mind already calculating, yet she understood the significance of prioritizing tasks and chose to proceed with caution, refraining from immediately fetching the water. Once the preparations were complete, Su Xiaoyang had no intention of lingering. Glancing at the distant highway, she opened the car door and took a seat, contemplating a parting message for Wang Yan, who was eager to set off. With that, she pressed the accelerator and sped away, confident that Wang Yan would soon comprehend her intent. Chapter 38. Following the faint trails of memory, she vaguely recognized several familiar landmarks. Along the way, numerous emerging zombies were crushed beneath the wheels, rendering the vehicle grimy in no time. The darkened blood dried on the windows, quickly obscuring visibility. And within just a few hours, the once pristine white paint had transformed into a murky red-black hue. This narrow path traversed several villages, implying that she would need to pass through them to return home. Fortunately, in recent years, the city had invested heavily in rural development, paving concrete roads right to her doorstep, thus facilitating her journey. Though there were other vehicles on the road, she adeptly avoided them. Upon reaching a store, Su Xiaoyang contemplated whether to disembark and procure some items for her storage space. Observing the nearby zombies, she noted 2 inside the shop and 1 wandering outside, manageable foes. Resolute, she grabbed her axe and exited the vehicle. The wandering zombie approached her, and with a swift strike, she severed its head, watching as its body swayed momentarily before collapsing. Wiping the blood from her face, she dashed into the store, quickly dispatching the 2 zombies within, making no delay as she swept the shelves into her space. She refrained from taking everything, considering that if others managed to escape, they might require sustenance. One must not be too ruthless. After collecting her items, she hurried back to the car. Just as she opened the door, a figure unexpectedly emerged from behind a utility pole. Assuming it to be another zombie, she instinctively raised her axe to strike. However, a voice cried out, "No, no, I'm human." A human? She thought, wishing he had spoken sooner. Otherwise, he would have become just another lifeless corpse. In this apocalyptic world, humans could be as terrifying as zombies. Who knew his true nature or intentions? Yu Xiaoyang put down the axe, cautiously regarding the woman who had approached, and embraced her. She forcefully pushed her away and took a step back, maintaining a vigilant stance, refusing to relax merely because the individual before her was a woman. The woman appeared to be in her 40s, her clothing tattered in several places, her expression one of palpable distress. She spoke with a subtle tremor in her voice. "Who are you? What do you want with me?" Clearly panicked, her words tumbled out in a stutter. "My husband has become a most peculiar man. He killed our son. I barely managed to escape from our home, only to find the streets filled with that thing. I am terrified and cannot drive. Would you accompany me to seek help?" Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Xiaoyang declined. "No, I have matters to attend to." The woman immediately erupted in desperation. "How can you be so callous? This is a matter of life and death. Everyone here is afflicted, and the phones are inoperable. If you would just take me to find the police, it would suffice. Remaining here will drive me to madness." Just hours prior, she had awakened to find her husband kneeling on the ground, devouring their son. Her scream had barely escaped her lips before he lunged for her. Had she not swiftly barricaded the door, she would have met the same fate. In her frantic escape, she had sought refuge with her neighbors, only to discover they too had succumbed to the same horror. Now, having finally encountered another living soul, how could she possibly let this opportunity slip away? Yu Xiaoyang let out a cold snort. Abandoning someone in peril? One must consider the current state of society. Where are the police? They are struggling to ensure their own safety. How could they possibly have time to attend to you? It is easy to take her along, but what happens afterward? Once she steps outside and realizes that the world has drastically changed, Not just the people in this vicinity, but the entire globe has succumbed to despair. She will undoubtedly cling to her. This is not the outcome she desires. Apart from her parents, she feels no obligation or right to protect anyone else. In chapter 39, Yu Xiaoyang coldly stated, I cannot accompany you, nor can I take you outside. The world is filled with these creatures. It makes no difference where you go. Find a place to hide for yourself. There is no truly safe haven in this apocalypse. The woman paused, then shook her head in disbelief. It's impossible. You're lying to me. Outside, there are doctors and police. How could it all be these man-eating monsters? I just returned from the city. I certainly know the truth. Stay home. Perhaps the military will come. As Yu Xiaoyang opened the car door, preparing to enter, the woman clutched the door tightly, refusing to let her close it. The woman appeared visibly frightened and bewildered. You must take me with you, or I won't let you leave. Yu Xiaoyang frowned, realizing she had become entangled in this situation. I should have never bothered explaining to her in the first place. Simply pushing her away would have sufficed. Now look at this mess I've gotten myself into. She was perfectly capable of severing the woman's grip on her car door with a single slash of her blade. Yet such brutality seemed excessive. In these early days of the apocalypse, she wasn't quite ready to cross that line. After all, the woman had done nothing wrong. She merely wished to survive. Let us take her along for now and see if we can find a suitable place to let her off later. Regardless, it's impossible for me to keep her with me indefinitely. Remaining stagnant here serves no purpose. As I contemplated her feeble nod, the woman joyfully opened the rear door and climbed inside, only to exclaim in shock upon discovering the seats soaked in gasoline. Yu Xiaoyang glanced at the bewildered woman through the rearview mirror, who was caught in a state of limbo between standing and sitting. He casually tossed her a pack of tissues, his patience wearing thin as he said, If you're not going to sit, then get out. The woman seemed poised to voice her thoughts, but ultimately held back, muttering something under her breath that Yu Xiaoyang could not discern. The gasoline on the seat was a result of her earlier mishap. Perhaps the cap on the fuel hose hadn't been secured properly. At the gas station, she couldn't pour it all into her storage space, so she had to drive a short distance before transferring the gasoline and water. You're quite the peculiar girl, opting for the small roads through our village instead of the main highway. Do you intend to navigate through the upcoming intersection to reach the expressway? Yu Xiaoyang lowered his eyelids, acknowledging that he wasn't off course. Indeed, there was an intersection ahead that led to the expressway, which had just been completed this year. The traffic was sparse, ensuring no congestion. This new route saw little use, as most vehicles were diverted to the national road leading to the airport. I'm going home. My house is over there, Yu Xiaoyang explained succinctly. Oh, I see. Your home is in the city. Please take me with you. My friend works there. We can look out for each other along the way. Plus, she has a daughter who is quite capable and will surely find someone to rescue her husband and son. Yu Xiaoyang frowned as he replied, I'm not going to the city. My home is in Chunfeng town. We'll reach it shortly. And I'll drop you off at a safe intersection. How can you do this? If you don't take me, how will I get there? I can't drive. The woman immediately shrieked in response. Why is that my concern? Just because you can't drive doesn't mean you can cling to me. Bringing you along is already a sign of my compassion. Don't push your luck. The woman seemed ready to protest further, but Yu Xiaoyang denied her the opportunity. Just then, he spotted two zombies by the roadside and, without a second thought, slammed on the gas, crashing into them. The zombies were instantly thrown into the air, crashing heavily onto the ground, never to rise again. The woman stared in shock, and when she regained her composure, she looked at him as if he were a ghost. Instinctively shrinking back into her seat, seemingly fearful that he might turn his aggression toward her next. Stammering, she said, You killed them. Didn't you see? They were blocking my path, he retorted with a cold laugh, elongating his tone in a peculiar manner. Do you still expect me to take you back? The young woman, taken aback, hastily shook her head, realizing that the girl she had presumed to be a mere child was, in fact, a formidable opponent. Yu Xiaoyang smiled with satisfaction, confident in her assessment. Indeed, with such individuals, one need not be overly courteous. A hint of assertiveness is often sufficient to silence them. Splendidly. She hoped that the path ahead would grant her a period of tranquility. Clearly, she was overthinking. As more and more zombies emerged from their homes, relentlessly pursuing the living, the woman became utterly agitated. She screamed and retched, nearly causing Yu Xiaoyang to abandon her. Initially, he had intended to keep the vehicle, but now it seemed unnecessary. If he spotted another car elsewhere, she would surely discard this one at the first opportunity. Why didn't you save that person? Yu Xiaoyang's expression soured. The stench inside the car was nauseating, yet opening the windows was not an option, rendering the odor indescribable. Coldly, he remarked, "If you wish to get out and save him, I can stop the car immediately." The woman fell silent. If she had the capability to save him, would she be in this pitiful state? It dawned on her that the world had indeed changed, reminiscent of a television series her son had shown her. Something akin to The Walking Dead. The creatures outside, devouring humans, bore an uncanny resemblance to those walking corpses. However, as a rural woman, she had not observed closely. She had only caught glimpses while her son was engrossed in his computer in the yard. Those fleeting moments terrified her into the kitchen, leaving her uncertain of the storyline. She vaguely recalled that it involved these creatures preying on humans and that a single bite would transform a person into one of them, with no remedy in sight. Thinking of her son, she wondered how he was faring now. Had he become like his father, wandering about in search of flesh? The thought filled her with both fear and sorrow. Suddenly, Yu Xiaoyang slammed on the brakes, his brow furrowed in concern. Why were there so many cars ahead? Had the village begun organizing evacuations? It is implausible. In merely a few hours since the apocalypse began, it is unlikely that anyone, even those who might awaken early to the reality, would escape so hastily. The average person would find it difficult to come to terms with the existence of zombies. They would need time to fully comprehend that the world has irrevocably changed and that their safety is at stake, necessitating an immediate departure. This realization would typically require at least a day, as the majority of individuals are ordinary citizens, and those capable of swift awareness and sound judgment are exceedingly rare. In such dire circumstances, most would instinctively believe that the government or state would intervene to resolve the crisis, and they would simply wait for assistance. As she gazed intently for a moment, the multitude of vehicles ahead suddenly clicked into place for her, and her expression darkened instantaneously, her lips beginning to pale. This was dire. If her observation was accurate, the procession before her was indeed a wedding convoy, was it not? How perplexing it is that during the apocalyptic outbreak, at around 5 o'clock, the wedding was not held in a hotel within the city as one would expect. Why then? Would there still be individuals choosing to celebrate their nuptials at home? Does the heavens, in this lifetime, not wish for her to return home? No, she does not wish for that. She is resolute in her desire to return home. She made a promise to her father to be home within 3 days. The thought of failing to return fills her with dread, as her parents would undoubtedly come searching for her, which could lead to perilous consequences. Thus, she cannot remain trapped in this place. She must find a way back home, no matter the cost. Chapter 41. Is there an alternative route to the highway at the upcoming fork in the road? After some contemplation, she inquired of the woman behind her. The woman was evidently shaken by her own fierce determination, feeling trapped with only this one path before her, or perhaps the route she had entered. Yet, under Xuanyang's cold gaze, she hesitantly responded, "Is this truly the only way?" The sight of the road home just beyond her, yet being stuck here, left her feeling utterly despondent. After a prolonged silence from Xuanyang, the woman could no longer contain herself and asked, "What should we do? Should we turn back?" "Turn back? That would be no better than death," Xuanyang scoffed. She was taken aback that a person who had survived 3 years in this apocalyptic world could be stalled by such a question. In her previous life, when the apocalypse erupted, they had taken refuge in a restaurant, which soon proved unsafe, leading them to the rooftop of a building, huddled together with 40 or 50 others. She couldn't recall if it was a month or 2 later when the military came to rescue them, clearing the roads with brutal efficiency, either removing or incinerating the abandoned vehicles. Moreover, the outbreak had occurred at night, resulting in fewer cars on the road, thus avoiding such predicaments. Of course, she had never traversed this particular route before, leaving her uncertain about the current situation. The convoy consisted of approximately 10 vehicles, with the lead car belonging to the newlyweds. Its bright red exterior symbolized their dreams and hopes for the future, abruptly interrupted by this unforeseen calamity. Xuanyang had no time for melancholic reflections. She quickly assessed the state of the convoy. One car had its door ajar, likely opened by an occupant who had regained consciousness, while several others swayed erratically, indicating their occupants had transformed into zombies, desperately attempting to break free from within. Yet, if someone was still alive, why was there not a soul in sight? Had they fled, or had they also succumbed to the undead? She sighed involuntarily, murmuring, "Alas, are we truly to be trapped here?" The woman stammered, seemingly on the verge of expressing something, but after much hesitation, remained silent. Yao Shanshan glanced at her through the rearview mirror and said flatly, "If you have something to say, just say it. Why the hesitation? Is this car yours? What do you mean?" Noticing her troubled expression, the woman quickly added, "We could abandon this vehicle and take the one at the front instead. The people inside are already dead." Xianyang was momentarily taken aback, then her expression brightened. It dawned on her that she had become so fixated on escaping that she had overlooked such a straightforward solution. Surprising as it was, this individual, who had never truly strived in the apocalypse, displayed a clarity of thought that surpassed her own. She managed a wry smile, realizing her nerves had been too tightly wound. Continuing down this path could prove detrimental. One must remember that every endeavor requires a gradual approach. Diving headfirst without consideration will inevitably lead to the neglect of other crucial aspects, making it difficult to achieve the desired outcome. You are indeed correct. I had forgotten this crucial detail. In the apocalypse, while many things are scarce, vehicles are undeniably abundant. As long as there is gasoline, one can drive freely. At the onset of this cataclysm, most cars still possess fuel, unlike in the later stages when every drop is siphoned away. The woman chuckled awkwardly. Sensing the tension in the air, "I believe you are overly anxious. I understand your urgency to return home. I share your concern. My daughter is in the city, and I am anxious to know her fate. With my husband and son in such dire circumstances, what shall we do if the nation truly runs out of medicine?" Chapter 42. Naturally, the country would not possess any remedies. She contemplated this thought, but ultimately refrained from voicing it. Not for any other reason, but because she too was a mother. In this precarious situation, the whereabouts of her daughter might be her sole beacon of hope. One she need not shatter with her own words. "Let us take it step by step," she resolved. It was only a matter of time before the reality would dawn upon her, and as she witnessed more scenes of the apocalypse, clarity would ensue. There was no need for excessive dialogue. First, she would exit the vehicle and assess the condition of the car ahead. With utmost caution, she opened the car door. The abundance of trees here posed a threat, as zombies could be lurking within, demanding extra vigilance. The first vehicle was a bridal car, its door ajar, with the bride mysteriously absent. The groom, seated in the passenger seat, had already succumbed to the undead transformation, while the driver appeared to have woken up too late. Left unrecognizable by the groom's savage assault. Upon noticing her approach, the groom raised his bloodied head from the driver, letting out a guttural roar as he desperately pounded on the window, attempting to escape. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Xiaoyang decided to close the half-open door of the rear car. Preserving her strength was paramount. If the vehicle could contain the zombie, there was no need for confrontation. After all, she would not return to this place again, and by the time the groom emerged from the bridal car, she would be long gone. The woman followed closely behind her, trembling at the sight before her. Had it not been for Yu Xiaoyang's stern gaze, she would have certainly screamed. Casting a glance back at the woman clutching her sleeve, Yu Xiaoyang suppressed her irritation and said, "Let us proceed to the last vehicle and leave this place swiftly." The woman nodded vigorously. It was far too perilous here. How has society devolved to this state? She mused aloud, unable to resist peeking at the groom in the car, her face betraying a mixture of sorrow and pity. Today was meant to be a joyous occasion, the wedding of Zhang's son. How had it come to this? Yu Xiaoyang let out a cold laugh. What has led to this state? She thought to herself. Countless souls in this apocalypse yearned to ask the same question. Yet no one could provide an answer. Over time, people became numb, seemingly unable to recall the query. Let us move on. Suddenly, she halted, her voice icy. Wait, there appears to be someone over there. Who goes there? There was no response, as if it had merely been her illusion moments ago. Where is everyone? Could you have misperceived? I did not see the woman mumbling. Yu Xiaoyang glanced back at her, and she promptly sealed her lips, daring not to utter another word. By the corner of a distant three-story building, there must have been someone. She had distinctly heard voices moments ago. Yet the moment she glanced over, the sounds ceased abruptly. Had they stepped forward openly, she might not have paid them much heed. But what were they hiding for? She disliked lurking threats. Show yourselves now, or I want to be polite. Wait, we're coming out, came the trembling voice of a young woman. From behind the corner emerged two young women, moving cautiously. A single glance at their attire told Yu Xiaoyang exactly who they were, the bride and bridesmaid from the wedding procession. Against all odds, they had survived the catastrophe that had befallen the entire convoy. The half-open car door she had noticed earlier must have been their doing. The bride wore only a white wedding gown, draped with delicate lace. While elegant, it was utterly inadequate against the biting cold, She'd freeze to death before the undead even got to her. The bridesmaid fared no better, merely layered with a woolen coat over her short cocktail dress, leaving her calves completely exposed. Chapter 43. Their eyes were red, whether from the cold or tears, and they hugged themselves, shivering violently. A woman behind Yu Xiaoyang, evidently acquainted with the bride, hastily removed her own tattered-down jacket and draped it over the bride's shoulders, her expression pained. "Oh, Xiaoan, how could this happen? Today was supposed to be your happiest day." Her voice broke, unable to continue. The bride's eyes welled up. At the sight of a familiar face offering warmth, she clung to the woman and sobbed. "Auntie Wu, I'm so heartbroken." Yu Xiaoyang observed the two, one desperate for solace, the other for release, now locked in a tearful embrace. But this was no time for grief. Her voice cut through the air like ice. "Quiet. Do you want to draw the undead here?" Auntie Wu startled, hastily wiping her tears. After scanning their surroundings, still safe? For now, she turned to the bride. "This is Yu Xiaoyang. She helped me escape." She was distantly related to the Zhang family, hence her recognition of the bride. The bride nodded at Yu Xiaoyang, about to speak, but Yu Xiaoyang interrupted. "What are you doing here? When did you wake up?" Pleasantries were a waste of time. She needed answers. The bride's reply dissolved into a series of sneezes. At least she now had Auntie Wu's jacket for warmth. The bridesmaid, however, was ghostly pale, her red lipstick stark against her bloodless face. She sighed, ultimately soft-hearted, and removed her coat to drape it over her. The young woman was scantily clad, and she could not bear to witness someone freeze to death before her eyes. The situation had not yet escalated to that point. Soon, they would reach a safe location where she could retrieve more appropriate clothing from her space. However, the bridesmaid had no idea when she might acquire suitable attire. And given the current weather, delaying another half an hour would surely render her numb to the cold. The bridesmaid repeatedly expressed her gratitude, her voice thick with tears, clearly on the brink of losing her composure. Only then did the bride manage to speak in fragmented sentences. "When I regained consciousness, I sensed something was amiss. My boyfriend and the driver were both unconscious in their seats. I called his name and, after some effort, managed to rouse him. To my shock, he grasped my hand, which I had placed on his shoulder, and attempted to bite me. Instinctively, I pulled back, but he had already collapsed onto the driver, tearing into him. Blood splattered across my face, and no matter how much I called out to him, he ignored me. Realizing something was terribly wrong, I grabbed the recently awakened Yuan and jumped from the car." She paused, seemingly gathering her emotions before continuing. "We sought help, only to find another vehicle ahead in a similar predicament. They were devouring someone. I was terrified and dared not open any car doors. Eventually, we contemplated seeking refuge at a nearby house, but were met with the chilling sounds of growling from the yard. I knew then that those inside had also transformed into creatures that consumed flesh. We could not return to Zhang Hui's house. With so many people there, it was likely that more monsters lurked within. Our phones were inoperable, and we were utterly lost." As she spoke, sorrow engulfed the bride. Today was meant to be a momentous occasion for her, yet she could not fathom why it had devolved into chaos. She believed herself to have committed no wrongs. So why was she being punished in such a manner? This reality, which she had no time to process, had become irrevocably bleak. Chapter 44. Where do you come from? Are there creatures like these outside as well? No, they are zombies, came the swift response from Yu Xiaoyang. Most young people nowadays have seen a few zombie films. But seeing a living, breathing zombie before one's eyes is a different matter altogether, and it is difficult to accept. Yu Xiaoyang succinctly answered her inquiry. "Yes. Outside is much like this, perhaps even worse." "What shall we do then?" she asked. "We must leave. I want to go home. My house is just ahead." After a moment's pause, she asked again, "What are your plans?" The bride and bridesmaid exchanged glances, devoid of ideas. Their minds were a tumultuous haze, still reeling from the upheaval. It was Aunt Wu who first suggested, "Xiaoan, isn't your family also in the city? My daughter happens to be there as well. Why don't we go together?" Yu Xiaoyang remained silent, secretly wishing that Aunt Wu could accompany Xiaoan. After all, it was implausible for her to take her along, and she had no immediate idea where to leave her. If Xiaoan was willing to return to the city, that would be the most fortuitous outcome. Xiaoan appeared somewhat hesitant, but the bridesmaid beside her suddenly brightened up, exclaiming, "Yes, Wan, let us return home. It is frightful here, and at this moment. Everyone longs to be home, where safety may await us." Xiaoan moved her lips, struggling to utter a few words. "But what if the city is like this place?" The bridesmaid paused for a moment, yet continued, "But where are our parents? Even if death awaits, I wish to perish alongside them." Xiaowan bit her lip, contemplating for a moment, and ultimately nodded. "Very well, we shall return." As soon as she finished speaking, she added, "However, I must first check on Zhang Yi's father." Yu Xiaoyang furrowed her brow. Unable to suppress her thoughts, she remarked, "If you are holding the wedding at home, what difference does it make? There are so many people there. Even if his parents are unharmed, can you guarantee their rescue?" Xiaowan looked at her, instinctively shaking her head. "I cannot." Yu Xiaoyang lowered her gaze, choosing not to meet Xiaowan's eyes, pondering why one should inflict unnecessary sorrow upon oneself. The bridesmaid smirked slightly but refrained from speaking, knowing that in such a moment, silence was paramount. Otherwise, if Xiaowan later regretted her decision, the blame would inevitably fall upon her. Xiaowan was evidently still in doubt, her brow furrowed, her clenched fists relaxing and tightening again. "But Zhang Yi is already gone. I do not want his parents to face the same fate. Zhang Yi treated me well. I cannot bear the thought of him being at rest while his family suffers." Yu Xiaoyang sighed, recognizing that Xiaowan had made up her mind, yet she still wrestled with her own conscience. The best decision and the voice of reason are often at odds. When in conflict, she believed Xiaowan would ultimately choose the most prudent course of action, as evidenced by her doubts regarding Zhang Yi's parents' survival. With that thought, she decided to ignore Xiaowan. In rural areas, nearly every household possesses a courtyard gate. Once the heavy iron doors are shut, entry or exit becomes impossible. Unlike the city, rural life lacks ample activities, leading to earlier evenings. During the apocalypse, the hour was around 5, with many people dining at home. Typically, courtyard gates remain closed at this time, resulting in a relatively low number of zombies. However, as time passes, that certainty diminishes. Moreover, witnessing the nearby convoy, teeming with zombies attempting to escape their vehicles, instilled a chilling sense of foreboding. The infected, having tasted blood and flesh, would gradually grow stronger. Chapter 45. You all deliberate. I shall procure a vehicle. If it were not for the desire to ensure Aunt Wu's safety, she would not be lingering with them. In this post-apocalyptic world, actions should be taken decisively. Time is of the essence, and perhaps the moments spent hesitating could allow zombies to close in. Aunt Wu continued to plead with her, while the bridesmaid glanced between Xiaowan and herself, hastily catching up to her. "Xiaoyang, are you going to retrieve that last vehicle?" Yu Xiaoyang shot her a glance and nodded. "Yes, my car has been obstructed by the convoy. Here, we can select a vehicle to reach the highway in about 10 minutes, but on foot, it would take over half an hour. And we must remain vigilant against zombies emerging from the roadside, which is perilously dangerous." As she spoke, she remained vigilant, her grip on the axe firm, ready to swing it at a moment's notice. The last vehicle in line was inoperative. Its tire had gone flat just as they entered the village, causing the convoy to halt. To their astonishment, as soon as they stopped, they witnessed a meteor shower before losing consciousness. Yu Xiaoyang paused, recalling that she had forgotten this detail. The apocalypse arrived abruptly. Everyone was engaged in their activities when they collapsed. When she left the factory, the roads were in complete disarray, and she had fainted while driving. How could there not be complications? The vehicles here were parked neatly, not encroaching upon the nearby houses or fields, indicating that they had indeed stopped before losing consciousness. What should they do? Should they move that vehicle into the adjacent field and use the next one? That would be too time-consuming, yet it appeared to be their only option. After all, repairing a tire was far more challenging than maneuvering a vehicle aside. After a moment of contemplation, she suggested, "Then let us take the second vehicle." "How many people are in the first one?" The bridesmaid thought for a moment and replied, "2, a man and a woman, friends of Xiaowan." "2, that's manageable," she mused, already formulating a preliminary plan in her mind. "What about the second vehicle?" "It seems to be Zhang Yi's friends. I remember there are 4 men inside." She paused, then added, "Will we be able to access their vehicle?" "For men? That could be a challenge if they've turned into zombies." Yu Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. "Yes, it's likely. When we exit the vehicle for help, we'll discover that many have transformed into zombies. I wanted to see if there were any survivors in the convoy, but we found none. Oh dear, such a fierce battle awaits us. Moreover, our paths differ. They may head straight to the city while I need to return home. If there's only one vehicle, who will drive it?" She sighed, shaking her head in resignation. "Let us cross that bridge when we come to it. We'll assess the situation as it unfolds. If the timing allows, we'll take 2 vehicles, but if not, we'll settle for one. At worst, We can find another once we hit the highway. I can only hope for a reliable vehicle, one that is intact and undamaged. Indeed, the bridesmaid was correct. The first vehicle contained only two individuals, a man and a woman, both transformed into zombies, now vigorously banging against the windows, causing the vehicle to sway precariously. By the way, what is your name? I can't keep calling you bridesmaid. Lilu. You can call me Lilu. Yu Xiaoyang nodded. Lilu, are you ready? Lilu looked puzzled. Ready for what? I don't know anything. Yu Xiaoyang lowered her gaze slightly and explained in a calm tone. In a moment, you will open the driver's side door, and I will strike. We need to deal with this man first. Seeing Lilu still in a daze, she frowned in annoyance. The apocalypse did not afford them the luxury of preparation time. She felt her instructions were clear. Lilu should respond affirmatively or voice any questions she had instead of standing there in a stupor. Chapter 46. Contemplating that Lilu was merely an ordinary individual who had yet to acclimatize to the abrupt onset of the apocalypse, Yu Xiaoyang patiently inquired, "What is it? Is there a problem?" Lilu's face, which had gradually regained its color, suddenly drained of all hue as she incredulously asked, "Are you saying we should kill him?" Naturally. Without eliminating the zombies, how could they possibly drive? Were they expected to engage in childish games, or merely stand there waiting for the undead to approach and bite them? "Do you wish to remain here?" Yu Xiaoyang retorted to Lilu. She hastily shook her head, exclaiming, "Of course not. But he is a human." After a moment of reflection, she seemed to realize her error and amended, "He is indeed a zombie, but if we kill him just like that, what if the government swiftly develops a cure? We could end up imprisoned." By the end of her rambling, her thoughts were disjointed, as if she herself were uncertain of her words. On one hand, she was acutely aware that he was no longer human, but a zombie. On the other, these creatures retained the appearance and characteristics of people, particularly someone she knew well, rendering her unable to act. Yu Xiaoyang had little time to engage in her hesitations and coldly stated, "By the time he emerges to consume you, the government will not have developed any cure." She began counting, 1, 2, 3, instructing Lilu to swiftly retract her hand after opening the car door, emphasizing the importance of precision. Otherwise, should she injure herself, Yu Xiaoyang would not apologize, nor would anyone seek retribution from her. Lilu stared at her in a daze, seemingly struggling to comprehend, her eyes appearing vacant. Ignoring her bewilderment, Yu Xiaoyang continued her count, 1, 2, 3. With a swift motion, she severed a head from its body, the gruesome blood splattering onto Lilu's face, starkly contrasting her pallid complexion. Yu Xiaoyang cast a fleeting glance at her, producing a packet of tissues from her pocket and tossing it to her with a nonchalant air. "Wipe yourself." As she spoke, the female zombie in the passenger seat lunged at them, only to meet the same swift demise at Yu Xiaoyang's hands. The severed head rolled down the side of the car, gathering dust and dirt until it came to rest at Lilu's feet, its wide eyes locking onto hers. Lilu let out a piercing scream, prompting Yu Xiaoyang to roll her eyes in exasperation. She swiftly took the tissues from Lilu's hands and stuffed them into her mouth, coldly warning, "If you scream again, your voice will mirror that of the undead. Blood and the living are the reasons zombies relentlessly pursue humans. Do you intend to attract them?" Perhaps it was the tissues obstructing her mouth, or perhaps it was Yu Xiaoyang's menacing words that had an effect. Lilu's lips quivered as she pressed her hand firmly over her mouth, too fearful to utter a sound. Her pupils dilated in sheer shock and terror, fixated on Yu Xiaoyang, and after swallowing hard, she managed to stammer, "You killed them." Yu Xiaoyang corrected her, "We killed them. Don't you wish to live? You must kill them to survive. That is our justification for doing so." Little did Yu Xiaoyang realize the profound impact this statement would have on Lilu's life. Kicking the two skulls aside into the neighboring field, she cast a fleeting glance at the dazed Lilu, furrowing her brow as she commanded, "Come over and help push the cart. We need to move it down to the field below." She had noticed just moments ago that one of the rear wheels was indeed damaged, likely punctured by some object. The sanguine scent from the slain zombies had already begun to permeate the air, which would undoubtedly provoke the zombies inside the vehicle ahead. Blood incited their frenzy, rendering this place perilous. They had to depart without delay. Chapter 47. It was not that she wished to deny Lilu time to acclimatize, but rather that time was of the essence. Every second counted, leaving no room for adjustment. After considerable effort, they finally managed to push the cart down the slope. Fortunate that the path was paved with concrete, making their task less arduous. Upon sighting the second vehicle, She realized the situation was far from straightforward. Inside sat 4 individuals, all young men in their 20s, their strength formidable. It was perplexing why this area had such a high incidence of zombification. A wedding procession had been reduced to just 2 survivors. Regardless, they first needed to devise a plan to eliminate these 4 zombies. If they intended to drive this vehicle away, they could not afford to be as reckless as before. They could not simply decapitate the zombies as soon as their heads appeared, lest the seats become drenched in blood. They would have to wait until the zombies fully emerged, dispatching them one by one. However, she was uncertain how long the glass would hold up, and she could not guarantee a clean kill every time. After all, her stamina was finite, while the zombies were relentless. Lilu had grown accustomed to her decisiveness. Unable to bear the sight of the zombies clawing at the vehicle, she turned away, timidly asking, "What should we do now?" The earlier 2 zombies had been a male and a female. The latter's naturally lesser strength had made them easier to handle. However, this scenario presented a challenge, as they were now confronted with fully grown men. It was not that she wished to retreat, but the disparity in strength was overwhelming. With a sigh, Yu Xiaoyang resigned herself to the fact that they had no choice but to confront the situation head-on, much like before. Lilu nervously bit her lip, cautiously glancing at her and suggesting, "Should we call Xiao Wan and Aunt Wu for assistance?" Yu Xiaoyang pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "There's no need to involve them. It's uncertain whether they would be of any help, and I would prefer they not hinder us. Had I not previously considered having Xiao Wan and Li Lu escort Aunt Wu, I wouldn't have bothered with them. Cooperative individuals who are independent and strong are welcome. However, those who merely hide behind others are not worth the effort. I am not a caretaker, and soon enough, we will part ways. They can go wherever they please. It is no longer my concern." Handing the iron pipe found behind the vehicle to Li Lu, I urged, "First, let's deal with the ones inside the cabin. We need this vehicle, and we cannot eliminate them while still inside. I will lure them out before we strike. Once I open the door, I will act swiftly, though I cannot guarantee against unforeseen events. If a swarm of zombies emerges, remember, do not scream, do not run. You cannot outrun them. Instead, thrust the iron rod at their heads with force. Do not hold back. Zombies are not as terrifying as you might imagine, especially at the onset of the apocalypse. They have yet to endure the baptism of blood and flesh, rendering them less formidable. Only those who have undergone such trials become truly dangerous. In the early days of the apocalypse, many succumbed to undue fear of zombies, believing them invincible. This is a misconception. An ordinary person, if willing to wield a weapon, can vanquish them, much like facing an unarmed opponent. They possess only hands and mouths, while you wield a knife or a club. Who do you think holds the advantage? Noticing Li Lu's dazed expression, clearly out of sorts, I frowned and said, "Do you understand? Please, stop daydreaming. Consider the time." Startled, she nodded quickly, realizing she could not falter or flee. Yes, she must eliminate them to survive. They were no longer human, but zombies. Indeed, that was the truth. Chapter 48, she struggled to remind herself that this was no longer a time of peace. The future was uncertain, and she needed to muster her courage. She had to return to find her parents and fiancé. Yet, when the zombies truly emerged, confronting her face to face, her fear overwhelmed her. She clung to Yu Xiaoyang's words. No screaming, no running. She must seize the club and fight. However, for reasons unknown, she struggled to lift the iron rod. Tremors coursed through her, the zombies drawing closer, their foul breath palpable. But her body felt unresponsive, and despairing tears streamed down her face. Was she truly destined to perish here? "Do you wish to die?" Yu Xiaoyang swiftly dispatched the zombie before Li Lu, who stood frozen in place, staring in shock. Was this not the very definition of a death wish? A taut string within her snapped. She had not perished? She was alive? Nothing could be more reassuring. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she gazed at the figure who had saved her. Yu Xiaoyang did not spare her a glance. His focus fixed on the 2 zombies attempting to exit the vehicle through the driver's side door. The 2 zombies outside had emerged, while the 2 seated in the back were momentarily stuck. A swift plan formed in his mind. I will draw the 2 zombies away. You reverse the car and wait for me at the front. Li Lu paused, then asked, "What about Xiao Wan?" "Oh, right, there are still 2 burdens to consider. But at this point, what choice do we have but to bring them along? Once they emerge, I will lead them towards the village. You should conceal yourself nearby, waiting for the opportune moment to drive. As for the 2 of them, let them call out once. Remember, time is of the essence, and the vehicles ahead cannot withstand much longer. You must gauge your speed carefully. Moreover, she cannot be absolutely certain that the zombies will not detect her nearby and turn their attention towards her. Ultimately, her fate rests in her own hands. I hope fortune favors her. After speaking, I gestured for her to hide to the side, then approached the car, swinging the blood-stained axe in front of it. Indeed, the zombies inside struggled even more fiercely. Without hesitation, I opened the rear door, and the zombies immediately leaped out. I dared not linger for a moment and hurried towards the village. Once I had reached a safe distance, I signaled to Lilu that it was time for her to drive. I paid her no further mind and focused on the two zombies before me. Having already engaged in a fierce battle, facing two more was taxing on her unaccustomed body. Had it not been for her indomitable will, she would have succumbed long ago. Fortunately, as she pulled her axe from the fallen zombies, she finally dispatched the two. Before she could glance back, she noticed a vehicle in the convoy having its window shattered by a zombie from within. Cursing under her breath, she realized she had underestimated the zombies, not expecting them to escape so swiftly. Though she did not anticipate the vehicles would hold them off for long, the brevity of that time was shocking. Exhausted, she found herself unable to wield the axe any longer. Fatigue had set in, and her arms felt nearly numb, a lingering consequence of wielding the axe for so long. She knew she had to leave this place. Chapter 49 determined, she picked up the axe and ran towards the vehicle. The car had indeed backed out, but to her astonishment, it was empty. Panic surged within her. Had Lilu been dragged away by a zombie? Just then, she heard a commotion from the corner. It was Lilu and Xiaowan. There was no time to waste. We must leave this place at once. Yet, Xiaowan pushed Lilu's hand away, shaking her head. I won't go. I need to find his parents. I refuse to believe this is the end of the world. I want to take Zhang Yi outside to find a doctor. Utterly exasperated, Yu Xiaoyang nearly cursed aloud. What was she thinking at a time like this? Hadn't they resolved to act? Why was she hesitating now? If she felt that way, she should just go? Why waste everyone else's time? Without dwelling on it any longer, she shouted, Lilu, drive quickly. The zombies are coming. Lilu, startled, rushed to pull Xiaowan along. We truly don't have time. The zombies are right behind us. She exchanged a glance with Aunt Wu, and the two of them lifted Xiaowan, making their way towards the vehicle. Yu Xiaoyang observed closely. Although the bride struggled, her resistance was not particularly fierce, almost as if she were saying, You're forcing me into this. But I have no choice. Yu Xiaoyang scoffed quietly to herself. If she had any courage, she would push them away and run to Zhang Yi's vehicle. Seeking out a doctor. How naively adorable. However, she quickly dismissed the thought as the distance between them had narrowed. They had already boarded the vehicle. A sudden roar from behind prompted Yu Xiaoyang to glance back, only to discover that a zombie had emerged through the window. It surveyed its surroundings and immediately spotted Yu Xiaoyang, letting out a chilling growl as it lunged towards her. Gritting her teeth, Yu Xiaoyang quickened her pace. Hurry. Start the car. No, Yu Xiaoyang hasn't boarded yet. Yet the zombie was already upon them. Though she could hear their voices, what could she do? This was the apocalypse. Merely the beginning, and human nature had laid itself bare. She understood their self-preservation instinct, yet they failed to consider who had procured the vehicle. Without her, their fates would have been sealed by the jaws of the undead. She had contemplated whether Lilu would abandon them once she acquired the car. But she chose to gamble, for what other options did she have? Lilu did not disappoint her. She swiftly shut the door and pressed the accelerator. The car darting away, leaving the zombie behind, quickly fading from view. Aunt Wu cast an awkward glance at her, seemingly on the verge of saying something, but ultimately remained silent, having been the one who urged Lilu to drive. The brief silence was shattered by the bride's voice. Why won't you let me find Zhang Yi? I don't want him to become a flesh-eating monster. Surely there are doctors who can heal him with modern medicine. How could anything be amiss? Aunt Wu shot her a quick look, noting the absence of reproach in her expression, before comforting the bride. Xiaowan, I too am struggling to accept this reality. When my husband lunged at me with the intent to bite, I realized he truly wished to consume me. Had I not fled swiftly, I would have been caught and devoured. I ran to several neighbors' homes nearby, and many have transformed in this manner. I'm at a loss for what to do now. We must take it one step at a time. The scenes Yu Xiaoyang had witnessed along the way were enough to enlighten her to the fact that the world had irrevocably changed. Could humans truly resort to cannibalism? Could those who had lost limbs rise to prey upon others? This was no longer the world she had known. She had never felt this lucid, yet so bewildered. As a woman who had toiled at home for the better part of her life, she found herself in an alien world. Fortunately, she still had a daughter. her enduring pride. She needed to find her daughter, who, being so astute, would surely devise a way to save her father and brother. Chapter 50. But at least let me see him one last time, Xiaowan sobbed, her head resting on Aunt Wu's knee. The two women, bound by mutual sympathy and shared grievances, consoled one another. Yu Xiaoyang stifled her bitter emotions, but ultimately could not contain them. Inhaling deeply before coldly commanding, "Li Lu, stop the car." Li Lu hesitated for a moment, yet complied, bringing the vehicle to a halt, wondering what had transpired. Su Xiaoyang did not respond to her, but turned to the bride seated behind, saying, "Aren't we supposed to see Zhang Yi for the last time? The car has stopped. We should hurry, we are running out of time." Li Lu's sobs ceased abruptly as she trembled and lifted her head from Aunt Wu's lap, her face a mask of disbelief. Su Xiaoyang, too preoccupied to concern herself with her, darkened her expression and coldly retorted, "Weren't you the one insisting on getting out? Now that the car has stopped, why aren't you going?" The bride stared at her vacantly, her lips quivering as she murmured, "How can you be so heartless? Are you trying to force a girl like me to get out here? Force her?" Such words were absurd. A look of impatience crossed Su Xiaoyang's face. "What do you mean? I'm forcing you. You were the one who insisted on getting out. Now that I am fulfilling your wish, you should at least express gratitude instead of blaming me. I thought you loved Zhang Yi to the point of life and death. Is it wrong to want to facilitate that? Am I to be resented for doing a good deed?" The bride was left speechless, staring at her blankly, tears welling up in her eyes once more, portraying a victimized demeanor as if to say, "You are a villain. You are bullying me. You are jealous of me. Jealous of the bond one share with Zhang Yi," she accused. Su Xiaoyang felt a surge of blood rise to her throat. Jealous? For heaven's sake. She didn't even know who Zhang Yi was. This girl, Xiao Wan, must be out of her mind. Fine. She recognized that Xiao Wan was the typical type to provoke trouble. Generally, these people feared the strong and bullied the weak. She cast a sharp glance at her, her voice turning stern. "Say another word, just one more word, and I swear I will kick you down. If you doubt me, try it." The bride trembled under her gaze, but quickly regained her composure. What was there to fear from a girl of her age? She was nothing more than a paper tiger. Zhang Yi's fate was uncertain, and was she not allowed to cry a few tears? Clenching her fists and biting her lip, she began, "If you are not," but her words faltered as her gaze fixed on the axe, still stained with zombie flesh, hanging ominously close to her neck. Words failed her, and her grievances evaporated in an instant. She felt as though she were on the brink of death. If that axe moved even a fraction forward, her throat would be severed. At that moment, she had no doubt that uttering even a single additional word would result in that axe advancing an inch. Breath heavy and labored, she remained rigid, her eyes locked on the menacing axe, uncertain whether to beg for mercy or push it away. Su Xiaoyang let out a cold laugh. It seemed the fear had not yet taken hold of her. Clearly, the axe's menacing presence had not sufficed to silence her completely. She had a penchant for those who understood their place, and those who failed to recognize their situation were most detestable. Aunt Wu, sensing the tension, swiftly covered Xiao Wan's mouth. She had witnessed Su Xiaoyang's ruthlessness before, unforgiving and relentless, trampling over zombies without a hint of hesitation. Having just battled fiercely, it was evident that Su Xiaoyang was not someone they could provoke. Chapter 51. "No, Yu Xiaoyang, please." She did not act with intent. She was simply overwhelmed with sorrow. Xiao Yi had been with her for an extended period, and their bond was profound. Xiao Wan was still unable to accept this reality. Could you grant her a moment of grace? They shared a deep connection, implying she herself felt none? Yu Xiaoyang scoffed. If there were genuine feelings, she wouldn't have recklessly sought out Zhang Yi just now, regardless of whether he had transformed into a human or a zombie. Why, then, weep in her presence? She found the incessant chatter irksome. Her mood was already fraught, and she had no desire for someone to incessantly babble in the car. "No, I want to speak again," Aunt Wu hastily assured. Yu Xiaoyang cast a fleeting glance at her. The bride's expression was shrouded in ambiguity, rife with defiance yet powerless. She taunted, "Are you certain?" Aunt Wu swallowed hard and hurriedly replied, I am sure. Observing the other's demeanor, she feared that if she hesitated even slightly, the axe would indeed come crashing down. Xiao Wan must not perish. If she did, how would she return to the city? The bridesmaid driving ahead was a stranger, unreliable at best. Her only hope lay with Xiao Wan to guide her home. Only then did Yu Xiaoyang retract the axe, not sparing her a glance. She delicately wiped the blood from the axe with several tissues before finally regarding her with a measured gaze. She then instructed Li Lu, drive. This tactic afforded her a fleeting moment of clarity. The previously weeping and incessantly chattering bride fell silent. She understood that the bride was resentful, but that was inconsequential. Soon enough, reality would impart its lessons. Li Lu had remained silent throughout. She grasped that the world had irrevocably changed, no longer resembling the familiar one they once knew. Furthermore, her mind was in turmoil. The fear stemming from her recent close encounter with zombies lingered, enveloping her even now. What if two zombies approached from ahead? Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Xiaoyang declared, just run them over. Li Lu hesitated, uncertain. While she had witnessed Yu Xiaoyang slay zombies and had even felt their blood splatter upon her, confronting them directly was an entirely different matter. Are you suggesting we wait for them to approach? She promptly dismissed the notion. She certainly did not wish to meet her demise waiting for the zombies to close in. It was merely a psychological barrier she had yet to overcome. However, she had always been a decisive and resilient individual. After a brief moment of indecision, she resolved that she did not want to die. Thus, the only path forward was to charge ahead. The car collided with a resounding thud, splattering red blood across the windshield as the two zombies were cast aside. The vehicle came to a brief halt before swiftly speeding away, never looking back. Her palms rested on the steering wheel, dampened with perspiration. In that fleeting moment, her breath nearly faltered. She believed she would succumb to despair. Yet, contrary to her expectations, she remained remarkably composed. Even when she felt the jarring sensation of the vehicle rolling over a corpse, her mind remained unfazed. Ultimately, it was nothing of great consequence, merely a lifeless body that once walked among the living. Yu Xiaoyang cast a glance at the crimson hue through the windshield. Furrowing her brow as she instructed, activate the windshield wipers. The glass, smeared by the wipers, became a hazy canvas, the intense blood red gradually receding. Yet the lingering stench infiltrated the cabin, provoking an inexplicable wave of nausea. Chapter 52. Suddenly, a sharp noise pierced the air, accompanied by an acrid scent. Yu Xiaoyang, who considered herself rather unperturbed by the tribulations of the post-apocalyptic world, found herself overwhelmed by the foul odor of another's vomit. Couldn't you just hold it in? Or at least open a window to relieve yourself? The other passengers displayed visible disdain, particularly Aunt Wu, who had been cradling the bride in her lap for comfort. The bride's sudden bout of sickness resulted in a direct affront to Aunt Wu, leaving her at a loss for words. Silence was unbearable due to the stench. Yet speaking out would strip her of her dignity, making her forget her own earlier indiscretions. With tear-streaked eyes, the bride looked at her, wiping the corners of her mouth, appearing on the brink of tears, yet hesitant to weep. I'm so sorry, Aunt Wu, I didn't mean to. Given the circumstances, how could she afford to sever ties with her? Instead, she forced a strained smile, waving her hand dismissively. It's all right, it's all right. Li Lu glanced back, tossing a pack of tissues toward them with a sigh. Here, clean yourself up. At that moment, she too felt the urge to vomit, but more profoundly, she wished to weep. The bride sniffled, her face a portrait of despair, her voice quivering. Thank you, Lulu. You're so kind. Li Lu refrained from responding. She had never intended to be a bridesmaid. It was Xiao Wan who insisted upon her presence. Otherwise, she would have been with her fiancé. Rather than caught in this precarious situation, uncertain of life or death, with an unclear future ahead. While she did not fear death, she longed to perish in her homeland. Alongside her parents and fiancé, noticing the bride's resurgence of sorrowful intent, Yu Xiaoyang chose not to comment further. Instead, she cleared her throat and opened the sunroof of the car. This gesture effectively quelled the bride's previous turmoil. Yu Xiaoyang felt a sense of satisfaction. Had the bride been more considerate from the start, she would have realized the gravity of their circumstances. The world outside had transformed, and no one had the luxury of indulging her whims any longer. The vehicle soon approached an intersection. Li Lu glanced at her and inquired, ahead lies the expressway. Do you think there will be traffic? She dreaded the possibility of encountering a situation akin to the previous traffic jam. Would they be forced to journey back on foot? Yu Xiaoyang shook her head, indicating her inability to proceed. This was not the main road. The traffic had already diverted ahead, resulting in fewer people on this stretch. Otherwise, she would not have detoured through the village. She advised caution, for the apocalypse had arrived unexpectedly, rendering everyone unconscious in an instant. She surmised that the vehicles on the road would be in disarray, Those that had been driven well now sat unmoving, their occupants having succumbed to unconsciousness. Only upon colliding with an object would they come to a stop. Thus, shards of glass and debris were inevitable on the road, and glass fragments posed the greatest threat to tires, while larger debris could be avoided with some agility. She silently hoped the military would arrive promptly to clear the roads. Otherwise, reaching the base would become impossible, leaving them to rely solely on their legs, which would prove a daunting task given the limitations of human endurance. In her previous life, the apocalypse had erupted around 10 o'clock at night, a time when most were dining or celebrating, resulting in relatively fewer cars on the roads compared to the dire situation now. Particularly, she had been rescued long after the initial outbreak, leaving her unfamiliar with the circumstances at its onset. Her past experiences might not be applicable in this early stage of catastrophe. Chapter 53. Once they reached the highway, her apprehension began to dissipate. It appeared the situation was not as dire as she had imagined. This segment of the road was not particularly congested, and there were few shards of glass or debris to contend with. Suddenly, Li Lu called out, "Xiaoyang, it seems someone is trying to flag us down ahead." Yu Xiaoyang noticed a slender youth, and after a moment's thought, she declared that they should bypass him. It was not out of cruelty. She was in a hurry to return home and lacked both the means and time to offer assistance. Li Lu hesitated, swallowing the words that had nearly escaped her lips, and nodded silently, understanding Yu Xiaoyang's sentiments, though still feeling a twinge of guilt. The vehicle screeched to a halt as the youth dashed forward, fearlessly positioning himself in front of them. He was a strikingly handsome boy, perhaps 16 or 17, with rosy lips and white teeth. His complexion was remarkably clear for someone his age, save for a large gash at the corner of his mouth, resembling a knife wound. He exhibited no signs of pain, seemingly indifferent to his injury. With his eyes tightly shut, he gritted his teeth and extended his arms to block their path, mere inches from the car. Had Li Lu braked slightly later, they would have surely collided with him. Yu Xiaoyang sighed in resignation. Once again, they had encountered a dilemma. Although she wished to ignore it, the youth had approached them directly, leaving her little choice. Li Lu glanced at her, seemingly apprehensive of reprimand, and hurriedly explained. "He ran towards us. I had no time to swerve. If it were a zombie, I could have driven straight through, but this is a living person. I cannot do that." Yu Xiaoyang waved her hand dismissively, weary, and said, "Let him in. We cannot truly run him over. It seems he is fortunate to have encountered us. Otherwise, his fate might have been far worse." Li Lu's face brightened as she rolled down the car window and beckoned to the young boy, saying, "Hey, come on up." The boy took a deep breath, seemingly regaining his composure after the recent peril. As he saw Li Lu open the window and approach the car in a few hurried steps, he shook his head and urgently replied, "No, I can't leave right now. Can you help me with something?" Help? If it meant leaving together, that would not pose much of an issue, as she would soon need to exit the vehicle anyway. However, if it involved assistance, that was a significant concern. She was eager to return home and could not afford any delays. Now was the opportune moment to head back, as the zombies had just awakened, and lingering would only increase the danger. Li Lu glanced at her companions and then at the boy, hesitating before finally asking, "What do you need help with?" It was difficult for her to outright reject a boy who looked at her with such hope. "My brother is trapped under the seat. Can you help us lift the car? With so many of us, we can surely do it. I've tried everything but couldn't get him out." The boy spoke in a somewhat incoherent manner. Before Li Lu or Yu Xiaoyang had a chance to decline, Xiaowan interjected, No, we need to get home. The road is perilous. We can't afford to get out of the car. Besides, we're all women here. How can we possibly lift a car?" Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes reddened, yet he stubbornly pressed his lips together and implored, "It won't take long. I just need a couple of people to help. I can't do it alone. Please." His voice was a mixture of hope and desperation, viewing them as his only chance, terrified that this flicker of hope might vanish. He had exhausted all options to move the vehicle, and during this time, not a single car had passed by. The occupants of the nearby vehicles had long since transformed into flesh-eating monsters, and after spotting 2 living souls, he had lost the opportunity to call out for help before they drove away. His own vehicle had collided with the guardrail and overturned, trapping his brother inside. Although the boy himself was unharmed, the sight of the monstrous creatures outside filled him with dread. If he didn't free his brother soon, they would be doomed once the ravenous creatures emerged. Thus, he took a gamble, hoping that the people in this car would save his sibling, and fortune favored him when the vehicle halted. Chapter 54. Li Lu felt a pang of sympathy for the boy. Her own brother was of a similar age. Seeing the boy made her think of her own sibling, and if he were in such despair, she would be heartbroken. However, the decision was not solely hers to make. Everyone in the car had to agree. After a moment's hesitation, she instinctively glanced at Yu Xiaoyang, moved her lips, and finally said, "Let's help him." Before Yu Xiaoyang could respond, Xiaowan's sharp voice pierced through. "No. Li Lu, have you lost your mind? If you want to go, you go alone. I'm not getting out there. Who knows what might emerge? One bite, and it's over. Only a fool would risk their life for a stranger." Li Lu turned her gaze towards her, remaining silent, as her primary focus was on Yu Xiaoyang. For some inexplicable reason, she harbored a unique sentiment towards the girl who had rescued her on 2 occasions. She was no ordinary individual, but rather one who had the capacity to save lives. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Xiaoyang finally nodded and said, "Hurry there and back." Li Lu's heart soared with joy as she looked at the young man. Her face beaming with a smile as she exclaimed, "She has agreed. Let us swiftly rescue your brother." With that, she opened the car door and leaped out. Fully aware that some individuals, despite their outwardly cold demeanor, were not devoid of compassion, certainly far better than others. The young man's eyes glistened with emotion. He wiped the corner of his eye and, with solemnity, bowed deeply to Li Lu, his voice trembling as he softly uttered a "thank you." Li Lu patted his shoulder, her laughter ringing out brightly. "In this treacherous world, if we do not extend a helping hand to one another, what shall we do?" As she spoke, Yu Xiaoyang also exited the vehicle, still clutching her axe in her left hand. Noticing the absence of zombies on the road provided her with some reassurance. Yet she remained vigilant, for beneath the highway lay a village, and one could never predict when the undead might emerge. "Let us go swiftly to rescue your brother," she remarked casually, disregarding the young man's grateful gaze. Her decision to disembark and assist was not motivated by a desire for gratitude. Rather, she simply could not ignore a life in jeopardy. Xiaowan looked at them in disbelief, exclaiming, "I can't believe you're actually getting involved. What if zombies come? We should mind our own business and leave." Yu Xiaoyang abruptly halted, turning to Li Lu and said, "Just pull out the keys. So annoying. If she is so capable, she should stay in there." Li Lu pondered for a moment, quickly grasping the situation. She took 2 steps back, removed the keys, and placed them in her pocket, paying no heed to Xiaowan's stormy expression as she watched from the vehicle. Feigning ignorance, Li Lu furrowed her brow and asked, "Are you certain you wish to remain inside? Without the keys, you won't be able to leave." With that, she turned away from them and walked off. In the next instant, the sound of a door opening resonated, and Aunt Wu emerged from within, her expression awkward as she looked at them. Swallowing hard, she cautiously said, I'll go with you." Her intention was not to assist, but rather to feel safer in the company of Yu Xiaoyang and her group. She understood that staying with Xiaowan during a crisis would only lead to a swifter demise. A cacophony of complaints erupted from inside the car, and shortly thereafter, the door swung open once more, revealing Xiaowan, who begrudgingly stepped out. After ensuring that the vicinity was free from zombies, she hurriedly rushed over to their side, lamenting, "Wait for me. How could they be so cruel as to leave me alone in the car? Don't they realize I'm a girl who just lost her boyfriend? They show no understanding whatsoever. I truly wish for such heartless individuals to be bitten by zombies." Had Yu Xiaoyang heard her words, she would have undoubtedly received a sharp reprimand. After all, saving a thankless ingrate was not part of her expectations. She merely hoped they would not wish ill upon her. Chapter 55. The young man's vehicle was parked on the opposite side of the road, a sleek Land Rover, indicating that he hailed from a rather affluent background. 3 or 2 cars were parked along the road, all having crashed into the central guardrail, while the other 2 vehicles appeared relatively unscathed. The youth's car bore the most severe damage, having flipped over entirely. Bloodstains marred the ground beside the vehicle, accompanied by a corpse missing half an arm and another dismembered zombie lying nearby. Yu Xiaoyang, somewhat astonished, inquired, "Did you kill them?" The boy seemed anxious, avoiding her gaze, and stammered his explanation, fearful of her reproach or of her departing. "I didn't mean to kill him. I saw him eating a person, and I wanted to pull him away, but he charged at me. I had no choice but to fight back." In that moment, he had been terrified. As he witnessed the zombie devouring a human, fleeting memories of a movie he had watched long ago surfaced. Yet, he had not dared to take it seriously, for it was merely a film, not reality. However, when the zombie lunged at him, he grasped the terrifying truth: zombies truly existed. Yu Xiaoyang smirked slightly. recognizing that only those adept at self-preservation had reason to survive. With a light-hearted tone, she remarked, "You've seen The Walking Dead, right? The beings that consume humans are called zombies. The world outside is now filled with them." The boy's eyes widened in disbelief as he surveyed his surroundings, then glanced at the corpses, muttering, "How could I not know?" The words were directed at himself, yet he pondered whether they were meant for her as well. "It's impossible," he added. "Lilu mentioned we encountered these creatures too. Our phones are dead, and there are no police." Sensing the tension in the atmosphere, Lilu shrugged and smiled. "All right, let us not dwell on that. We should focus on rescuing your brother first. Perhaps the situation isn't as dire as it seems. The government might soon develop an antidote." The notion of an antidote was a faint hope nestled in everyone's heart. The boy finally composed himself and cast a grateful glance at her. She was right. Regardless of the world's transformation, he had to protect his brother. This was his commitment to himself and to his sibling. Yu Xiaoyang knelt down to examine the area where the boy's brother was trapped. The car had overturned completely, pinning him beneath the seat, while the front windshield was shattered. Unfortunately, the driver's seat was wedged firmly in place, obstructing any rescue through the windshield. They could only attempt to break the rear window, but if not done carefully, shards of glass could injure the child's face. As the boy had his head lowered, he was unable to see the commotion outside. She tapped on the glass and called out a couple of times, but there was no response. "Is your brother all right?" she inquired, hoping the boy would understand her intent. Indeed, the boy hurriedly replied, "He's fine. He hasn't turned into one of those things. I spoke with him earlier, but he seems to be injured and quite uncomfortable." Yu Xiaoyang nodded, acknowledging his words. "What are your names?" The boy hesitated for a moment before quickly responding, "I'm Zhou Xiang, and my brother is Zhou Bo, all right, Zhou Xiang. Keep an eye out with Aunt Wu for any approaching zombies. Li Lu and I will assist in rescuing your brother." She swiftly organized their efforts before devising a plan to save him. Moments ago, she assessed the situation and realized that it would not be an easy task for the few of them to push the car. Shattering the glass would be the simplest solution, yet it posed a risk to the child. Thus, she resolved to find a way to open the door, which was merely deformed and not entirely impossible to open. She decided to give it a try. If all else failed, she would have to resort to breaking a window. With this thought, she stood up and searched the other two cars. Typically, a car's trunk contains tools, and she needed only a wrench and a hammer. After identifying the indented area where the car door was jammed, she inserted the wrench slightly and began to tap the dent upwards with the hammer, focusing on the area that was crucial for unjamming the door. Chapter 56. Li Lu, could you help me by pulling back here, understand? Li Lu smiled and nodded, surprised to discover her capabilities. Yu Xiaoyang responded with a hum, remaining silent. She possessed a wealth of skills, such as quickly changing a tire, siphoning fuel, and repairing vehicles, all learned through the rigors of the apocalypse. She believed that when Li Lu reached that point, she too would master everything. Though their group consisted of few women, there was no notion of cherishing the delicate. It was not solely a man's work. In the apocalypse, unless one chose to be the stereotypical woman, one had to engage in the work traditionally assigned to men. There was no distinction between genders, only between those with abilities and those without. As an awakened individual, she held no significant status and did not wish to embody the archetype of a submissive woman. Therefore, she followed suit in whatever tasks were required, having endured considerable hardship to learn car repairs. Zhou Bo was startled by the sound of their knocking, slowly lifting his head to gaze at her. His youthful face was pallid, with his lower lip tightly clenched, blood seeping from his mouth, and his eyes red yet defiantly alert as he regarded them. For reasons unknown, Yu Xiaoyang found herself amused by his expression, akin to a small, frightened beast displaying a facade of ferocity. He was clearly terrified, yet he attempted to project an intimidating demeanor. He likely did not recognize how comical he appeared. "Express your pain. There is no need to endure it quietly," she thought, noting how he had bitten his lip to the point of bleeding and how beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, indicating that he was enduring extraordinary discomfort. Zhou Bo's face flushed, yet he gritted his teeth and emitted a low sound, his gaze never wavering from them, as if he were constantly on guard against potential threats. Should they approach any closer, he would rise and fight them fiercely. Ultimately, he was still just a child. Yu Xiaoyang felt a pang of compassion, sighed softly, and reassured him, "Your brother sent us. He is outside. If you are in pain, feel free to cry out. It is perfectly all right. We will not mock you." Li Lu joined in with a playful tone, "Exactly. You are so young. Why would we make fun of you? You can't be more than 7, right? Are you even 7? Zhou bit his lip and frowned, lowering his head in silence. Li Lu shrugged, unconcerned, and remarked, all right then. Just pretend I didn't say anything and that a child is ignoring me. It's a first for me. Yao Yang found it amusing. Truly a child of forbearance and stubbornness. Indeed, the two brothers shared such a similar temperament. Should they survive, they would undoubtedly be extraordinary individuals. Perhaps today, I have forged a benevolent connection. While it is true that her act of saving someone was not motivated by the desire for reciprocation, would it not be preferable if the recipient were one who appreciates kindness? After all, no one relishes the thought of rescuing an ungrateful wretch. The tale of the farmer and the snake is well known to all. Xiaowan looked disdainfully at the few individuals guarding the vehicle, curling her lip in contempt. How hypocritical. She remembered vividly how they had driven her away earlier, and now they pretended to be benevolent saviors. How disingenuous. It was freezing, and she instinctively pulled her arms closer to her body. Clad in a beautiful white wedding gown, it was indeed visually appealing, yet utterly inadequate for warmth. Even after Aunt Wu had generously lent her a piece of clothing, she still felt the biting cold. She rubbed her arms, particularly her lower legs, which had grown so numb that they felt almost insensate. And her feet. In her pursuit of beauty, she had chosen strappy sandals, which now left her toes reddened and frozen. She could not help but cast a sidelong glance at Yao Yang, who was swathed in layers of clothing, yet had not thought to offer her a single garment. Here she was, playing the role of the Good Samaritan, as if everyone else were a fool. Even if all perceived her as virtuous, she was the only one who truly knew the nature of her character. Sooner or later, she would expose her duplicity, and then we shall see how audacious she remains. And what of Li Lu? Did she even remember who her true friend was? Suddenly, her gaze fell upon the lifeless body on the ground, adorned in a down jacket and cotton shoes. These items would surely provide her with warmth. Yet was it not inauspicious to take possessions from a corpse? Nevertheless, in such dire circumstances, she could not afford to be superstitious. If she did not find something warmer to wear, her demise was all but certain. With a firm resolve, she bit her teeth and approached the corpse, swiftly removing the down jacket and donning it. Instantly, a wave of warmth enveloped her, and she sighed with relief. This was the essence of survival. As for the shoes, they were far too large for her, but options were scarce. After deliberation, she decided to wear them regardless. Her beloved sandals, which had cost her an entire month's salary, she could not bear to part with, cradling them in her arms. Dragging the oversized shoes, she hesitated momentarily, pondering the difficulty of escaping should she encounter a zombie. Not far ahead, there seemed to be several vehicles. She wondered if there were any female corpses within. With this thought, she cautiously approached Aunt Wu, pleadingly gazing up at her. Aunt Wu, I am so cold. I have no shoes to wear, she said, deliberately exposing her frostbitten, purplish feet. Aunt Wu had witnessed her earlier actions and glanced at the shoes on her feet. But you are wearing shoes, are you not? She replied. Yet they are far too big. Xiaowan pointed toward the vehicles ahead, continuing, look, there are several cars over there. Let us see if there are any female corpses. I wish to find a pair of shoes. Aunt Wu hesitated but ultimately refused, saying, that may not be wise. What if there are zombies ahead? She found herself torn between not wanting to offend Xiaowan and her reluctance to leave their current location. Xiaowan stamped her foot and, wrapping her arms around herself, playfully pleaded, all right, Aunt Wu is the best. Look, my feet are so cold that I can't even feel them. Besides, you surely didn't bring a single penny from home, did you? We might as well check if the bodies ahead have any money or gold on them. Otherwise, how are we going to eat or find lodging in the future? One must admit she was quite clever. For Aunt Wu, a woman who had spent her life raising children, this approach was particularly effective, striking at the heart of the matter, money. Even if currency became worthless, surely gold would still hold value. Perhaps the situation here was not as dire as it seemed? In that case, money and gold would prove useful later on. After a moment of hesitation, she finally gritted her teeth and said, fine, Aunt Wu will accompany you. But let's make it quick. Xiaowan had a point. Thus, she decided to take a gamble. For it was rare to hear of money and gold being of no use. Delighted, Xiaowan rushed to embrace Aunt Wu, affectionately nuzzling against her while sweetly saying, Aunt Wu is the best. Aunt Wu chuckled, patting her arm, her smile now more genuine. It reminded her of how her daughter and son used to cling to her in a similar manner. Unfortunately, one was far away, and the other's fate remained uncertain. The two supported each other as they departed, heading towards the car in the distance, which, in truth, was quite a stretch away. Zhou Xiang watched them in surprise, contemplating whether to call out, "Hey, where are you two going?" Xiaowan halted, her tone icy as she curtly replied, "No need for you to worry. We'll be back soon." How could they rely on her when they themselves were in such peril? It was truly annoying. Zhou Xiang gazed anxiously at their retreating figures, contemplating whether to speak up, but they seemed unappreciative of his concern. He found himself at a loss for what to do. Chapter 58 Xiaoyang, what should we do? It seems they've left, and I can't call them back. Yu Xiaoyang had long overheard their conversation, but chose to remain silent. They were merely two foolish individuals, believing themselves clever. In this apocalyptic world, clinging to material possessions was futile. They would likely have lives to take, but no lives to spend. The reason she refrained from intervening was to teach them a lesson. Besides, if she stopped them, Xiaowan would undoubtedly criticize her in her heart, and she had no desire to be the villain. If they wished to go, let them. After all, it was not she who would suffer the consequences. Without lifting her head, she coldly remarked, "Let those who wish to court death do as they please. Why should I intervene?" Zhou Xiang, known for his sharp intellect, understood the situation all too well. He had called out, but should anything happen, they could not blame him. Li Lu looked on in surprise as the car door seemed on the verge of opening. "Yes," Yu Xiaoyang gently nodded, wiping the beads of sweat from her forehead. This was indeed a delicate task. If not pried open properly, it could easily become lodged, leading to a far worse predicament. "Help! Help!" Just as the door was about to be opened, a series of desperate cries echoed from ahead. Yu Xiaoyang glanced up and caught sight of Xiaowan and Aunt Wu, their hands clinging to their bags, running in a most ungraceful manner. Zhou Xiang's expression shifted as she realized the danger. Behind them lurked a horde of zombies. There was no time for Yu Xiaoyang to concern herself with their plight. Her sole focus was on opening the door. She quickly inquired, "How many?" "4," Zhou Xiang replied, her voice trembling. "4?" Yu Xiaoyang paused, knowing they had to act swiftly. Otherwise, they would have to confront the threat head-on. However, her strength had greatly diminished, and she had not eaten for a while, fearing her stamina would fail her. "How confident are you?" "No, not confident at all," Yu Xiaoyang nodded faintly. "All right, I understand. Don't panic. I will work faster." She then nudged the somewhat dazed Li Lu, saying, "Stop dawdling. We will be fine." Li Lu seemed to seize upon a glimmer of hope, placing her trust in Yu Xiaoyang. "Really?" "Yes, I promise. First, let us rescue him." Okay. Li Lu hurriedly replied, her voice gaining a measure of courage. "Stay calm," she reassured herself. Yu Xiaoyang was formidable. Had she not dispatched several zombies before? For should be manageable. If Yu Xiaoyang could hear her thoughts, she might have chuckled bitterly at Li Lu's unwavering faith. "Li Lu, hurry and drive. Don't worry about him," came Xiaowan's frantic voice from a distance. Aunt Wu chimed in. "That's right. Your life is paramount. Quickly get the car." She understood that with her legs alone, she could never outrun the zombies. Only by getting into a vehicle could they hope to escape safely. Zhou Xiang, overwhelmed with anxiety, clenched and unclenched her fists, her gaze fixed on the approaching zombies, nearly brought to tears. Finally, with gritted teeth, she embraced Xuanquan tightly, her eyes reddening as she looked at Yu Xiaoyang and Li Lu. "Sister Xiaoyang, they are right. You all should leave. This is not your battle. My brother, and I will only hold you back." Despite his fear, he could not endanger the innocent. They had already aided him. Whatever remained was fate's design. He had no right to burden them further. Perhaps this was his destiny. It was truly ironic. He had never believed in fate, yet now, at such a critical juncture, those words escaped his lips. Chapter 59, Shut up. Do you want your brother to die here? Even now, with success within reach, how could she consider giving up? She, too, longed to escape. Yet the way the child had looked at her reminded her of her own stubbornness and resilience during those 3 arduous years of the apocalypse. A sheer will to survive. Of course, she did not wish for that, but the words failed to form on her lips. Zhou Xiang's eyes brimmed with tears as she lowered her head in silence. She did not want her brother to perish here, yet she also did not want to see them harmed. "Why are you all so foolish? Hurry and run. The zombies are coming. Soon, Xiaowan and Aunt will reach them," indicating that the zombies were not far behind. Their speed was merely a fraction faster than that of the undead. As Yu Xiaoyang gazed at the door soon to be opened, she decisively instructed, "Li Lu, take them to the car, quickly." Li Lu hesitated for a moment, her eyes fixed on the approaching zombies, and with a clenched jaw, declared, "There's no time. We must go." Her first statement was directed at Yu Xiaoyang, while the second was meant to urge Xiao Wan and Aunt Wu to follow her. Turning to the distraught Zhou Xiang, who was shedding tears in desperation, she coldly commanded, "Come here, pull with all your might to get it open." At last, the door was yanked open, and Yu Xiaoyang swiftly pulled Zhou Bo out just as the zombies loomed before them. She entrusted Zhou Bo to Zhou Xiang and urged, "Run," before quickly grabbing an axe and striking at the nearest zombie, then dragging Zhou Xiang towards the vehicle. "Li Lu, we don't have time, hurry," Xiao Wan shrieked, incessantly urging Li Lu to accelerate. Her expression twisted with urgency, as if she yearned to seize the steering wheel from Li Lu. Firmly rebuffed, Li Lu resolutely stated, "No, Yu Xiaoyang hasn't he gotten in yet?" Frustrated, Xiao Wan retorted, "We can't wait. Can't you see the zombies right behind her? Are we all meant to die alongside her?" Li Lu pressed her lips together in silence. She would not abandon her friend at the last moment. Yu Xiaoyang had saved her countless times, and she could not betray that bond. "Quickly, open the car door and let them in," Yu Xiaoyang urged, shoving Zhou Xiang into the vehicle and shutting the door behind her. Then, she swiftly moved to the opposite side of the car, as several zombies collided with the vehicle, clawing at it relentlessly. "Drive," Yu Xiaoyang shouted as she secured the door. With a roar, the vehicle sped away, leaving behind the screaming zombies who relentlessly pursued them without pause. Inside the car, heavy breaths filled the air. They had narrowly escaped the clutches of the undead, and the terror of that moment etched itself into each heart. Li Lu felt her hands still trembling. Just moments ago, the zombies had been outside, and she could still hear their claws scraping against the door. She feared they would breach it, her heart racing in panic. Zhou Xiang clutched Zhou Bo tightly, while Xiao Wan and Aunt Wu sat in the back, Zhou Xiang trembling, unable to utter a word. Once they reached a somewhat safer distance, Aunt Wu leaned back against her seat, gasping, "I thought I was going to be devoured by zombies." In that moment of escape, I realized that everything else is trivial. Only life matters. Li Lu let out a heavy huff. "Where were you all earlier? How did you attract those zombies? Can you not explain yourselves?" Aunt Wu looked at her awkwardly, hesitant to speak. She was aware that it was her and Xiao Wan's actions that had endangered everyone. The zombies had been drawn in from a distance by the noise of their rummaging in the car, and by the time they realized it, the threat was upon them. She had never anticipated that events would unfold in such a manner. At that moment, she and Xiao Wan were rummaging through items in the car. As the occupants of the two vehicles were conveniently absent, no corpses, no zombies, wasn't it the perfect opportunity to search for belongings? Little did they realize that the zombies from those cars had escaped and were now aimlessly wandering about, their arrival inadvertently drawing the creatures closer. Chapter 60, What could we possibly do? It was merely that Xiao Wan had no clothes to wear, and they needed to find some. She was accompanying Xiao Wan. Any fault lay with Xiao Wan. Li Lu cast a derisive glance at her through the rearview mirror, scoffing, "Let us hope it's just that. I fear some individuals might have summoned the zombies out of their insatiable greed." This remark immediately provoked a reaction from Xiao Wan. "What do you mean by that, Li Lu? I just endured a tremendous ordeal, and instead of offering me concern, you choose to mock me. Do you still consider me a friend?" Initially, she felt a twinge of guilt, but Li Lu's scornful words made her forget her previous transgressions. Even if she had erred as a friend, Li Lu should not have spoken to her in such a manner. It was a blatant disregard for their camaraderie. "Then why did you take someone else's bag?" Li Lu swiftly exposed her. Xiao Wan's face flushed, yet she stubbornly retorted, "Who says I'm not allowed to take the bag? It contains money. And we didn't take a single cent when we left. What if the situation there is different from here? Don't you need money?" Li Lu contemptuously curled her lip. "Money? Does that still hold any value? Surely you must realize that in this new world, strength is paramount. Enough. If this bickering continues, I will not tolerate it," Yu Xiaoyang interjected impatiently. Xiao Wan glared at her in silent anger, having been intimidated by Yu Xiaoyang's earlier threats, which made her hesitant to retaliate. Yet, she silently resented Li Lu, who did not come to her aid when she saw her friend being bullied. Did she even comprehend who her friends were? Yu Xiaoyang was merely an acquaintance of a few hours. Who could discern whether she was benevolent or malevolent? "He's injured. Is he all right?" "It's nothing serious, just a foot injury. He can endure it," Zhou Xiang replied, lifting his gaze to meet hers with a hint of confusion. Yu Xiaoyang frowned, wondering if Zhou Xiang's reticence stemmed from her earlier scare, fearing she might force them off the vehicle. She turned to inspect the boy in Zhou Xiang's arms, saying, "Let me see. He has bitten his lip and is clearly in pain. How can you say he is fine? Zhou Xiang hesitated for a moment before nodding slightly, gradually rolling up Zhou Bo's pant leg. It appeared that something round had pressed against it, leaving a section of his calf a deep purplish hue, and blood seemed on the verge of oozing. No wonder she had felt resistance when pulling him out. Zhou Bo let out a muffled groan, evidently unable to bear the pain any longer. In the heat of the moment, she had not had the opportunity to assess the severity of the situation, unaware it had escalated so gravely. As she contemplated, she thought it imperative to release the stagnant blood, otherwise she would not be able to preserve her leg. However, there were no anti-inflammatory medications available here, rendering movement impossible for the time being. Although her spatial realm contained such medications, how could she retrieve them without exposing her secret? To do so would jeopardize her ultimate refuge, which she could not risk revealing until the direst moment. Zhou Xiang paused, a look of urgency crossing his face. What shall we do? Will Zhou Bo be unable to walk again? No need to panic, she reassured him. It is darkening, and we should find a place to stop. Let us see if there are any inhabitants nearby. No sooner had she spoken than Xiaowan exclaimed, What? I disagree. We must hurry back to the city. We cannot afford to stop. Yu Xiaoyang rolled her eyes, muttering under her breath, I did not seek your approval. As long as she consents, that suffices. Besides, who said anything about returning to the city with you? She chose not to engage further, dismissing Xiaowan's words as if they had never been uttered, for there was little merit in arguing with someone like her. Chapter 61. Xiaoyang, it appears there is a house over there. I wonder if anyone resides within. Ever since Yu Xiaoyang suggested finding a place to stay for the night, Li Lu had been vigilantly scanning the roadside for any signs of shelter. As she drove, she was acutely aware that with the encroaching darkness, visibility became increasingly compromised. Even the headlights offered little aid, as the surroundings were shrouded in obscurity, and one could unwittingly stumble into a horde of zombies. There stood an unremarkable single-story house, devoid of distinctive features and situated at a considerable distance from the main road, seemingly free from any undead presence. She decisively declared, We shall head there. Li Lu nodded in agreement and steered the vehicle toward the modest dwelling. Isn't this a designated area for development? Aunt Wu murmured as she exited the car, gazing at the solitary house. Yu Xiaoyang shot her a glance, acknowledging the truth in her statement. Adjacent to the house had once been other residences, all of which had been razed, leaving only this one standing. It was a mystery how the occupants had managed to retain their home. Surely there are no zombies inside. Xiaowan pressed herself against the car, hesitant to step out. Any sign of movement would prompt her to leap back into the vehicle. It stands to reason that someone must have lived there, but if my suspicions are correct, those inhabitants have likely turned into zombies. I observed pickled vegetables drying outside. If they were alive, they certainly would have brought them in. Moreover, a motorcycle leaning against the wall suggests that if the occupants had left, they would have taken it with them, as public transport is non-existent here. Thinking aloud, she cautioned, The people inside have likely transformed into zombies. We must proceed with caution. Li Lu blinked in surprise but refrained from further comment, merely nodding in acknowledgement of the warning. Xiaowan immediately shrieked, What? There are zombies inside. We must flee quickly. We cannot linger here to become their next meal. Fool, Yu Xiaoyang retorted. The darkness is upon us. Where else could we possibly go? Your screaming may attract them even if they are not already here. Without any hesitation, she pointed the axe in her hand towards Xiaowan, her voice low and menacing. In this apocalypse, killing is not a crime. Dare to utter another word, and I shall not hesitate to strike you. Xiaowan, terrified, turned pale and stammered, Why you wouldn't dare? Yu Xiaoyang smirked, a wicked grin spreading across her face. Care to test me? In a panic, Xiaowan shook her head vigorously. And no, you can't do this. Her legs weakened, sliding down alongside the vehicle. Desperately, she raised her eyes to the others, only to find them feigning ignorance, turning away. A chill coursed through her. Not a single person came to her aid. Yu Xiaoyang let out a disdainful scoff, looking down at Xiaowan with contempt. Behave yourself. I have no pity for the fragile. In this grim world, only the perceptive and sensible could survive. She could almost foresee Xiaowan's future, a path leading to her own demise unless she could temper her temperament. Yet, as the saying goes, old habits die hard, and she held little hope for Xiaowan. A person destined to self-destruction was not worth her investment of time and energy. Cautiously, she pushed against the door of the house, discovering it ajar and surprisingly unlocked. Step back, she instructed before kicking the door open and assuming a defensive stance, prepared to strike swiftly should any zombies emerge. However, to her astonishment, no zombies leapt out. Could it be that her assumption was incorrect and the place was uninhabited? Otherwise, such a commotion would surely have attracted the undead. The only other possibility was that there were indeed no zombies within. Yet, Yao Shanshan remained vigilant. Her attention focused on the shadowy interior, ready for any sudden appearances of zombies. Xiaoyang, is everything all right? It seems there are no zombies, Li Lu asked nervously. Her eyes fixed on her. Who has a mobile phone? Turn on the flashlight. Zhou reached into the pocket of her down jacket and produced a black phone, handing it over. Inside the house, the layout was apparent. 3 rooms and a modest living area adjacent to the kitchen, with the doors to the 3 rooms closed, shrouding their contents in mystery. There was no electricity, the cause unknown, but at that moment, no one cared to investigate. Yu Xiaoyang glanced toward the kitchen, promptly entering to ignite the gas on the stove. The flicker of flames illuminated the space significantly, and beneath the table, she discovered several candles propped up in wine bottles, suggesting frequent power outages. She lit the candles and arranged them thoughtfully in the living room. Li Lu, hold the phone for me, she directed, pointing towards the 3 doors. Perhaps zombies are lurking behind them. If we are to stay here tonight, we must ensure this place is safe. The first door swung open, revealing an empty room resembling a storage space filled with various items, but certainly no hiding place for a person. The second door opened to a bedroom, furnished with a bed and a wardrobe, also devoid of any occupants. As she pushed open the door to the third room, she was met with the ominous sight of a dark gun muzzle aimed directly at her. The man behind it, pallid and blood-soaked, appeared gravely injured, his abdomen drenched in crimson, the metallic scent of blood filling the air. Despite the severity of his wounds, he emanated a palpable aura of menace, as if the pain was inconsequential to him. It was clear from the very first glance that he was no ordinary individual. The ferocity that enveloped him was likely the result of prolonged encounters with bloodshed. On the ground lay 2 decapitated corpses, a man and a woman, presumably a couple. It seemed that after the man entered, he had been attacked and had swiftly dispatched the zombies. Yu Xiaoyang momentarily froze before explaining, "We mean no harm. We simply seek to rest here for the night." The man's lips were unnaturally pale, a clear indication of excessive blood loss, yet he mustered the strength to hoarsely assert, "Keep your distance from this room." Yu Xiaoyang nodded promptly, responding, "We will maintain our distance, provided you do not succumb to becoming a zombie. Who knows the extent of your injuries, or whether you have been bitten?" The man, catching her unspoken thoughts, swallowed a mouthful of blood and added, "Rest assured, I have not been bitten." Yu Xiaoyang paused, then smiled and nodded in understanding before retreating, the door slamming shut behind her. Li Lu leaned closer and whispered, "Why not eliminate him? What if he has been bitten? Can we truly sleep soundly with an unknown person in the room?" Yu Xiaoyang's expression remained serene. She merely cast a fleeting glance at her companion and replied, "I lack the certainty. If you are confident, feel free to take action yourself." Li Lu chuckled. Her inquiry merely a passing thought. She certainly did not have the audacity to confront him. The moment she locked eyes with the man, fear gripped her. The idea of killing him was unfathomable. She preferred to lie in wait for him to make the first move, perhaps granting her a swift end. It was not cowardice. Rather, it was a matter of self-awareness. Yu Xiaoyang had no intentions of acting recklessly. They were only to stay for one night, and tomorrow they would part ways. As for the man, she trusted his word about not being bitten. Why? It could only be said that he was not a man who would stoop to deceit. He had no need to lie to them. Chapter 63. After a day of relentless toil, everyone was utterly exhausted, particularly Zhou Bo, whose foot was injured. The house lacked any anti-inflammatory medication, so she retrieved a box from her spatial storage, pretending to have found it in the room. She heated a knife for sterilization and made a cross-incision on Zhou Bo's swollen leg, squeezing out the congealed blood. While extracting the blood with a medical syringe would have been preferable, there was neither anti-inflammatory medication nor syringes available here, and she had not thought to prepare such items in her spatial storage. After expelling the blood, she administered 2 anti-inflammatory pills to Zhou Bo, wiping the sweat from her brow and reflecting that this was hardly less taxing than battling zombies. Yet what astonished her most was Zhou Bo's resilience. Throughout the entire ordeal, he did not utter a single cry, gritting his teeth as cold sweat dripped steadily from his forehead. Li Lu averted her gaze, unable to bear the sight, and remarked, "Children should simply cry out when they are in pain, I would not mock you. However, Zhou Bo merely glanced at her before continuing to grit his teeth, enduring his suffering, while Zhou Xiang discreetly shed a few tears nearby. All right, just avoid water for now. In a couple of days, all will be well. Zhou Xiang expressed her profound gratitude, looking at her with sincere appreciation. Thank you for saving my brother. Without you, we certainly would not have made it. Yu Xiaoyang replied nonchalantly, do not be in such a rush to thank me. Go to the kitchen and see what ingredients you can find. Prepare something to eat. Your brother has likely gone too long without food. Zhou Xiang eagerly nodded, while Aunt Wu, perhaps finding the situation dull, accompanied her to the kitchen to assist. Since learning that this place was safe, Xiaowan had retreated into one of the rooms, busily tending to her own matters, and had yet to emerge. Li Lu, intrigued by the resilient and spirited young boy, noticed the lingering pain on his face and settled beside him to engage in conversation. I'm 8 years old. What? Li Lu was momentarily taken aback, then recalled that she had initially inquired about his age, though he had seemed too preoccupied to respond at that moment. Oh, quite proud. Aren't you? She teased, continuing with a cheerful inquiry. What about your parents? Are you and your brother alone? Zhou Bo pressed his pale, dry lips together before responding. We have a driver, but by the time we awoke, he had already fled. He only addressed the last question, avoiding any mention of his parents. Nevertheless, it was evident that he had lowered his guard around her, as he would not have spoken so freely otherwise. Yu Xiaoyang sat before a candle, meticulously cleaning her axe and a fruit knife she had found in the house. Until she could acquire a more suitable weapon, the axe remained her most effective tool. Having dispatched several zombies with relative ease, and she had no immediate plans to discard it. Casting a glance at Li Lu, who was conversing with Zhou Bo, and at Zhou Xiang and Aunt Wu bustling in the kitchen, she let out a soft sigh. It appeared that everyone else adapted to the apocalypse so swiftly, while she herself had taken 3 months to acclimatize in her previous life. She pondered her own weakness, yet despite her frailty, she had managed to survive for 3 years in this world, which spoke to the favor of fate. At that moment, Xiaowan emerged from her room, having changed out of her glaring wedding dress into clothing that likely belonged to the house's former occupant. In the midst of the apocalypse, one could not critique the aesthetics, but the attire was undeniably warm. Coupled with a red down jacket she had salvaged from another vehicle and black leggings, she appeared quite spirited. Chapter 64. Li Lu noticed her and remembered that she was still clad in the bridesmaid's gown, her legs long numb from the cold, though her scavenged shoes provided some warmth. Xiaowan, catching the glance that Li Lu cast her way, felt a surge of secret satisfaction, proud of her foresight. If her legs had succumbed to frostbite, she would have been unable to walk in the future. Contemplating her friend's gesture of beckoning with her chin while mentioning there were clothes inside, she said, find something to wear. You'll only freeze, and no one will care. Li Lu harbored little fondness for her old friend's rather disparaging remarks, but still smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. After all, she had no intention of falling out with Xiaowan. They were still friends, albeit she was somewhat disconcerted by Xiaowan's obliviousness to the current predicament. Once Li Lu changed her clothes, Aunt Wu brought in the prepared meal. She moved the table to the center of the room and arranged the candles before they began to eat. With the refrigerator bare, the only finds were 2 cabbages and a few potatoes, prompting Zhou Xiang to feel a twinge of embarrassment. They had all exerted considerable effort to rescue his brother, yet he had nothing substantial to offer them in return. Li Lu, however, quickly adapted to the situation, cheerfully declaring, this is sufficient. I feel quite embarrassed to have you, a young man, performing the rituals. Zhou Xiang blushed, insisting, it's nothing. Aunt Wu has been assisting all along. She did most of the work. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaoyang quietly consumed his meal, remaining silent. This dinner would only become more challenging in the future. Simply having a morsel to eat would be a blessing. Zhou Xiang prepared congee for Zhou Bo, mixing in some vegetable broth, and approached to feed him, only to be gently rejected. I can manage on my own, Zhou Bo insisted, taking the spoon and delicately eating on his own. His posture was elegant, revealing that he had received a good education, and maintaining such composure was indeed commendable. Casting a glance toward the man's room and hesitating for a moment, she ultimately decided to fetch a bowl of congee from the kitchen. Perhaps it would be her one act of compassion, considering he had sustained such severe injuries, yet still managed to eliminate 2 zombies. It seemed reasonable to regard her kindness as a reward for his efforts. Knocking on his door, she received no response. Just as she was about to turn away, thoughts of his abdominal wound and the pervasive scent of blood made her question whether he had fainted. Glancing back at the door, she reluctantly opened it, finding the man lying still on the bed, exactly as she had feared. The stench of blood was overwhelming, yet she could not open the window for fresh air, for it would only attract more zombies. Placing the bowl on the bedside table, she gazed at the pallid man, whose lips were as white as paper. She sighed, pondering the dilemma of whether to assist him or not. His wounds required attention. While she lacked professional medical knowledge, she understood that in this apocalyptic world, treating injuries necessitated clean water to cleanse the wounds, sterile cloth to bandage them, and the elusive anti-inflammatory medication she yearned for. In this harsh reality, such a remedy could mean the difference between life and death, yet it remained frustratingly out of reach. The prospect of infected, swollen wounds oozing pus was a grim reminder of their dire circumstances, where even basic necessities like clean water and fabric were hard to come by. Chapter 65. After a moment of hesitation, she resolved not to meddle further, lest others misinterpret her intentions. Just as she placed the porridge down and turned to leave, a gun was suddenly pressed against her waist. A gravelly voice commanded her to remain still. Yu Xiaoyang stiffened slightly and replied coldly, "I came to deliver porridge." The man smirked derisively. "You wish to see if I have turned into a zombie, don't you? Call it what you will. The porridge is there. May I leave now?" The adage "a dog bites Lu Dongbin," not recognizing a good person, echoed in her mind. Despite her inclination to help, the presence of something dangerous within the room made her hesitant to rest soundly. The man fell silent for a moment before inquiring, "Do you have any medicine?" Yu Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. "Medicine? Psychiatric medication? I'm afraid I don't have any. Blood-stopping or anti-inflammatory drugs will suffice." Such precious commodities could not be so casually dispensed. She could allow him a cup of water and a cursory check to see if he were alive, but medicine was another matter entirely. Just as she prepared to refuse him, she caught sight of the gun at her side. Her eyes darted, and she proposed, "I want your gun." Anticipating his refusal, she was astonished when he readily acquiesced without a moment's thought, tossing the gun onto the bedside table as if it were of little consequence. "Fine." Yu Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback by the simplicity of his agreement. Cautiously, she picked up the gun and retreated 2 steps, noting that he showed no signs of reconsideration. "Once I have it, you cannot change your mind," she asserted. The man, reclining against the bed with a faint breath, merely murmured in acknowledgement, his eyelids half closed. Yu Xiaoyang felt a surge of unexpected joy. She had not anticipated acquiring the firearm so easily. While it may not serve her well against zombies, it was undeniably effective against humans. If the man had been unarmed, would she have so readily capitulated? It was certainly the threat of the gun that kept her in line. However, his next words nearly caused her to choke on her indignation. He abruptly opened his eyes, revealing a pair of fathomless, dark irises, yet there were no bullets. "You fool," Yu Xiaoyang nearly exclaimed, realizing he had toyed with her. A glimmer of mockery flickered in his gaze. Before she could unleash her frustration, he interjected, "I can provide you with bullets, but you must give me the medicine and bring in a basin of water." Yu Xiaoyang struggled to suppress her fury, retrieving half a box of anti-inflammatory medication from her bag and tossing it at him with a cold demeanor. "Here's the medicine. If you want water, fetch it yourself. I am not your servant." Providing medicine and fetching water were 2 distinctly separate matters. She was no maid to cater to his whims. What next? Would he expect her to bathe him? Dream on. The man remained unmoved, lowering his gaze and refraining from looking at her again. He spoke indifferently. "I can offer you 50 bullets. Yu Xiaoyang hesitated. 50 bullets were not something an ordinary person could easily procure. Once this opportunity slipped away, it would be lost forever. Wasn't he at merely fetching some water? Surely, she could manage that. Unlike Tao Yuanming, who would not bend for mere 5 pecks of rice. She was willing to bend as long as the task was within her capacity, and occasionally even perform a somersault. However, she felt the need to maintain an outward appearance of being difficult to buy off. Thus, she decided to negotiate for 60 bullets, or else the discussion would be moot. The man, surprisingly straightforward, agreed without a moment's thought. Well, with that, her prepared words became redundant. She realized that he was indeed efficient and preferred to avoid unnecessary verbosity, which suited her just fine. Yet, inexplicably, it left her with a sense of falling into a trap. Upon reflection, she concluded that she was not at a loss. 50 bullets for fetching water was quite a bargain. "Now, can I have the 50 bullets?" The medicine she had given him was already placed away by the time she exited. He took a sip of the porridge from the bowl on the bedside table and swallowed the medicine. Yu Xiaoyang pouted, thinking, at least you're sensible. Or I would have been truly angry. But, do you have any means to clean the wound? Are you trying to play tricks? She retorted coldly, her brow twitching slightly. What does that have to do with me? The man chuckled lightly. You still haven't received the bullets. And so? She replied defiantly. Am I to become your servant? In your dreams. Grinding her teeth, she asserted, yet here you are, lying in bed. So perhaps you should be a bit more courteous. Is this how one begs? The man grinned, tilting his head slightly to observe her, but then uttered a statement that made Yu Xiaoyang feel as if she were about to spit blood. Even so, you cannot defeat me. Silence enveloped her as a wave of vulnerability washed over her, leaving her without a retort, nor the immediate option to lift an axe and let actions speak for themselves. Are you not afraid that I've added zombie blood to the water? Yu Xiaoyang showed no mercy, having vented all her frustrations on his wound. His abdomen bore several cuts from the dagger. Some had ceased bleeding, but under her firm pressure, they began to flow anew. A rush of vindictive pleasure surged through her, relishing in his arrogance, his command over her. And now he understood that she was not to be trifled with. Yet, the man merely gritted his teeth, suppressing any cries of pain. Yuan Ti remained silent forever. He finally spoke in a hoarse voice after a moment of silence. She raised an eyebrow, non-committal. Will I? That was uncertain. Placing too much trust in others was hardly a virtue. Yu Xiaoyang discreetly cast him a glance, thinking, oh, he is quite resilient. Well, it didn't hurt her, and she was eager to see just how much he could endure. With that thought, she deliberately pressed her nails into his wound. The man inhaled sharply, his complexion turning as pale as snow, beads of cold sweat trickling down from his forehead, gliding slowly across the bridge of his nose before reaching his chin. After a moment, he managed to wipe away the cold sweat from his chin, forcing a weak smile towards her. You are truly ruthless. Yu Xiaoyang replied with a smile that did not reach her eyes. It's mutual. The blow you dealt her was emotional, while she reciprocated with a physical one. Is that not fair? After tidying up, she too felt utterly exhausted. Casting a glance at the pool of blood on the ground, she turned her gaze away in disgust. That wretched smell lingered stubbornly, reminiscent of a world engulfed in despair. Collecting the bullets from the bedside table, she conducted a cursory check. 50 should suffice. And she saw no need to count them meticulously. She stuffed them into her bag. This was the agreement they had reached. Once his wounds were treated, she could take the bullets. With the transaction concluded, she saw no reason to linger. Just as she shrugged and prepared to leave, she was called back. Suspiciously, she halted, instinctively clutching her bag tighter and regarding him warily. The man paused momentarily, then broke into a reassuring smile. Do not worry, I shall not go back on my word. Yu Xiaoyang regarded him coldly. If that is the case, we have clarified our understanding. Her intention was unmistakable, requiring no further elaboration. I merely wish to inquire your name. No need for that. We shall likely never meet again. Who knows if you will survive? Your wounds are severe, some even exposing your intestines. Surviving in this world devoid of medical care is another matter altogether. With that, she turned and left without a backward glance. However, as she closed the door, she heard the man's low voice. Fu Hengyi. Chapter 67. Fu Hengyi. The name sounded vaguely familiar, but she could not place it immediately. Perhaps it was too common. She dismissed it from her mind, thinking that any future encounter was contingent upon his survival. Besides, she did not consider this a pleasant meeting. Who knew if he would hold a grudge for the 50 bullets and a gun she had taken from him? If he were vindictive, she could be in trouble. Xiaoyang. How is he? Li Lu pointed towards Fu Hengyi inside as she emerged. Not dead, and he won't turn into a zombie, at least for now. Li Lu pouted in astonishment. With such severe injuries, I could smell the strong scent of blood as soon as the door opened. And he is still all right? Aunt Wu, nearby, finally found her voice. What will happen to him? What do you mean? We go our separate ways. Tomorrow, we'll part ways. What else is there to consider? She continued. Rest now. The room with beds is for Zhou Bo and Zhou Xiang. You can divide the storeroom among yourselves, while I'll sleep in the living room. It wasn't that she was particularly altruistic. She understood that someone needed to keep watch at night, and neither Aunt Wu, Xiaowan, nor Zhou Xiang could be relied upon to do so. They had yet to grasp the true meaning of this apocalyptic world, making it impossible for them to remain vigilant. Allowing them to stand guard would be a farce. They might easily doze off, oblivious to the zombies lurking at the door. Xiaowan immediately retorted, on what grounds? Why do those two men get to sleep in a room while we are relegated to the storage room? Su Xiaoyang, without sparing her a glance. Forcefully swung the axe in his hand, coldly stating, "Is it not evident that my previous warning was insufficient?" As his words fell, the axe landed a mere centimeter from her feet. Had it veered just slightly, it would have struck her foot. She could almost foresee the excruciating pain that the gleaming axe would inflict upon her. Her body trembled, threatening to collapse, but fortunately, Aunt Wu, with quick reflexes, caught her. A moment of silence enveloped the room. Zhou Xiang cleared his throat and timidly suggested, "Perhaps we should let the girls have the room?" Su Xiaoyang cast a fleeting glance in his direction and remarked indifferently, "Do as you wish," before rummaging through the bedroom for 2 blankets. Since he sought to play the role of the benevolent one, why should she assume the mantle of the villain? She had already played the part of the antagonist for his sake, yet he showed no gratitude. Thus, there was little left to discuss. While she felt sympathy for his brother's injuries, she was not yet driven to irrationality. At times, one must adopt a more assertive stance rather than perpetually yielding. Ultimately, Zhou Xiang and Zhou Bo retreated to the bedroom, while Aunt Wu and Xiaowan settled into the storage room. After tidying up the storage space, it was indeed a suitable place to sleep, at least warmer than the living room. Li Lu hesitated for a moment, then approached her with a gentle smile, saying, "I'll keep you company during the night watch. I can't sleep anyway." Her mind was tumultuous, filled with worry and fear. How could she possibly rest? Su Xiaoyang merely acknowledged her with an refusing to decline her offer. It was all the better that she had taken the initiative. After all, she was not their parent and need not constantly consider their feelings. Keeping watch was not a negative endeavor, and they would eventually come to understand that. "You take the first half of the night, and I will take the latter. Just wake me when it's time." Based on her experiences in the apocalypse, trouble typically arose during the latter half of the night, so she preferred to take the watch then. She felt uneasy leaving Li Lu to guard the night alone. Li Lu smiled slightly and nodded. "All right, you can sleep soundly. I want to doze off." Su Xiaoyang chuckled softly but did not respond. The notion of sleeping soundly in an apocalypse was a fallacy, yet she chose not to engage in this futile debate, offering only a non-committal smile before wrapping herself in the blankets and drifting off to sleep. Chapter 68. She was a light sleeper. Even the slightest noise would rouse her. Just as she was on the verge of slumber, she heard soft sobbing. Pretending not to hear, she kept her eyes closed and attempted to continue sleeping. After dozing off for an hour or so, she awoke again. Hearing Li Lu still softly weeping, she sighed quietly. What was this all about? Although she could fall asleep while crying, the persistent sound was quite disconcerting. As Li Lu noticed her awaken, she hurriedly wiped the tears from her face. Her voice hoarse from weeping. "You're awake. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to wake you." Since she was already awake, sleep eluded her. So she gathered the quilt around her and sat up, waving her hand dismissively. "It's all right, I'm a light sleeper. You should rest, I'll keep watch." Li Lu, feeling somewhat embarrassed, nodded and took a candle to the kitchen, returning with 2 cups of water, offering one to her. Yu Xiaoyang expressed her gratitude and accepted it, delighted that the water in the bottle was still warm. In such a frigid night, savoring a sip of hot water felt like a luxury. Li Lu, her throat parched, slowly drank 2 cups to ease her discomfort. After rubbing her swollen eyes, the dim candlelight cast a soft glow on her slightly puffy cheeks as she apologetically glanced at Yu Xiaoyang. "I'm so sorry, I couldn't control myself." "It's all right, I can't sleep either," Yu Xiaoyang replied. Li Lu lowered her head, sniffling as she spoke softly. "I never imagined the world would become like this. I miss my fiancé and my parents so much." At this, she covered her face, her voice cracking with emotion. After a moment to compose herself, she continued, "Xiaowan and I are colleagues. I was supposed to get married next month, but she insisted I be her bridesmaid. Our relationship was merely cordial, but I couldn't refuse. So I came. I never anticipated things would turn out this way, and I don't know if I'll ever have the chance to return home." After a moment of silence, Yu Xiaoyang replied, "As long as you're alive, there is hope." Indeed, this sentiment felt somewhat superficial and half-hearted. For in a world like this, living often seemed more torturous than death. Yet the desire to die contrasted sharply with the fear of actually doing so, creating a profound anguish. She lacked the words to comfort. She had no desire to play the role of a nurturing older sister, encouraging Li Lu to be strong, for she was barely holding herself together. In this dreadful world, no one was truly stronger. Everyone was in the same boat. Li Lu curled up in the corner, unable to suppress the panic swelling within her, and began to cry once more. "But I'm so afraid." Her fear was palpable. The first day had already been so harrowing. How would she endure what lay ahead? She felt so utterly alone. The room was filled only with her soft sobs and the crackling sound of the burning candle. After a while, Yu Xiaoyang suppressed her own confusion and concern and said softly, "Let us try to sleep," choosing not to say anything more. If Li Lu sought a confidant, she had chosen the wrong person. She was hardly a good listener. Everyone carried their own burdens and suffering, and she could only hear and be mindful of her own, unable to truly connect with another's pain. Li Lu hesitated, clutching her knees and burying her head in her arms, softly responding with a muffled sound. She stifled a few more sobs that threatened to escape, determined to stop. She was not a weak person. She had simply never felt such despair before, as if her entire life had been turned upside down, leaving her lost and directionless. Chapter 69. As dawn broke at a little past 5, Yu Xiaoyang instructed Li Lu to awaken everyone. Today promised to be fortuitous. Unlike the usual dense fog, not a wisp of mist was in sight. The thought of returning home filled her with impatience, and she longed for wings to soar back instantly. Aunt Wu and Xiao Wan expressed their grievances, glancing discontentedly at the sky, yet the fright from yesterday's ordeal rendered them somewhat subdued. They only murmured a couple of complaints before hastily gathering their belongings. Yu Xiaoyang, unceremoniously, packed all the edible provisions in the room into her bag, including the cured meats she had found in the kitchen and a few potatoes, intending to store them in her space when they separated, as there was little to carry and she did not require the space just yet. Xiao Wan appeared to look down upon her actions, casting a judgmental gaze, but Yu Xiaoyang paid her no mind. She feared that in the future, even the desire to be simple-minded would be beyond Xiao Wan's reach. After about 10 minutes of packing, each person picked up 2 uneaten potatoes from yesterday and set off. Yu Xiaoyang did not bother to check on Fu Hongyi. She believed she had done enough by administering the medicine and applying the bandages. As for him, he would have to fend for himself. What should have been a mere 2-hour journey had stretched into 4 or 5 hours yesterday, forcing them to rest for the night. Consequently, she did not let Li Lu drive today. While Li Lu was a competent driver, her caution in this apocalyptic world was too time-consuming. She had no such reservations and would choose to ram through any obstacles as long as no accidents occurred. Upon reaching an intersection, she slowly halted the vehicle and, after a moment of silence, stated, "All right, we shall part ways here. I must return home. You can continue straight along the highway to the city." As soon as her words fell, Xiao Wan exclaimed, "What? You're leaving us behind?" Li Lu looked equally astonished, her mouth moving as she murmured, "Xiaoyang, aren't you coming with us to the city?" Yu Xiaoyang shook her head. "No, my home is nearby. I need to find my parents. You can't just leave us. What are we supposed to do?" Despite her deep-seated apprehensions about Yu Xiaoyang, Xiao Wan could not suppress her voice at that moment. This was a matter of life and death for her. She understood that even though Yu Xiaoyang could be fierce, she would not truly harm her. However, if Yu Xiaoyang departed, their chances of returning to the city would be drastically diminished. Yu Xiaoyang restrained her rising anger and replied as calmly as possible, "I have been more than accommodating. My home is right here. It would be illogical for me to take you to the city and then return to search for my parents. Surely, a reasonable person would not do that. I am not a saint." Aunt Wu, having known beforehand that Yu Xiaoyang would not accompany them to the city, refrained from commenting, though she silently hoped that Yu Xiaoyang would choose to join them. As soon as Xiao Wan contemplated the prospect of confronting the zombies alone after Yu Xiaoyang departed, she could no longer contain herself. With a flushed neck, she exclaimed, "Why can't you? You're so formidable. You could easily escort us back first and then return. Do you intend to abandon us here, disregarding my life?" At this moment, she felt compelled to insist on Yu Xiaoyang remaining with them, despite her distasteful demeanor. Xiao Wan would rather face her than the zombies. Yu Xiaoyang laughed in disbelief, having encountered shamelessness before, yet never to this extent. What was their relationship? What kind of saintly character would she have to be to return them to the city? Chapter 70. One who is shameless is invincible. Why should I concern myself with your issues? Shouldn't the wealthy share some of their fortune with the less fortunate? Xiao Wan, unable to counter her, felt her cheeks heat with embarrassment. She realized her demands were excessive, yet she had to seize Yu Xiaoyang's cooperation, for she understood that the elderly and infirm passengers could not safely return to the city on their own. Though somewhat naive, she was not foolish. "If you refuse to take us back to the city, you cannot leave this vehicle. How can you be so heartless? We have the elderly and young among us, and we are all women. How do you expect us to return?" Indeed, it was Yu Xiaoyang's cold-heartedness that prompted such desperation. Yu Xiaoyang laughed. incredulous at the audacity displayed. Were they not women? Was she somehow exempt from that designation? It was utterly ridiculous. She cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Wan, then surveyed the others in the vehicle before coldly stating, "I would like to see who dares to stop me. Furthermore, I never intended to stay in this vehicle. If you continue to be so ungrateful, I suggest you start walking back." Xiao Wan faltered, stammering, "What do you mean?" The implication was clear. Everyone had reached a breaking point. If she was to be shameless, then Yu Xiaoyang felt no need for reservations. Startled by the fleeting glint of menace in Yu Xiaoyang's eyes, Xiao Wan collapsed onto the seat, her expression filled with trepidation. "Why you wouldn't dare?" she managed to assert. Though her voice quivered, Yu Xiaoyang chuckled lightly, stating nonchalantly, "If you wish to test me, I have no qualms about shedding blood. I have done so before. Though this would be my first in this life." A profound silence enveloped the vehicle. After a moment, Yu Xiaoyang stowed the dagger she had been toying with into her bag, opened the door, and prepared to leave. The very notion that they could compel her to stay was utterly ludicrous. Just as her hand reached the door handle, Li Lu's voice broke the tension. "Are you truly not coming with us?" Yu Xiaoyang paused, not turning her gaze, and coldly replied, "No, you all know the way back. Surely I am aware of it too." "No, that's not what I meant. I merely wanted to ask if we would see you again in the future." Only then did Yu Xiaoyang glance back at her, swiftly opened the door, ensured the coast was clear of zombies, and stepped out of the vehicle, leaving the door ajar, revealing Li Lu's conflicted expression. "Let us focus on surviving first," she said, and proceeded to walk away. Yet, she heard Li Lu furiously shouting from the car, "Hey, if you intend to leave, take those two burdens with you. What is the meaning of leaving them in our vehicle?" Yu Xiaoyang halted her steps and raised an eyebrow. "Inquiring burden? Those are Zhou Xiang and Zhou Bo," came the reply. "Oh, it's them," Yu Xiaoyang said, frowning as she contemplated. "If you possess the capability, just toss them aside. I am not their guardian. I am not obligated to look after them." With that, she turned away and departed without a backward glance, casting aside the furious shouts of Xiao Wan and her attempts at consolation. A group of selfish individuals. She had initially thought Xiao Wan was decent, but this incident revealed the truth. It was only under the condition that her interests were not infringed upon that Xiao Wan appeared amiable. Once her interests were threatened, she transformed into a silent viper. Did she genuinely believe that by leveraging the safety of Xiao Wan and the others, she could coerce her? A mere jest. Originally, she had intended to remind them of certain precautions for the journey ahead, but now it seemed unnecessary. Let them fend for themselves. Chapter 71. After exiting the expressway, it took barely 10 minutes to reach her town, Chunfeng Town. As she had suspected, within a mere day and night, the world had undergone a profound transformation. Those who had previously doubted the apocalypse had learned their lesson during this brief period. She made every effort to avoid the zombies, engaging only when absolutely necessary. Her family resided on the main street, where shops lined both sides, 2 stories high, businesses on the ground floor and residences above, approximately 100 households in total. She felt fortunate that her home was situated at the edge of the street, sparing her from confronting the multitude of zombies that now roamed freely. The street, once bustling with life, was now teeming with the undead, littered with dried blood and dismembered corpses, alongside zombies feasting on remains. Occasionally, a resident would emerge from their home, attempting to escape in their small car, only to be swiftly surrounded by zombies. Soon, the person would be dragged from the vehicle, their anguished screams echoing before silence reclaimed the scene. A few households on the second floor peered from their balconies, only to retract in fear. She did not see her parents observing from the balcony, leaving her to wonder what had transpired. Were they still unconscious? The first shop she encountered was a bun stall, presumably left open during the onset of the apocalypse. The couple running it had transformed into zombies, indicating they had been bitten later on, as their bodies bore varying degrees of damage. Currently, only those 2 zombies lingered at the shop's entrance. She realized that returning home would undoubtedly alert them, for her residence was adjacent to the bun stall. However, a crucial issue loomed. Who would open the door for her upon arrival? Her phone was inoperative. Would she need to shout and curse from below? There was a back door, but she surmised that it would be even more perilous. And it had not been used in quite some time, cluttered with numerous odds and ends. The back door of the shop opens onto a river, alongside which a small path has been constructed, serving as the rear entrance for the merchants in this row. It is quite convenient for washing items. But ever since a marinated food shop opened at the front a year ago, few patrons have visited. The shop frequently disposed of leftover brine there. creating a nauseating situation as it flowed downstream. Eventually, her father decided to lock the back door, opting for ignorance as a means of cleanliness. She found herself in a quandary about how to inform her parents of her presence outside. Should she break the window? But if she struck too hard, she might shatter it and attract the attention of the zombies. If she hit too lightly, her parents would not hear her. Most importantly, she had no idea what state her parents were in at home. Just then, a figure appeared by the second-floor window, opening it to peer outside. The joy that had graced Yu Xiaoyang's face vanished in an instant, leaving her shrouded in gloom. Who was this person? Why were they at her home? Where had her parents gone? It was a young woman, stylishly dressed, her makeup slightly smudged, yet it did not detract from her beauty. She appeared to be in her late 20s, exuding a unique charm that was quite captivating. Yu Xiaoyang's expression darkened as a troubling thought crept into her mind. No, it couldn't be. Her father was not that kind of person. The woman looked only a few years older than herself. Her father would never engage in such behavior. Moreover, during the apocalypse, had she not witnessed her parents at the entrance of the base? Though they seemed unwell, it indicated they were together, not separated. Yes, that must be it, she reassured herself. Perhaps they had merely come to buy books when the catastrophe struck. In chapter 72, she waved at the figure. But the woman initially did not notice her. Instead, she looked down at the zombies below with disdain and fear, seemingly preparing to close the window as the creatures showed no sign of leaving. It was only when Yu Xiaoyang called out that the woman turned her gaze. After a moment of surprise, likely at the sight of a living person outside, the woman rolled her eyes in annoyance and continued to shut the window without pause. Yu Xiaoyang felt a surge of irritation. How dare she act so brazenly in her own home? Yet, she found herself at a loss for an alternative course of action. Hesitating on whether to check the back door, the window opened again, revealing her mother. Joy surged through her, and she instinctively called out, "Mom," as if sensing her presence. Her mother looked over, momentarily dazed, before her face lit up with ecstatic recognition. Yang. Yu Xiaoyang could hardly contain her emotions. It had been 3 long years. This was not the gaunt, lifeless figure she had glimpsed at the base, but a healthy, vibrant mother, albeit with a hint of fatigue on her face. "Come back. I'll open the door for you," her mother said. Yu Xiaoyang nodded, glancing at the zombies that had been drawn by her earlier noise, signaling for her mother to wait until she ensured it was safe before opening the door. Disregarding her mother's reluctance, she grasped the axe and circled around. She was acutely aware that her mother wished for her to ascend immediately. However, leaving these few zombies unresolved would be unwise, as they might follow her to her doorstep. The urgency to reunite with her long-lost relatives consumed her, and she was eager to return home, paying little heed to the lurking dangers. Swiftly dispatching the 3 approaching zombies, she cautiously made her way toward the shop, striving to avoid disturbing the multitude of zombies on the street, for engaging with them could yield no favorable outcome. Fortunately, when the apocalypse erupted, her family's shop was closed, devoid of customers, and the bun shop typically saw greater traffic in the morning, resulting in a lack of zombies at both entrances. As she passed by the bun shop, she knew it would inevitably attract the attention of the couple who had succumbed to their undead forms. However, she had no intention of evading them. Instead, she sidestepped the male zombie lunging at her and entered the bun shop, drawing both of them inside. With a few swift movements, she dispatched the couple of zombies, gathered all the buns from the steamer into her spatial storage, and retrieved a large bag to stow away a basket, intending to bring it home. Even if there were some provisions at home, they would be scant. After all, no one would refuse food. In her current predicament of lacking sustenance, the freshly made buns were a fortuitous find, akin to a pillow delivered to a weary soul. She had contemplated filling her storage fully before returning, yet she feared that her parents might grow anxious and seek her out at her workplace, leaving her with no outlet for her despair should something happen to them. Having been reborn, her sole desire was to shield her parents beneath her wings. She could not allow them to fall into peril. Food could be sought after gradually, but losing her parents would render her existence meaningless. Just as she completed her tasks and prepared to leave, she heard a series of thuds emanating from one of the rooms, reminding her that the couple had a son, who had moved to the area and was unfamiliar to her. The noises did not resemble those of a human, and if her instincts were correct, their son had likely transformed into a zombie. After a moment's hesitation, she resolved to disregard it. With so many zombies, she could not possibly slay them all, and as long as they did not hinder her, she saw no reason to expend her energy. Chapter 73. Help. Help! Upon stepping outside, she witnessed a couple sprinting frantically down the street, emerging from an unknown shop. The girl clutched a bag, but in her haste, she lost her grip. And as she bent to retrieve it, the boy yanked her forward, his focus unwavering as they fled, pursued by a dozen zombies. I can't run any longer. I'm done for. The girl gasped, breathless. The boy gritted his teeth, glancing at the zombies drawn from some unknown source, then at his girlfriend, torn between indecision. Yu Xiaoyang stood silently to the side, noting that their commotion had likely attracted the attention of all the zombies in the vicinity. Women could be troublesome. If they must run, they should simply do so and keep their mouths shut. Who was there with such courage to venture out and save them? As she inadvertently met the gaze of the young man, an instinctive sense of foreboding washed over her. Alas, they were heading this way. Sure enough, the young man hesitated for a moment before swiftly pulling his girlfriend to change direction and sprint towards her. Several thoughts raced through Yu Xiaoyang's mind as she quickly dashed over to press the button for the rolling door. With a series of chimes, the door began its descent. Yu Xiaoyang remained acutely aware of their speed. If they ran just a bit faster, they could slip through the gap as the door fell. Conversely, if they lagged, well, she would rather let them feed the zombies outside. After all, she was no saint and believed she had done enough. No one would sacrifice themselves to save the unworthy, at least not herself. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you closing the door? The girl questioned her, her eyes reddened. Yu Xiaoyang rolled her eyes. Would she leave the door open for them to enter, inviting the zombies in for a collective demise? The young man's eyes flickered with surprise, but he soon grasped the situation, saying nothing as he urged his girlfriend to quicken their pace towards the dumpling shop. Just 30 centimeters before the door closed, he executed a roll and slipped inside, while the girl stood frozen in fear, oblivious. A look of disdain crossed Yu Xiaoyang's face. How could she still be dazed at such a critical moment? With swift reflexes, she propped the door with one hand, extended a leg to trip the girl, and deftly pulled her into safety, pressing the door down with her other hand. Just as she completed this maneuver, a series of knocking sounds echoed from outside. Ruru, are you all right? The young man rushed to help Ruru up and seated her on a chair. Yu Xiaoyang had acted rather harshly. The girl, unprepared, was sent sprawling to the ground, her nose striking the floor and blood gushing forth, her mouth and forehead swelling. The girl raised her head in confusion, unable to articulate her discomfort due to the pain, merely whimpering softly. The young man felt a chuckle rising within him, yet it was quickly overshadowed by a sense of helplessness, culminating in a sigh. He said little more, using his sleeve to dab at Ruru's bleeding nose, offering comfort. It's all right, we are safe now. Ruru reached up to touch her swollen forehead and winced, tears streaming down her face as she looked up at the young man, her words slightly clearer now. Aching, it hurts. What happened to my forehead? Am I disfigured? Yu Xiaoyang shook her head wearily. Indeed, the girl could never set aside her vanity, no matter the circumstances. However, their arrival had inadvertently disrupted her plans. Initially, the area around her family's shop appeared devoid of zombies, and she had intended to seize the opportunity to return home. Yet, due to this commotion, the streets were now teeming with the undead, unlikely to disperse anytime soon. What should she do now? In a moment of turmoil, Ruru suddenly rose to her feet, her face flushed with anger as she approached her, pointing a finger and exclaiming, "What is wrong with you? Do you realize you nearly caused my demise?" Yu Xiaoyang cast her a cold glance, contemplating the implication that she ought not to have rescued her. Pray tell, how should I have acted? Ruru paused momentarily before continuing. Could you not have spoken to me civilly? Why did you obstruct my path, and why did you shut the door, nearly preventing our entry? A flicker of indignation crossed Yu Xiaoyang's eyes. She had saved Ruru, and yet instead of gratitude, she faced accusations. Oh, do you suggest I should have allowed the zombies to remain stationary while I politely invited you in, only to have them pursue you thereafter? Should I have refrained from closing the door and waited here with you to meet our doom? Ruru faltered, a hint of annoyance creeping onto her face. But you nearly disfigured me. Could you not have waited for us to enter before shutting the door? If you had come out to assist us, you would have had ample time. Yu Xiaoyang, weary of the fruitless exchange, stood up and regarded her coolly. How ungrateful you are. Were it not for my intervention, you would have been torn apart by the zombies. And yet, you bemoan your appearance? Spare me your delusions. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to leave. No one is holding you back. The opportunity to survive and lament one's appearance is indeed a curious blend of human greed. When faced with death, one yearns solely for survival, and once that is secured, the desire for more arises. Her decision to close the door was the only viable option. After all, could she truly take an axe and confront the horde of zombies? With so many of them, it would have been a futile endeavor. The only path forward was to secure the door, and as for them, if they could enter, they would, and if not, they would meet their fate. In that fleeting moment of vulnerability as the girl stood outside, she had softened, acting impulsively to lend a hand, unaware it would provoke such an ungrateful wretch. This establishment does not belong to you. On what grounds do you demand I leave? She retorted, only to be silenced by a boy named Acheng, who covered her mouth. Acheng's expression darkened as he addressed Ruru. Enough. She saved us, and we owe her our gratitude. Ruru struggled in Acheng's embrace, her eyes brimming with defiance. I understand, but she caused me pain. Look at this swelling on my forehead. Acheng's demeanor shifted, his voice stern as he held her wrist firmly. That was in the interest of saving you. Do you truly wish to be devoured by zombies? At his words, Ruru hesitated, fear etching her features, yet her dissatisfaction lingered. However, upon witnessing her boyfriend's rare display of anger, she relented, biting her lip. I comprehend. I would never wish to be bitten by a zombie. I was merely overwhelmed with anger. Seeing her relent, Acheng's expression softened, and he turned to Yu Xiaoyang with an apologetic gaze. I sincerely apologize. Ruru is thoughtless. Please do not hold her words against her. Thank you for saving our lives. Yu Xiaoyang surveyed Acheng for a few seconds before her gaze settled on Ruru, responding coolly, no need for thanks. Simply refrain from cursing me. Acheng, awkwardly glancing at her, hastened to offer several more apologies. Chapter 75. Yu Ro appeared to wish to articulate something further, but was abruptly restrained by Acheng, who cast a stern glare at her, prompting her to reluctantly seal her lips. Yu Xiaoyang, meanwhile, chose to disregard her entirely. Her thoughts were consumed by the urgent need to escape this place. The outside world was teeming with zombies, and she was uncertain how long the barricade would hold. It was preferable that the zombies remained oblivious to their presence. If they became aware of human life within, they would not depart anytime soon. Should she be unfortunate enough to encounter a couple of evolved ones, the situation would indeed turn dire. As she pondered this, a series of increasingly frantic knocks resonated from the upper floor, likely incited by the howls of the zombies outside, each sound more insistent than the last. What could be up there? Surely, there can't be zombies here as well. Ro trembled, her teeth chattering. Acheng wore an expression of grave concern. He had scarcely escaped from outside before confronting the undead once more. He let out a wry laugh, lamenting his unfortunate luck. Suddenly, inspiration struck Yu Xiaoyang, and a smile crept onto her face. How could she have overlooked this? If the main entrance below was impassable, then she would ascend from above. This would diminish the risk and keep them beneath the zombies' radar. After all, even the most cautious mother might inadvertently attract the attention of the undead outside. Resolutely, she rose from her chair, prepared her bag, and grasped the axe, determined to ascend the stairs. Acheng called out, "Wait, are you really going up there?" Yu Xiaoyang frowned slightly, offering only a non-committal hum in response. "But there are zombies up there," he cautioned. This time, she ignored him, pressing onward. She understood the danger, yet felt confident in her ability to handle a solitary zombie, believing it far safer than confronting the dozen below. The dumpling shop was considerably smaller than her family's establishment, with only a single room above. Upon reaching the staircase, she was greeted by the sound of the door being battered persistently. Taking a deep breath, she gripped the axe firmly, placed one hand on the doorknob, and gently pulled it down before swiftly stepping aside. With a powerful kick, she flung the door open, and a half-human, half-zombie creature, exuding a foul stench, lunged forth. Positioned at the threshold, she seized the moment, bringing her axe down with precision upon the zombie's neck. As the creature crumpled to the ground, she exhaled in relief, leaning against the wall to catch her breath before entering the room. Approaching the balcony, she prepared to open the window when a piercing scream echoed from the doorway. "You killed him." Yu Xiaoyang rolled her eyes, thinking it a rather obvious conclusion. Acheng's expression darkened, yet he refrained from comment, instead inquiring, "What are you planning to do? Do you intend to climb through the window?" His perceptiveness was commendable. As Yu Xiaoyang opened the window and peered outside, she noted that there was merely a wall between her and possible escape. If her mother were inside to open the window, she would certainly be capable of climbing across. "Are you leaving this place?" With that, Yu Xiaoyang turned to coldly gaze at the man and woman in the room, both wearing peculiar expressions. Narrowing her eyes, she declared, "Yes, I am indeed leaving here. My home is right next door, and I am returning home now. Ah Cheng's face brightened at her words. Just as he was about to speak, but Yu Xiaoyang interrupted him. She anticipated his intentions, yet now was not the time for such discussions. Her presence here, speaking with them, was solely to clarify her stance. Whether as a threat or a warning, they would do well to heed her words, otherwise, she would ensure their silence forever. With her current skills, dealing with two individuals devoid of any martial prowess would be quite effortless. Chapter 76. I am returning to my home, which is none of your concern. I kindly ask that you refrain from following me or bothering me, otherwise, you may find that the zombie at the door is quite a formidable adversary, and I am quite adept at dealing with such matters. Both individuals turned pale, exchanging glances of alarm. Yu Xiaoyang noted their reactions, but remained unperturbed. After a brief pause, she continued, there is food, rice, and water downstairs. You may do as you please. I have no need for it. With that, she moved to open the window. Ah Cheng hurriedly interjected, but it's very unsafe here. There are zombies below. They will leave, she replied. As long as you remain docile, you will be fine. Ro appeared to want to say something further, but Ah Cheng pulled her back. Though he too wished to leave, he recognized that now was not the appropriate moment. This girl clearly harbored a strong dislike for both him and Ro. It seemed prudent to bide their time. Yu Xiaoyang ignored them and opened the window, leaning out to knock on the glass of her home. Before long, a voice called out, grumbling, "Who is it? What a nuisance. What if you break the window?" It was the young woman who had been at her house earlier. Upon recognizing her, the woman paused, rolled her eyes, and said, "Your daughter is back," before turning away in apparent displeasure. "Yang, is that really you? How did you end up here?" Just a wall away stood her parents, whom she had not seen for 3 years. She thought she might weep from joy, yet she felt no tears. She had never experienced such happiness before. "Dad, Mom." "Oh, it's good that you're back. It's good," Yu Shihai said, standing behind Li Ruoqing, wiping his moist eyes and speaking hurriedly. Though separated by a wall, the balcony was quite wide, leaving little room for maneuvering. Climbing over would not be a simple task. "Come, hurry back. Mom will pull you over." "Wait a moment. Wrap something around your waist. The tiles are slippery. If you tie a rope, you needn't worry," her father suggested thoughtfully. Yu Xiaoyang did not refuse. There was no need to burden her parents with worry. Moreover, her father's advice was indeed prudent. The tiles could be treacherous, and should she slip, the consequences would be dire. "Father has gone to find a rope," her mother said, gazing at her with tearful yet satisfied eyes. Finally, she could return home. 3 years, she had waited 3 long years for this moment. Yet, there remained one matter unresolved. She must issue them one final warning. With a smile directed at her mother, she said, "Mom, there are 2 more people here. Let me make some arrangements, and you wait a moment." Li Ruoqing, taken aback, gazed at her. "Are they the couple from the bun shop? Didn't they turn into zombies? Or are they your friends? If so, let them come over." "They're not friends, just 2 strangers. However, there are some things I need to clarify." After a brief pause, Li Ruoqing nodded and replied with a smile, "All right, hurry then." Tears welled in Yu Xiaoyang's eyes. Her mother had always been unconditionally supportive of her, regardless of her choices. Even when she had chosen Zhang Sheng, her mother, though not fond of the decision, had refrained from scolding her. "Don't worry, I'll be home soon. I will never leave you again," she promised. Li Ruoqing's smile deepened. "Yes, Mom is waiting for you. I'll go help Dad find some rope. I wonder if we still have any at home since we haven't used it in ages." In the past, if she had heard her mother's incessant chatter, it would have annoyed her, but now it filled her with happiness. How fortunate she felt to hear their voices once more. Chapter 77. I hope you paid attention to what I just said. I do not wish for you to trouble me and my family. This is already your territory, and I shall not intrude. Otherwise, things may get unpleasant, and you will find no advantage. The girl might not have had any ulterior motives, as her mind was not yet capable of processing such complexities. But the one called Ah Cheng undoubtedly harbored intricate thoughts. She was unaware of his intentions, but hoped they would not fall upon her. Indeed, Ah Cheng's expression darkened, and though he remained silent, he was formulating plans. With so many zombies downstairs clawing at the door, who could predict how long the roll-up door would hold? If it broke, they would be in grave danger. Yet, he understood that this was not the moment to speak. He could only wait, for if the door did break, he could not simply sit idly by. It was a matter of whose skills would prevail. Ro felt discomfort at her words and pouted, scoffing. "Do you think your place is that desirable? We're not interested. Ah Cheng, right?" Ah Cheng stiffened slightly, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction towards his girlfriend. Yet he kept silent. At this moment, he still loved her. After all, Ro was the one he had pursued for a year before winning her affection. Yu Xiaoyang smirked slightly and replied coolly, "That would be best. I hope you remember what was said today." As she spoke, her parents called out, having found some rope. "Mom and Dad, are you both all right?" Her mother gazed at her for a moment before succumbing to her emotions, embracing her tightly and weeping. "Oh, Yang, my Yang. I'm fine. All is well," she reassured, noticing her father's hand brush the corner of his eye, yet he swallowed his words, patting her shoulder and choking back tears. All his words condensed into one sentiment: just come back safely. Nestled in her mother's embrace, inhaling the unique fragrance that belonged solely to her, warmth flooded her heart. She was back, finally home. "Come, let us speak in the living room. Yang must have endured a great deal of hardship. Mother will prepare some delicious food for you." Li Ruoqing tightly grasped her hand and led her toward the living room. Yu Xiaoyang also had many questions to ask them, so she did not resist and followed her mother. Although the family did not have the habit of stockpiling food, it was winter now, and the people here favored pickled goods. Thus, the house was stocked with salted fish and salted meat. While the taste was certainly not as delightful as fresh food, it was, to her, the most exquisite fare in the world. Yang must have suffered a lot outside. "Come, eat some more meat and soup. Don't choke on it." "All right, let her eat slowly and don't speak." Li Ruoqing shot a glare at Yu Dahai. "Am I not allowed to be concerned for my own daughter? Do you think everyone is as heartless as you?" Yu Dahai could not argue with her and had to concede. Fine, you win. Is that satisfactory?" Yu Xiaoyang chuckled, her eyes brimming with happiness and contentment. It was merely a trivial exchange, yet it was a sound she had never heard before in her life. Earlier, she had seen a young woman holding a 4 or 5-year-old boy sitting at the table, her eyes occasionally revealing disdain and annoyance, clearly disliking her. No. Perhaps she simply loathed this place. Yu Xiaoyang's gaze darkened, but she did not immediately inquire. She merely cast a glance at her before averting her eyes. It was Yu Dahai who noticed her confusion and explained, "This is Principal Gu's wife, Zhu Man, and the little one is Gu Mingwei. Just call her Sister Zhu. Before the apocalypse, Zhu Man came to our house to buy books, and then everyone fell unconscious. When we awoke, the world had changed, and Zhu Man was unable to leave, so she remained." As Yu Dahai spoke, Yu Xiaoyang's heart raced violently. Had she not made her intentions clear? Did she not close the door and resolve not to open it for anyone? Why then did she allow Zhu Man in? Zhu Man had no bearing on her. She only wished for their safety. Yet, after a moment's pause, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. She did not want to create discord with her father over this matter, especially since he was unaware of the situation at that time. However, Zhu Man's ungrateful demeanor was striking. Her parents had saved her and her son, yet she wore an expression of utter dissatisfaction. Nevertheless, she chose not to dwell on it. Zhu Man would have to be dealt with. For her future plans did not include this individual. She was not foolish enough to expend effort on protecting someone who did not appreciate it. Enough of this. You've just returned from outside. Tell us what the situation is. Has the world truly descended into chaos? This was what they had heard from the corridor in recent days. Yu Xiaoyang quickly glanced at her, her mind still somewhat clear. Yes, the skies have changed, outside. There are flesh-eating zombies. If you get bitten, you become one of them. Zhu Man appeared momentarily stunned, but still asked, "Is there any hope for salvation? Have you seen anyone bitten who remained normal?" From the second floor, one should be able to see clearly what is happening downstairs. Zhu Man's face turned pale as she murmured, "What should we do?" Yu Xiaoyang paid her no heed, let alone offer her any comfort, and instead addressed his parents. "How have you been these past few days? You must have been quite worried." Li Ruoqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded hurriedly. "Yes, very well. And you, Yang, you must have faced many hardships returning from the company. With so many zombies outside, I can only imagine what you endured to return home safely. Even if you do not speak of it, as a mother, I understand that it cannot have been as simple as you portray. You merely wish to spare me worry. Yang has truly grown up. No, I'm fine. I made it back safely, after all. It wasn't so terrifying. One just needs to be cautious," she replied. She disliked her mother's concern for her, and therefore had no intention of recounting her harrowing encounters from the journey, as every experience had been fraught with peril. Due to Zhu Man's presence, Yu Xiaoyang refrained from delving deeper into the details, only briefly mentioning the zombies she encountered and a few kind-hearted strangers who had given her a ride home. Li Ruoqing felt a surge of emotion, thinking that there are still many good people in this world. You can kill zombies, right? Then could you take me home? Zhu Man, who had been lost in her own world, immediately grasped Yu Xiaoyang's hand upon hearing that she had slain zombies. Yu Xiaoyang, without a moment's thought, shook off her hand. Look at all those zombies outside. Do you really think we can get through? Zhu Man was taken aback and retorted, but you said you've killed zombies before. Surely you can handle them. Yu Xiaoyang scoffed, handle them? I appreciate your high opinion of me, but I lack such abilities. If I possessed that power, I wouldn't have died so painfully in my previous life. Li Ruoqing suddenly stood up and exclaimed, you're talking nonsense. You clearly returned from the development zone. So how could you lack the ability to kill zombies? You simply do not wish to take us back. I am your customer. Is this how you treat your customers? Li Ruoqing's son had been cradled in her arms, looking rather listless and unwell. Since Yu Xiaoyang's return, he had scarcely opened his eyes, only squinting briefly before dozing off again in his mother's embrace. When Li Ruoqing abruptly stood, she inadvertently dropped the little one, who let out a muffled sound but remained still. Startled, Li Ruoqing quickly picked him up, and once she confirmed he was unharmed, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Chapter 79. Yu Xiaoyang cast a sidelong glance at the little boy, Gu Minghui, who lay with closed eyes, revealing his pupils. His fair little face had a slight flush as he slept weakly in his mother's arms, and at first glance, he appeared to be perfectly fine. Observing Li Ruoqing's attention on Gu Minghui, Zhu Man instinctively tightened her hold on her own child and turned her body to shield him from view. What do you want? Yu Xiaoyang squinted. What can I do? Why are you so anxious? He is your child. Of course, didn't you see me holding him? Yu Xiaoyang nodded, somewhat understanding, and fell silent thereafter. However, Zhu Man's anxious demeanor remained, her gaze fixated on her, clutching the child even tighter. You still haven't said how you plan to send us home. Yu Xiaoyang laughed in irritation. What nonsense. When did I ever agree to take you back? The door is right there. If you wish to leave, you may do so at any moment. Zhu Man retorted without hesitation. How can I, a woman with a child, return home safely? Yet she kept pondering that she was merely a woman, while others were robust men. Yu Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow and scoffed. So? Am I supposed to foolishly escort you back? Am I not afraid of being bitten by zombies? You managed to return safely from the company. Why can you not escort us home? Surely, his father is waiting for us at home. I must go back. Yu Xiaoyang reiterated her stance, believing herself to be of such importance that she would keep Zhu Man here. If possible, she would have kicked her out without a second thought. Zhu Man, nearly breathless with anger, found herself taking out her frustration on her parents, having realized through their interactions that the Yu Dezai couple were soft-hearted individuals. Is this how you educate your daughter, allowing her to turn a blind eye to those in peril? Staying here was driving her mad. The room was so small that turning around felt like hitting a wall. She longed to return to her expansive villa, the size of 5 basketball courts, and had no desire to remain in this cramped space. Yu Xiaoyang's expression shifted. She might allow Zhu Man to stay, but her parents would never be permitted. The only reason she had not kicked her out yet was for her parents' sake, never expecting her to be so ungrateful. Li Dezai felt awkward and was at a loss. On one hand, he did not know how to refuse Zhu Man's request, yet on the other, he did not wish for his daughter to venture out again. After all, they had just returned, and he had yet to ask what had happened to her. How could he bear to let his daughter leave again? Li Ruoqing, however, was indifferent. Her heart was soft, and sympathizing with the weak was not a fault. But her greatest love was for her daughter. No one was allowed to lay a finger on her daughter. She was everything to her. You can save lives. There are so many people on the streets caught by zombies. Why don't you go save them? How did your mother educate you? You dare to meddle in my daughter's affairs. It is already gracious of me not to kick you out. Do not push your luck. The world has changed. It is no longer the society it once was. Now, having a safe place with water and food is a rare blessing. You take her in with good intentions, and yet presume to educate my daughter? I cannot bear to speak harshly to my own child. So how dare an outsider prattle on? Zhu Man was taken aback by her words, staring blankly at Li Ruoqing for a long time, unable to utter a single word. Usually, Li Ruoqing was the epitome of gentleness, often tearful or sobbing, yet she had never witnessed this fierce side of her. Yu Xiaoyang curled her lips into a smile. Indeed, her mother was remarkable. Her kind heart was beyond dispute. However, allowing others to bully her was an entirely different matter. Chapter 80. She recognized that her mother was still soft-hearted. Engaging in a quarrel was one thing, but if she were to demand that someone be expelled at this moment, her parents would not agree, as that would essentially be pushing them towards despair. There was no urgency on her part, She would let them make their own mistakes. For in the end, it would be they who faced the consequences. Contemplating this, she embraced Li Ruoqing's arm and said, "Mom, let us return to our room. I have so much to discuss with you." Li Ruoqing nodded in agreement, refraining from contradicting her. "Very well, let us converse in our room." She then turned to her husband, Yu Dahai, who was looking apologetically at Zhu Man, and said irritably, "Why are you still dawdling? Let us go?" Once in the room, she finally asked, "Mom, didn't you say to keep the door closed and not let anyone in?" Li Ruoqing cast a sidelong glance at Yu Dahai, pouting slightly to indicate him. "Wasn't he at him? After you hung up, I closed the garage door. Just as I was about to close the glass door, Zhu Man knocked, claiming she wanted to buy a book. I was unwilling to open, but your father insisted, saying we had a guest, and how could we refuse? Besides, she is the wife of Principal Go. Now, it seems even the wife of the King of Heaven isn't of much use. Principal Go? If her memory served her right, that was the very Principal Go from her school days, wasn't he it? She recalled he had just gotten married then. How could his wife be so young now? However, such matters were easily understood with a little thought, so she refrained from commenting further. Yu Dahai chuckled awkwardly. Now that she has already entered, it would be improper to drive her away. Li Ruoqing huffed softly, but did not genuinely suggest expelling her. Yu Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. What mischief had Zhu Man committed? Li Ruoqing's character was generally pleasant, considering she was in the business of selling books to students. If her demeanor were unpleasant, who would buy her books? Yet, Zhu Man had evidently managed to provoke Li Ruoqing's dissatisfaction, suggesting she was quite adept at stirring trouble. Cautiously, she inquired, "Did Zhu Man upset you?" "Upset me?" Li Ruoqing retorted. "She is quite capable. Her upsetting me is trivial. She constantly complains about the smallness of our place and criticizes my cooking, always finding fault with this and that. It's infuriating. Were it not for the myriad dangers lurking outside, I would have wanted her to leave. No wonder she disparaged their humble abode. This was the fruit of her parents' hard work, and everything inside was meticulously arranged by Li Ruoqing herself. Naturally, she would feel displeased at such complaints." Understanding the root of the issue, Yu Xiaoyang decided against pressing further. After all, Zhu Man would inevitably depart, and there was no need to expend too much energy over her. What she truly wished to inquire about was the health of her parents. With that thought, she gathered her parents together, seated them in chairs, and gazed at them earnestly, speaking calmly. "Mom and Dad, I have a question for you. Please, do not overthink it. I am simply asking casually." Li Ruoqing chuckled. Why the seriousness for a casual question? When has Yang ever been solemn in her inquiries? Yu Xiaoyang blinked, ignoring her teasing, and simply asked, "Have you noticed anything unusual about your health? A high fever or a low one? Or perhaps an overwhelming discomfort in the body?" Li Ruoqing and Yu Dahai exchanged a bewildered glance, each reflecting the confusion and uncertainty mirrored in the other's eyes. After a prolonged silence, both shook their heads in unison, indicating there was nothing amiss. Yu Xiaoyang lowered her head, feeling a tinge of disappointment. None of the three of them had awakened their abilities at the first opportunity. In her previous life, she had a chance to awaken, but she relinquished that opportunity for the sake of that wretched person, resulting in her becoming a speed mutant. This time, she was determined to awaken her powers, regardless of the cost, for it was only through such abilities that one could survive in the apocalypse. Chapter 81. Yang. What is wrong? Are you unwell? Li Ruoqing noticed Yu Xiaoyang's downcast demeanor and, filled with concern, inquired. Upon raising her head, Yu Xiaoyang was met with the deep worry etched in Li Ruoqing's eyes. A stir of emotion coursed through her, and she suddenly felt quite greedy. Her parents were already by her side, and her wish of 3 years had been fulfilled. What more could she desire? Moreover, she had the chance to awaken her abilities. Even if she was not among the first, possessing powers would enable her to ensure her family's survival. With these thoughts, her spirits lifted, and she managed to smile for Li Ruoqing, saying, "It's nothing. I'm just a bit anxious. Hearing that you are both well puts my mind at ease." Li Ruoqing chuckled at her response. "Silly girl, that's what we should be asking you. How did it turn into you asking us?" Yu Xiaoyang walked over, playfully clinging to her arm. "Who says it's not the same? The most important thing is that we are all fine. Indeed, as long as we are all well." Li Ruoqing grasped her hand gently, her voice softening. The past few days had been terrifying. She had constantly worried about how Yang was faring outside. Unable to fully comprehend the bleakness of the situation, Yu Xiaoyang then straightened up, addressing her parents. "Now that you both understand, the outside world is filled with zombies. The world as we knew it has irrevocably changed. Yu Dahai gazed at her, hesitating momentarily before asking, Yang, how did you know it was the apocalypse when you called me earlier? Yu Xiaoyang maintained her composure, replying calmly, I saw a post online. The way it was described seemed credible, and I believed it. Who would have thought it was true? Yu Dahai and Li Ruoqing sighed heavily. Thank goodness for the convenience of the internet. Otherwise, if our family had been unaware and still conducting business, the consequences are too dreadful to contemplate. Yes, even if our parents had turned into zombies, there would have been no safe haven. The outbreak of the apocalypse coincided with a time when people were most active, making it nearly impossible to escape. This time, the death toll from the apocalypse would likely exceed that of the previous life. Although she could not fathom why the apocalypse had arrived prematurely, she understood it was a catastrophe beyond human control, one that could not be averted by mere resources or efforts. Thus, she had never considered divulging this grim news. For regardless of whether others believe it or not, once the apocalypse truly arrives, she shall not have a favorable fate. The possibility of being subjected to dissection is not beyond the realm of imagination. In a more severe scenario, her remaining days would be akin to a living hell. Therefore, she is not as noble as one might think. She chose not to pursue this topic further, casually seeking a way to mask her past. This matter is one she can bear alone. Her parents need not be burdened with it, for it is hardly a cherished memory. So, how is your company faring? Are there still any survivors? What of your good friend He Chu and Zhang Sheng? Are they all safe? Yu Xiaoyang paused, memories flooding her mind, ultimately deciding to extinguish her parents' hopes for them. She had a premonition that she and He Chu would undoubtedly cross paths again in the future, and she did not wish for her parents to be deceived by He Chu. As these thoughts coursed through her, a pained and sorrowful expression emerged. Her teeth clenched as she stared intently ahead, her eyes betraying a glimmer of despair. Li Ruoqing felt a jolt in her heart. Could something have happened? She had always believed that He Chu's beauty was too beguiling, warning Yu Xiaoyang to steer clear of her, yet Yang refused to heed her advice. There was little she could do, and the phrase great matters lie beyond maternal control had never resonated more profoundly. She had initially thought that some hardship would teach Yang to be more prudent, yet with the onset of the apocalypse, everything had changed. Chapter 82 Mother. Please refrain from mentioning them in the future. Even if we happen to meet, let us act as if we are strangers. After a moment's pause, she spoke in a tone that pierced the heart. You do not know, Zhang Sheng and He Chu are together. They have betrayed me. They were already involved. Regarding matters of the heart, she was neither one to cling nor to readily let go. If Zhang Sheng had feelings for He Chu, he should have expressed them. Why engage in a relationship with her while entangled with He Chu? Li Ruoqing gazed at her in shock, seemingly unable to believe it, murmuring, Is that truly the case? Why would it not be? I witnessed it with my own eyes. She produced the photos she had taken on her phone to show her parents, embellishing the narrative to amplify its impact. It was imperative for her parents to completely abandon any hope or affection for He Chu and Zhang Sheng. Only then would they not be deceived when encountering He Chu in the future. Upon seeing the photos, Li Ruoqing erupted in anger, denouncing He Chu as a vile person who would not even spare a friend's partner. Such a person should be avoided henceforth. Yang, do you understand? Yu Xiaoyang nodded vigorously, sharing the same sentiment. She was eager to distance herself from them and had no intention of engaging with them any further. Yu Dahai sighed deeply. A look of sorrow etched upon his face. Who would have thought that human hearts could change so drastically? Zhang Sheng, with his seemingly gentle demeanor, could commit such acts. Li Ruoqing looked at her with compassion. Do not fear, my dear. In time, I shall find you someone far better. A young man like Zhang Sheng is hardly worthy of you. Our daughter deserves the finest, a man of substance and integrity. Yu Xiaoyang forced a smile. Find someone better? Oh. She had no intention of seeking another man, not because she was heartbroken by Zhang Sheng, but rather due to the impending apocalypse. What lay ahead was beyond anything they could have previously conceived, leaving little room for such thoughts. However, she kept her true feelings to herself, fearing her parents' admonitions. For in their eyes, regardless of how the world transformed, a girl must always marry. This topic was too weighty. Yu Xiaoyang wished to spare her parents any sorrow. So she opened her backpack and smiled. Look, I have some delightful treats. Oh my, Yang, have you plundered the neighboring Baozi shop? Yu Xiaoyang stuck out her tongue. Of course not. I only took a little. My backpack is quite large, filled with Baozi, about 70 or 80, neatly packed in bags, with the rest stored in my space. With so many Baozi, We shall be well fed for a while. Over the past couple of days, Li Ruoqing had not cooked, his culinary skills being rather poor. And Zhu Man was not dependable, leaving him to nibble on whatever was available, which had left him quite ravenous. The quantity of food remaining at home was Yu Xiaoyang's foremost concern. A 50-kilogram bag of rice had been purchased just 2 days prior to the apocalypse, with only a small portion consumed. A few days ago, a vegetable transport truck had arrived. Her mother, enticed by a bargain, had bought 5 cabbages, half a bag of carrots, and a dozen potatoes, along with a pickled pig leg and some bones, which had all been consumed. It was not much in the past. When she was at home, her mother would purchase far more, especially cured meats. Yet this year, they had only acquired a bit of leg meat and bones. Li Ruoqing shot him a glance. What do you mean by me being greedy? If it weren't for my frugality, you would all be subsisting on plain rice. Li Dahai had intended it as a jest, but under Li Ruoqing's glare, he could only manage a dry smile, saying, at least we will have baozi to eat. Chapter 83. However, this proposal was met with rejection from Li Ruoqing. After a moment of contemplation, she slowly replied, we cannot ascertain what the future holds, so we must refrain from consuming these baozi for now. We still have rice and some vegetables, which will suffice for a few more meals. Let us dry the baozi and save them for when our grain runs out. She shared the same sentiment, as no one knows a daughter better than her mother. After all, during the new year, every household here would make plenty of baozi and leave them out, without any signs of spoilage, hence they could indeed be stored. With this thought, she nodded, continuing Li Ruoqing's line of reasoning. The world we once knew has irrevocably changed. Who knows what the future will bring? We must reserve some resources for ourselves. Otherwise, what will we do when our food supplies are depleted? Seeing the gravity of their discussion, Li Dahai felt a sense of hesitation, ultimately conceding, very well, let us proceed thus. These baozi must remain a secret, hidden away, for they may be our last source of sustenance. Yu Xiaoyang felt a twinge of guilt. While her space held ample provisions, she dared not reveal this. On one hand, she felt somewhat selfish. On the other, she believed her actions were justified. Now was not the opportune moment to unveil the secret of her space. She must wait for the right opportunity. Sighing, she pondered, I wonder how my parents are faring. Li Dahai, wearing a troubled expression, unconsciously gazed out the window. Li Ruoqing cast him a sidelong glance and retorted with a hint of irritation. What difference does it make whether you want that mother of yours or not? Yu Dahai, though not angered, could only look at Li Ruoqing helplessly. She's still my mother. Can't you show me a little respect? Li Ruoqing scoffed derisively. Respect? Certainly. You can have her return my son to me. At the mention of this, Yu Dahai found himself at a loss for words. Noticing Li Ruoqing's displeasure, he dared not continue. Indeed, it was his mother's fault back then. He had hated and resented her, yet she remained his kin, and how could he remain indifferent? In those days before they moved to Glass Town, they lived in their countryside home. Because Li Ruoqing was the first to give birth to a girl, Yu Dahai's mother looked down upon her, always treating her coldly and assigning her all the chores, regardless of her comfort. One day, feeling unwell, Li Ruoqing refrained from cooking, intending to wait for Yu Dahai to return from work to take her to the hospital. Upon discovering this, Yu Dahai's mother unceremoniously dragged Li Ruoqing from her bed to make dinner. In the struggle, Li Ruoqing was knocked over and suffered a miscarriage, losing her chance to conceive again. From that moment on, Li Ruoqing harbored a deep-seated hatred for Yu Dahai's mother. After borrowing some money from her family to open a bookstore in town, she moved out, vowing never to play the dutiful daughter-in-law again, and from then on, every encounter with Yu Dahai's mother ended in quarrels. In truth, she had never held any affection for that woman. However, due to Li Ruoqing's assertive nature, Yu Dahai's mother dared not confront her directly, resorting instead to veiled sarcasm, claiming she had ruined her father's lineage. Yu Xiaoyang, under Li Ruoqing's guidance, had never regarded her as a true grandmother, and thus his disdain for her only grew. Infuriated, the grandmother often resorted to exclaiming that she and her mother were of the same ilk. Yet, she astutely refrained from mentioning this person at that moment, avoiding any embellishments that might further irritate Li Ruoqing. Instead, she shifted the conversation to a different topic, diverting attention from the matter at hand. That so-called grandmother held no significance for her. Their encounters were few and far between, and there was no guarantee of future meetings. Hence, why waste emotional energy on inconsequential individuals? Chapter 84. Mother, do we still have electricity and water at home? The electricity has long since been cut off. We only have water. Why do you ask? This response did not surprise her. It was entirely reasonable for the power to be out after such a long period of inactivity. Yu Xiaoyang pondered for a moment before replying slowly. I'm afraid we won't be able to hold out much longer. Fortunately, we use gas for cooking, so we need not worry about that for now. Our main concern is water. If I'm not mistaken, it should be cut off in the next couple of days. Li Ruoqing's complexion paled. No way. What will we do if the water is cut off? Yu Dahai appeared to be more forward-thinking than she anticipated. Nothing is impossible. We've seen people resort to cannibalism. What else could be beyond the realm of possibility? I believe Xiaoyang is right. We must prepare in advance. What should we do? Gather water? Yu Xiaoyang nodded in agreement. Filling every available container in their home with water. It was imperative to wash all the vegetables thoroughly in advance, as they would soon find themselves without water. This was merely the beginning. Far more challenges lay ahead. With a sigh, Yu Xiaoyang acknowledged that the provisions in her space were still insufficient. In an effort to avoid delays on the road, she exerted every ounce of strength to rush home, leaving no time for resource gathering. An idea began to form in her mind. The row of houses where they lived consisted of 2 to 3-story buildings, merely separated by walls. She could employ the same method she had just used to access her neighbors' homes. There were 2 small shops and a pharmacy among them, all of which contained items she desperately needed. However, the most significant obstacle was her parents' likely disapproval. They would undoubtedly object, fearing for her safety, and they had yet to grasp the critical importance of food and medicine. Thus, she resolved to wait, confident that in a few days, her parents' perspectives would gradually shift. By then, it would not be too late to venture out. For now, the immediate priority was to ascertain the number of zombies on their street. Their old-fashioned house relied primarily on solar power, which had a commendable capacity for water storage. The most significant container they possessed was this. Without daring to rest, she hurriedly gathered all the bottles, cups, and jars in the house alongside her parents, washing them meticulously, drying them with cloths, and then filling them with clean water. Zhu Man, observing their fervent activity from a distance while cradling her son, merely glanced over before retreating to the guest room, displaying no inclination to assist. Yu Xiaoyang found no reason to seek her help. After all, the water would not be shared with her, and she did not covet her assistance. Her parents sorted the potable and non-potable water. Yu Xiaoyang, harboring a personal motive, discreetly locked all the drinkable water in her room, leaving the undrinkable in the kitchen for washing purposes. Li Dahai appeared somewhat awkward about her actions, but did not genuinely oppose her. Is it wise to store water in your room? He inquired. Yu Xiaoyang continued to transport water, and only once she had finished did she respond. There is nothing wrong with it. The world has changed. This water may one day be a matter of life and death. It cannot be wasted. Right now, while the water supply remains, they cannot comprehend its value. When the supply ceases, they will realize just how precious water is, and at that point, a life may be worth less than a single drop. Li Ruoqing playfully nudged him, and Li Dahai smiled sheepishly at her. Yu Xiaoyang paid no mind. She understood that persuading her father to embrace her mindset would not be an easy task, yet she was fortunate to have the support of her mother. After filling every possible container, it was already past 9 in the evening. They had been busy for 3 to 4 hours. And with uncertainty surrounding when the water would cease, preparations needed to be made promptly. Certainly, there was no electricity. They relied on candles, the fragrant type that she had once been utterly enamored with. In the past, she had purchased numerous scented candles online, believing them to add a touch of romance to her baths. However, on one unfortunate occasion, she inadvertently pressed her skirt against one, narrowly escaping disaster but leaving her with a lingering caution about their safety. Consequently, she stowed these aromatic candles away in a cabinet, never anticipating that they would prove invaluable in the present situation. Chapter 85. Once they had completed their tasks, fatigue settled upon everyone, and no one had the inclination to converse further. After exchanging pleasantries with her parents, she retreated to her room. Upon entering, she secured the door and transferred half of the water into her storage space. She meticulously calculated the items within, recognizing what was still lacking. Fundamentally, it was water and food that were of utmost importance. More would always be better, along with the essential medicine. In their row of merchants, there was no pharmacy. Only a few establishments further down the street housed a pharmacy that operated daily. It would be ideal to procure all the medications available there. Yet this required careful consideration. Neither haste nor excessive delay could be afforded, as military personnel from the vicinity would soon arrive for rescue. This information had been gleaned from inquiries made during her previous life regarding the rescuing forces, which would reach their location sooner than those in the city. She intended to accompany the military, as it promised safety, and she lacked the confidence to navigate through the throngs of zombies while ensuring her parents' safety. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, she gradually drifted into slumber, accompanied by the distant growls of zombies and unidentifiable screams echoing from below. Upon awakening the next morning, her first action was to check if the tap water had ceased flowing. Fortunately, although it trickled, it had not stopped entirely. Each additional day of water flow diminished the hidden perils lurking in the shadows. This thought offered her a modicum of comfort. The number of zombies on the street appeared to have increased, many of whom were familiar faces from their neighborhood. Li Ruoqing felt a wave of melancholy wash over her as she leaned on the balcony, sighing deeply while gazing below. Su Xiaoyang approached her from behind, placing a reassuring hand on her shoulder, inquiring about her distress. Without turning to face him, she merely pointed downward, indicating that Aunt Qin, we often played mahjong together. Who would have thought she would become a zombie? Su Xiaoyang paused to recollect who Aunt Qin was, the owner of the mahjong parlor. He felt no particular sense of loss. Everyone wishes to avoid becoming a zombie or facing death, yet some are destined to transform or perish. Her heart, however, was small and could only accommodate concern for those she cherished. After a brief moment of sorrow, Li Ruoqing steeled herself. Have you eaten breakfast? She asked. Not yet. I plan to eat with my mother. Come on, let us head to the living room. Upon returning to the living room, it was evident that Zhu Man had just risen. Cradling her son, she settled down at the table, waiting with the demeanor of a patriarch. Upon realizing that no one from the Yu family was willing to escort her home, she resigned herself to the situation and ceased to pursue the topic. Yao Shanshan noticed that despite the makeup adorning Zhu Man's face, her complexion remained quite pallid, seemingly a result of a restless night, with fatigue evident in her eyes. Li Ruoqing placed the porridge on the table, yet no one served themselves a bowl. Zhu Man picked up her own spoon, sipping the porridge in small mouthfuls. Offering no words of thanks, Yu Xiaoyang's gaze darkened momentarily before he broke into a soft chuckle and spoke. Sister Man, aren't you going to feed Minghui something? It's quite inconvenient to eat with one hand while holding the child with the other. Would you like me to hold him for you? After you finish eating, you can take him back. He reached out to take the child from her. Was it truly necessary to hold a 4 or 5-year-old child constantly? Moreover, Zhu Man's demeanor was distinctly abnormal. To assert that there was nothing amiss would be implausible. She had to ascertain the truth today. She could not allow even the slightest danger to lurk within her home. If her suspicions were indeed correct, then there would be no other choice but to act. Chapter 86. Zhu Man was momentarily taken aback, but upon regaining her composure, she immediately pushed his hand away, instinctively cradling the child closer. You shall not touch my child. Yu Xiaoyang swiftly withdrew her hand, and Zhu Man's bowl of porridge shattered upon the floor. Yu Xiaoyang narrowed her eyes, her scrutinizing gaze landing unceremoniously on Zhu Man. What are you afraid of? What has happened to Minghui? Yu Dahai and Li Ruoqing exchanged bewildered glances, about to speak, but were interrupted by Yu Xiaoyang, who chose not to explain anything to her parents. She continued to fixate on Zhu Man, her voice laced with pressure. Has he turned into a zombie? Zhu Man let out a piercing scream. No, Minghui is not a zombie. He is my precious child. If he is not a zombie, why are you so anxious? What child does not need to eat? Stop hiding him in your embrace. Let me see him. What is wrong with him? Zhu Yan, in a state of alarm, stood up from his chair, retreating to the wall while clutching Gu Minghui. No, he is my child. Yu Xiaoyang's expression darkened once more. It appeared her suspicions were confirmed. Yet, if Gu Minghui had truly transformed into a zombie, why had he not shown any signs of aggression? She had never heard him emit the characteristic growl of a zombie. Signaling to Yu Dahai with her eyes, she indicated for him to restrain Zhu Man while she seized the child. Yu Dahai hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. He was no fool and sensed that something was amiss. However, as a man, he felt it inappropriate to forcibly take someone else's child for examination. Since Xiaoyang intended to confront the issue openly, it could no longer be ignored. Yu Xiaoyang gestured, and Yu Dahai swiftly moved to grip Zhu Man's hand, while Yu Xiaoyang snatched the child from her grasp. The moment she touched the child, she paused. He was burning hot, as if aflame. Let go. You must release my child. I will fight you. Ignoring Zhu Man's heart-wrenching screams, Yu Xiaoyang could empathize with a mother's instinct, but only as long as it did not pose a threat to her own family. The child was indeed burning with fever, his body exuding an astonishing heat. Yet there were no signs of him having transformed into a zombie. In Yu Xiaoyang's mind, a vague conjecture began to form. If her intuition was correct, Gu Minghui was on the verge of awakening his extraordinary abilities, making him one of the first in a new generation of gifted individuals. Despite being merely 4 or 5 years old, in her past life, she had witnessed others awaken their powers in a similar manner. However, she was left pondering what kind of ability Gu Minghui had awakened, given that he had been in a deep slumber for several days. Zhu Man, in a state of both urgency and anger, bit into Yu Dahai's hand, who winced in pain, allowing her the opportunity to push him away and swiftly reclaim the child from his grasp. Clutching the child tightly, she retreated to the corner of the wall. Still shaken from earlier fear, her vigilant eyes fixed on them as if ready to fight should they dare to approach again. Realizing that Gu Minghui was not a zombie alleviated some of Yu Xiaoyang's earlier murderous intent. She cast a glance at Zhu Man, who was cornered, and calmly returned to the table to sit down once more. She raised an eyebrow at the parents still standing aside and inquired, "Why not take a seat and eat, rather than standing about?" Yu Dahai and Li Ruoqing exchanged glances before complying and sitting down. After a moment of silence, Li Ruoqing could no longer contain herself. Has Minghui truly become a zombie? Yu Xiaoyang refrained from answering her question directly, instead countering, "How long has he been like this?" Though perplexed, Li Ruoqing answered obediently, "It seems he has been this way since the 2nd day of the apocalypse. Today marks the 3rd day. He should have awakened by now. Unless he has awakened a particularly lethal ability." Chapter 87. A child possessing such destructive power did not strike her as a positive development. Of course, this child was of no concern to her. She felt no obligation to worry for him. Her curiosity lay solely in his extraordinary abilities. It was unexpected to discover that her own household had produced one of the first awakened individuals, albeit not one of her kin, a bitter irony indeed. She could not deny her jealousy, yet she had not descended into madness to harm a child. After allowing Zhu Man a moment to calm down, she spoke reassuringly. "I mean him no harm. He is likely just suffering from a fever. I will fetch some antipyretics for you shortly." She had no intention of disclosing the matter of extraordinary abilities, for she did not trust Zhu Man's character. Should word get out, and inquiries arise about how she had foreseen the existence of such powers, how would she explain herself? Thus, she chose to feign ignorance. As long as Gu Minghui was not a zombie, Zhu Man continued to watch her with suspicion, seemingly unconvinced. Yu Xiaoyang was indifferent. Whether Zhu Man believed her or not was inconsequential. After all, Zhu Man was fortunate to have a son among the first awakened individuals. Yet it remained to be seen whether she could protect this 5-year-old wielder of power. Suddenly, a faint voice broke the silence. "Mom." Gu Minghui, nestled in Zhu Man's arms, stirred slightly, calling out softly. Zhu Man's heart soared with joy. It had been so long since he had addressed her as Mom. He merely squinted his eyes open momentarily before drifting back into slumber. She had been nearly driven to madness with worry, and to her astonishment, he was awakening. Cradling Gu Minghui, she slid down the corner of the wall and sat on the ground, revealing his flushed, rosy face. Anxiously, she called out, "Minghui, are you awake? Call out for Mama." When Gu Minghui remained still, Zhu Man's expression of joy gradually dimmed. Just as despair began to take root within her, she met her son's glistening, large eyes. Overcome with joy, she exclaimed, "Minghui, you are truly all right." "Mama, I'm hungry." Gu Minghui blinked in bewilderment, unsure why his mother was gazing at him in such a manner. Her joy intensified as she responded, "Mama will prepare you some food." Zhu Man, holding Gu Minghui, stumbled her way to the table. Li Ruoqing had already prepared a bowl of porridge and handed it to her. Zhu Man hesitated for a moment, but ultimately accepted it, beginning to feed Gu Minghui. After 3 bowls of porridge, Gu Minghui's complexion began to return to normal. Zhu Man, overwhelmed with happiness, hugged and kissed Gu Minghui, saying, "Minghui, you scared Mama to death." Gu Minghui looked up at Zhu Man with his innocent eyes and asked, "Mama, what happened to me? I felt so hot, as if I were going to die." Zhu Man shot him a stern look and pulled him closer, trembling as she uttered, "Nonsense." It was evident that she was terrified. Without her husband by her side, her son was all she had left. Yu Xiaoyang observed the interaction between mother and son with an impassive expression, contemplating what extraordinary ability Gu Minghui had awakened. However, he refrained from directly inquiring, deciding to wait until their emotions had settled before asking gently. Zhu Man, being a wise woman, quickly assessed her situation after realizing her son was fine. She understood that now was not the opportune moment to confront the Yu family. Regardless of her inner fury over the earlier incident, she knew it was crucial to conceal it. Instead, she aimed to elicit sympathy for their plight as a mother and son, for besides the Yu family, she had no other refuge. The outside world was rife with zombies. Only a fool would venture out. Chapter 88. With this thought, she let out a few soft sobs, presenting a facade of helplessness yet strength, as she managed a contrite smile towards Yu Daihai and Li Ruoqing. I truly apologize for my earlier outburst. I was simply too agitated. After all that had transpired, Li Ruoqing, quick to recover, reassured her, "It's all right. You were worried about Minghui, after all." At the mention of Minghui, Zhu Man's eyes brimmed with tears once more, though she valiantly held them back. "He is my hope. I cannot let anything happen to him." Li Ruoqing understood that this is the nature of parenthood. Zhu Man had previously wished for Yu Xiaoyang to take her away from here, fearing that the Yu family would discover Gu Minghui's abnormalities and, in their panic, cast him out as a zombie. These past few days, as her son endured a fever, she had tried to cool him down with water, but to no avail. Eventually, she had given up hope, contemplating that if her son were to transform into a zombie, she would leave with him then. Little did she expect Minghui to awaken so swiftly. Yu Xiaoyang smiled in understanding, aware that the moment had arrived. Her intention was to ascertain Gu Minghui's extraordinary abilities, as she could not allow an unknown danger to linger in her home. Who could predict whether Zhu Man might go to the extremes of inciting her son against their family? After all, their previous actions had indeed lacked grandeur. However, considering Zhu Man's current discernment, she chose not to create a scene. She appreciated those who were perceptive. It was far better to be willing to deceive than to be unwilling. She also had no intention of probing into Zhu Man's plans following Gu Minghui's transformation into a zombie, for those aspirations were destined to be thwarted with her presence. "Minghui, tell your sister, are you truly all right?" she inquired, extending her hand to bring the child closer. Zhu Man appeared slightly displeased and initially attempted to pull Gu Minghui back, yet inexplicably restrained herself. Yu Xiaoyang observed her actions, but feigned ignorance. "Are you Aunt Yangyang?" Gu Minghui asked. "I heard Aunt Li calling your name before." Yu Xiaoyang smiled gently. "Yes, that is because Aunt Li is concerned about you. While Minghui was sleeping, your mother was also worried about you. Are you feeling unwell again?" Gu Minghui tilted his head. "No, I'm just very hot, but it's better now." How peculiar. Could it not be an awakened elemental ability? Elemental abilities typically manifest through the hands, and Gu Minghui's hands appeared entirely normal, devoid of any anomalies. Could it possibly be a spatial ability? Heavens! Zhu Man had indeed stumbled upon an extraordinary fortune. However, she felt that in the context of Zhu Man and Gu Minghui's situation, spatial abilities were not necessarily advantageous. If it were an offensive ability, at least it could instill some fear in others. While spatial abilities were not entirely useless, they were exceedingly difficult to control. Most wielders of spatial abilities ended up as mere tools for those in power, with very few capable of transforming such powers into offensive ones. Contemplating this possibility, she smiled. "Minghui, you are so well-behaved. Aunt Yangyang has some chips. Do you like chips?" Gu Minghui's bright, dark eyes widened in excitement. "Really? Thank you, Aunt Yangyang. I haven't had chips in a long time." Yu Xiaoyang pinched Gu Minghui's small face affectionately before rising to fetch snacks from the room. Zhu Man felt a twinge of unease. She did not perceive Yu Xiaoyang as a benevolent person. Yet she was at a loss on how to decline the offer of snacks for her son. After all, it was a kind gesture. An outright rejection might come across as ungrateful. As she still sought assistance from the Yu family, she could not allow them to perceive her in that light. Despite harboring a multitude of reservations, Zhu Man held her tongue, merely smiling with a maternal gaze directed at Gu Minghui. Chapter 89. Yu Xiaoyang generously retrieved 4 or 5 bags of chips, placing them before Gu Minghui. "Do you like them?" Gu Minghui nodded vigorously yes. "Are they all for me?" "Certainly." After Gu Minghui reached for 2 bags, he found himself unable to hold them. "However, what should I do?" Yu Xiaoyang smiled slightly and said, "Minghui, you can figure it out yourself." Gu Minghui tilted his head and pondered for a moment before mustering a wrinkled little face and declaring, "Then I only need 2 bags. 1 for me and my mother, and 3 for Uncle Li and Aunt Yang." Yu Xiaoyang was taken aback, not expecting the child to say such a thing. What excellent upbringing this child has. One wonders who is responsible for such fine education. Typically, Children of his age tend to take as much as they can get, like the relatives from his father's side, who, despite being unable to carry everything, still insisted on taking more, dropping things along the way and not allowing anyone to pick them up. They would claim, "It's all mine. Anyone who dares to touch it will be punished." The possessiveness at this age is quite strong, yet here was Gu Minghui, at only 5 years old, displaying such commendable character. His words amused Li Ruoqing, who then opened a bag of chips for Gu Minghui, affectionately ruffling his hair and saying, "You're such a good boy. Aunt Li won't eat, it's all yours." Gu Minghui looked up at Li Ruoqing with a clever smile, saying, "Aunt Li is so nice. Minghui likes Aunt Li the most." He then beckoned her to lean down. As Li Ruoqing squatted, Gu Minghui rushed up to wrap his little arms around her neck and planted a kiss on her cheek. Li Ruoqing laughed heartily, thinking, "Oh, how wonderful it would be if such a delightful child were part of their family." Gu Minghui sat obediently on the chair, munching on chips, offering some to this one and that one, and the atmosphere gradually lightened. However, at that moment, Gu Minghui suddenly furrowed his little brows and let out a faint whimper, appearing somewhat distressed. "What's wrong?" Yu Xiaoyang immediately inquired, sensing something was amiss. "My head feels a bit painful, like being pricked by a needle." Yu Xiaoyang was momentarily taken aback. Like being pricked by a needle? Zhu Man, quicker to react, pulled Ji Minghui close with a look of concern and asked, "What's wrong? Is it a headache? Is it serious?" Gu Minghui scrunched his little nose, his wrinkled face indicating he was fine. "Just now, I felt like there were zombies scratching at the door, and when I tried to make them leave, my head started to hurt." Zhu Man paused for a moment, then hugged Gu Minghui tightly, her eyes flashing with a mix of reproach and compassion. "Stop talking nonsense. Don't think such things. Mommy knows Minghui was just scared. It's okay. This place is very safe. You don't need to be afraid." Gu Minghui obediently nestled in Zhu Man's embrace, nodding in agreement. Yu Xiaoyang remained silent, quietly walking to the balcony to peer outside. Indeed, there was a zombie lingering at their doorstep for some unknown reason, occasionally scratching at the door. A thought flickered through her mind, but she dared not confirm it. If what Gu Minghui said was true, he might have awakened a psychic ability. Such abilities are rarer than spatial ones, capable of killing without a trace. They are exceedingly powerful, often unnoticeable in the early stages, but increasingly formidable over time, allowing one to strike from miles away. To think that a 5-year-old child might awaken such a rare psychic power, one could not help but wonder whether it was a blessing or a curse. It is certainly premature to ascertain whether it is indeed a mental affinity. After all, in her previous life, she had merely heard of such abilities without ever witnessing them firsthand, leaving her uncertain about the nature of his awakening. Observing his current demeanor, could it be that he possesses the foresight of impending danger? Upon learning of the zombies, Gu Minghui wished to repel them. Yet he faltered. Was it due to a lack of power or an absence of such capability? Regardless, she resolved to observe him patiently, for they had ample time to coexist. Chapter 90. With these thoughts in mind, she departed from the balcony and re-entered the living room. Gu Minghui had been carried back to his room by Zhu Man due to his earlier discomfort, claiming a headache and a desire for sleep. Zhu Man, filled with concern, clung to him, unwilling to leave his side. Such days were arduous. Companionship would ease the burden, but solitude evoked a profound sense of waiting for death. After breakfast, the family sat idly in the living room, as the power outage rendered the television and movies unfeasible for entertainment. They could only resort to reading to pass the time. "Let us play cards. The loser shall prepare lunch," suggested Li Ruoqing, who had a penchant for card games, relishing any form of play. In their earlier days of hardship, playing was a luxury, but now that their circumstances had improved, Yu Dahai indulged her desires, as their finances could easily accommodate such frivolities. Furthermore, Li Ruoqing was not one to lose sight of moderation. Her cravings for cards were manageable, indulging only during leisurely afternoons, while dedicating her mornings and evenings to cooking and accompanying her husband. It must be said that Li Ruoqing had an excellent eye for a partner. If she possessed even half of her mother's discernment, she would not have found herself in such dire straits in her previous life. "I am not adept at playing cards, so please go easy on me." Yu Xiaoyang feigned vulnerability, admitting her lack of skill in the game. Li Ruoqing grinned. "Of course, I am your mother." Yu Xiaoyang's lips twitched. She feared that it would be her own mother who would mercilessly defeat her. They played Do Diju, and with her poor luck, she typically lost 8 out of 10 games. Unsurprisingly, she was indeed the one to lose this time. Over the years, Yu Dahai had often been roped into games by Li Ruoqing, honing his skills and exuding a commanding presence at the table. Yu Xiaoyang did not decline the offer, as cooking was a minor task and certainly not a burden. Such days were fleeting and would soon be a rarity, making her willing to indulge Li Ruoqing in this pastime. It served as a small form of atonement. In her previous life, she had wronged him significantly, and now she longed to make amends. Li Ruoqing stretched contentedly, exclaiming, "Ah, today I shall indulge as the Empress Dowager, enjoying the culinary delights prepared by my daughter." Yu Xiaoyang chuckled, playfully responding, "Your Majesty, please wait a moment. I shall prepare everything at once." Li Ruoqing nodded with an air of authority, casting a sideways glance at her, playfully warning, "If the dishes do not meet my expectations, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Yu Dahai, standing nearby, laughed. "If you are the Empress Dowager, then I must be the Supreme Emperor." Without hesitation, Li Ruoqing retorted, "You are merely a little sea boy." Yu Xiaoyang stifled her laughter and hurried to the kitchen, muttering to herself, "Oh dear, the Empress Dowager is about to unleash her fury. These two are far too affectionate, and I can no longer bear to witness it." Unbeknownst to her, the commotion in the living room continued as she pondered what to prepare for lunch. She began by rinsing the rice, adding water, igniting the gas, and placing the pot on the flame. Cooking rice over gas requires careful attention. One misstep could lead to a burnt disaster. She also sliced 2 pieces of marinated pork ribs to accompany the rice, considering it a dish in itself. With cabbage, carrots, and potatoes on her mind, she rummaged through the refrigerator, which had not been used in ages and now served merely as a storage space. She recalled the leftover vermicelli and hot pot seasoning from last year's family gathering, likely still lingering in the fridge. Given that her parents had not been inclined to tidy up during her absence, the refrigerator had become somewhat chaotic. Indeed, in the farthest corner, she discovered several tattered bags. Squeezed beyond recognition, she extracted them, intending to inspect their contents for anything salvageable. The hot pot seasoning had been opened, unsure of its edibility. She ultimately decided to discard it, reasoning that the last thing she needed was to suffer from food poisoning at such a time. The vermicelli remained, albeit in limited quantity. She discreetly retrieved a bit from her storage space, not purchased, but rather a promotional bonus from the supermarket for spending a certain amount. She tucked a handful into a bag and continued her search through the remaining bags. Her eyes lit up at the sight of some dried mushrooms, albeit a scant handful, and a bag of rock sugar, which she unceremoniously stashed away in her storage. There was no immediate need for it at home. With ingredients now in hand, she could finalize her lunch menu. Cabbage with vermicelli and a small handful of mushrooms would suffice, while she opted to stir-fry carrots with chicken and hot dogs. The chicken hot dogs were cleverly pilfered from her parents' room, though in reality, they had come from her storage. She relished snacks, and it was entirely reasonable to have hot dogs in her room. 2 dishes would be ample. She prepared a generous portion, knowing that if not consumed now, there would be no opportunity later. Thus, she was eager to create a nourishing meal for her parents. "Mom, it's time to eat." "Oh, I'll go call Zhu Man," Yu Xiaoyang replied, furrowing her brow, choosing not to comment further. Yu Dahai patted her shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Your mother is simply soft-hearted. Do not hold it against her. We have enough food at home. We can discuss future matters later." Yu Xiaoyang smiled and nodded in agreement. She was not particularly concerned about this. Rather, it was the fact that Zhu Man had placed herself on a pedestal, treating others as if they were her servants. During mealtime, she would emerge briefly, yet typically sequestered herself in her room. After a refreshing nap, Gu Minghui felt considerably revitalized. Upon stepping out of his room and spotting them, he greeted everyone with sweet words. "Does your head still ache?" "Not anymore. As long as I don't overthink. It doesn't hurt." At his tender age, he could not grasp the essence of mental abilities, let alone their application. Yu Xiaoyang remained unperturbed. As long as one possessed such powers, they would inevitably prove useful at some point. Wow, there are vermicelli noodles. Minghui loves eating noodles. Seated at the table, Gu Minghui was just tall enough to reach it, tilting his little head to gaze at the dishes, exclaiming in delight. Li Ruoqing, thrilled by his enthusiasm, scooped him a bowl of noodles. "Make sure to eat plenty, Minghui." "Thank you, Aunt Li." Gu Minghui was exceptionally well behaved, using his chopsticks to take small bites without requiring Zhu Man to feed him. He remained silent, quietly savoring his meal. "Hey, Yang Yang, where did you find the noodles?" At that moment, Li Ruoqing realized the question. She had not cooked in recent days, her mind preoccupied with waiting for her daughter to return. Yu Xiaoyang, unfazed, casually replied. They were in the fridge, left over from last year's hot pot. I threw away a pack of open seasoning. Last year's? Can we still eat them? I ate a bowl. And nothing happened to me. Li Ruoqing was speechless. Well, as long as it doesn't make anyone sick, that's fine. Oh, Mom, let's clean out the fridge this afternoon. It's been off for a while. I suspect everything in the freezer is mostly spoiled. Only then did Li Ruoqing recall this matter, slapping her thigh. I completely forgot. The fish I bought must have gone bad. She turned to Li Dehai. Li Dehai felt somewhat embarrassed. As a grown man, he was not well versed in such matters. Although he had been cooking for the past couple of days, he merely prepared whatever he found in the kitchen, never having rummaged through the fridge. I must check. Knowing Li Dehai was unreliable, Li Ruoqing immediately set down her chopsticks to inspect the fridge. Yu Xiaoyang stopped her, saying, Mom, let's just eat first. Afterward, I'll help you deal with it. With that, Li Ruoqing paused her steps and returned. Well, whatever is spoiled has already spoiled, let it be. As they sat down for dinner, Zhu Man retreated to her room once more, while Ge Minghui was reluctant to be confined indoors, insisting on staying in the living room to observe them clean out the fridge. Li Dehai was sent off to bed by Li Ruoqing, instructed not to disturb the two women as they worked. The fish that Li Ruoqing had bought had indeed spoiled, 2 crucian carp she had intended to stew for Yu Xiaoyang's Christmas return. Although she had planned to discard the rotten fish, she was adamant that spoiled meat should not be consumed, while spoiled fish could be salvaged. Little girl, don't speak out of turn if you don't understand, she admonished. Thus, the 2 fish were taken to her room, washed, and she resolved to fry them later. Unable to deter her, she acquiesced to her wishes. Several zongzi, gifted by neighbors during the Dragon Boat Festival, were also unearthed, bearing signs of having melted. Li Ruoqing, reluctant to discard them, decided to slice them into pieces and fry them in oil, resulting in a delightful treat that warranted their preservation. A pig's tail, the origin of which remained a mystery, was not spared. This time, she chose to discard it without hesitation. Other assorted items were deemed inedible and were tossed away, much to Li Ruoqing's regret. Yet, she understood the necessity of discarding them, as the prospect of an upset stomach was far from appealing. Having completed the refrigerator's cleaning, she hurried to the kitchen to fry fish and zongzi. Ge Minghui, sensing the promise of deliciousness, followed eagerly, not wanting to miss a moment. Soon, the kitchen was infused with a tantalizing aroma. Li Ruoqing, with one hand holding Ge Minghui and the other bearing the golden, fried zongzi, joined Aunt Yang at the table to enjoy the zongzi. Aunt Li, we're having sweet and sour crucian carp for dinner. Is that all right? She inquired. Sounds great. Ge Minghui replied cheerfully. At that moment, Yu Dehai emerged from his room, rubbing his eyes and inquiring about the delightful scent. It's zongzi. Uncle, come sit and enjoy some. Ge Minghui exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with joy. Yu Dehai paused, astonished. When did we have these? Are they still edible? Yu Xiaoyang promptly fed one to Ge Minghui, remarking, if we can eat rotten fish, why not zongzi? She then picked up a piece for herself. The taste was delightful, the fragrant glutinous rice a nostalgic pleasure. Something she hadn't savored in a long time. Yu Dehai, at a loss for words, could only join them for a piece, insisting he would leave the rest for the 2 children. Small? Yu Xiaoyang did not feel diminutive. She merely thought it was a shame to miss out on food, especially since meals might become scarce in the future, let alone zongzi. Li Dehai rummaged through an old newspaper, sitting on the sofa, sighing heavily. I wonder what the situation outside is like. Will the government come to our aid? Yu Xiaoyang initially wanted to reassure him. Don't worry, help will come, but decided to hold her tongue, thinking he would find out eventually. However, his words sparked a thought. There might still be a way to learn about the outside world. Although the television and computer were gone, a radio remained. This was the main source of information in the apocalypse. How could she have overlooked such an important matter? While the radio might not provide significant news at present, it could at least offer her parents some comfort, assuring them that hope still existed and that people remained outside. With this in mind, she quickly jumped to her feet, slipping on her slippers as she rushed to her room. Hey, Yang, where are you going? Yu Dehai called after her. Just a moment. I need to find something, she replied, disregarding his concern as she dashed into her room. Chapter 93. She recalled that during her middle school years, portable cassette players were all the rage. They operated on batteries, received numerous stations, and even had recording capabilities. After rummaging through her treasure chest for quite some time, she finally discovered it, though regrettably, it lacked batteries, leaving her uncertain of its functionality. She extracted the batteries from the air conditioner remote and placed them into her portable cassette player. Upon hearing a crackling sound emanate from within, a smile graced her face. There was still life in it. "Father, look, what is this?" Yu Dahai glanced briefly at it. "Isn't this the portable player you insisted I buy for you when you were in junior high? Does it still work?" "Of course. Didn't you want to know what was happening outside? This player can function as a radio, and I can tune into numerous stations." Yu Dahai sprang from the sofa in sheer delight. "Really?" "Absolutely. I used to use it all the time. Are there any stations available?" Yu Dahai, overwhelmed with excitement, struggled to contain his voice. "I'll give it a try." After much fiddling, a fragmented female voice finally emerged from one of the stations. "Attention, citizens. Do not be alarmed. The military has commenced rescue operations. Please stay indoors, secure your doors and windows, and refrain from venturing outside." The message grew increasingly clear, detailing the characteristics of the zombies, such as their diminished strength when unexposed to flesh and blood. The speaker urged people to use whatever they could to eliminate them and then flee quickly, advising against screaming. They shared a wealth of useful information, though it remained uncertain how many would hear or believe it. Upon hearing the announcement of the rescue operations, Yu Dahai leaped joyfully from the sofa. "There's hope. There's hope." Yu Xiaoyang, not wishing to dampen her father's enthusiasm but unable to bear the situation any longer, interjected, "Dad, please sit down. At your age, is it appropriate to be jumping around like that?" Yu Dahai sheepishly rubbed his neck, acknowledging his excitement. Yu Xiaoyang rolled her eyes. "Not just a little excitement, but a great deal." Li Ruoqing, perplexed, leaned out from the kitchen and inquired, "What is all the excitement about?" Yu Dahai immediately shared the good news with her. "The military has begun their rescue operations. Someone is coming to save us." Li Ruoqing paused for a moment, a flicker of a smile crossing her face before swiftly vanishing as she frowned. "Where did you hear that?" "On the radio." Li Ruoqing nodded slightly. "Oh, and what of it?" "The country is vast, and there are countless awaiting rescue. How many soldiers are there? We are in a small place. It's likely they don't even know we exist. They will prioritize rescuing those in the cities first. How could we possibly be next?" Yu Dahai, momentarily disheartened by Li Ruoqing's words, felt his elation wane, fully aware that she spoke the truth, yet too overwhelmed with joy to consider it initially. Yu Xiaoyang chuckled, "Dad, don't be so pessimistic. Don't you remember that a military unit is stationed nearby? If anyone is to be rescued, they would surely come through here first." "How can you be so certain?" "It's just a guess. Would they come from the city?" "The city is swarming with zombies. How could they manage that?" "That is true. So they must come to our aid." Yu Xiaoyang nodded, believing that as long as they were alive, there should be hope. After all, the military would logically begin their operations from their vicinity. Upon learning this news, Yu Dahai felt a significant lift in his spirits, so much so that he indulged in an extra 2 cups of tea before regaining his composure. The radio continued to broadcast updates, revealing several safe havens. Alas, they were far too distant for them to reach. Yu Xiaoyang had no intention of venturing to those locations either. The nearest base remained either unestablished or undisclosed, and in any case, there were no updates this time. She was not particularly anxious, for she was aware of a base with commendable safety, though little else was known to her. When she had no plans to travel far, she had considered that base as a viable option. Chapter 94. They enjoyed a hearty afternoon meal, mindful of the absence of electricity, which necessitated finishing early to avoid the encroaching darkness. They savored 2 sweet and sour carp, expertly prepared by Li Ruoqing, devoid of any fishy odor. Unconsciously, everyone partook of an extra bowl of rice. The recent days had predominantly featured cabbage, and although there was some meat, it was all salted and, if consumed in excess, could easily become tiresome. As dusk settled in after dinner, they realized that they had used too many candles the previous night. Today, Li Ruoqing refrained from using any, and after a brief cleanup, everyone retreated to their rooms. Yu Dahai had taken possession of the radio, cherishing it dearly, carrying it wherever he went for fear of missing out on crucial information. Yu Xiaoyang followed suit. The radio had initially been retrieved to assuage her parents' worries, and she was already well acquainted with the news it contained. Surely, it held no revelations beyond what she had gleaned over 3 arduous years in the apocalypse. Sensing that the zombies seemed to be growing increasingly formidable, Yu Xiaoyang dared not sleep too soundly that night. As dawn approached, a sudden scream pierced the air. It emanated from within the house. It was Li Ruoqing's voice. Yu Xiaoyang's eyes flew open, and she leapt from her bed, rushing outside. "What happened?" she inquired. Li Ruoqing's complexion was pallid. We've run out of water. Upon hearing this, Yu Xiaoyang froze momentarily, her expression mirroring unease. Indeed, the supply had completely dried up. It was likely due to a ruptured pipe somewhere. Mom, it's all right. We've stored plenty of water, haven't we? What good is that? Who knows how long we'll be here? How long can we last without water? Li Ruoqing's mood had plummeted. Their prior stockpiling had merely been a precaution against uncertainty, a necessity her daughter insisted upon. She had never anticipated a true water shortage. But help will arrive soon. Water will be restored then, Yu Xiaoyang reassured her, though she feared that when aid did come, water resources would be contaminated. Aside from the vacuum-sealed supplies from before the apocalypse, only those with water-related abilities could offer any solution. Naturally, she dared not voice these thoughts to Li Ruoqing. Li Ruoqing sighed, who knows? Her gaze finally shifted towards Yu Xiaoyang, noticing that she had emerged in merely a nightgown. Her expression darkened. Why didn't you put on more clothes? Go back to your room. What if you catch a chill? Hurry, hurry, she urged, gently pushing her back towards her quarters. Yu Xiaoyang found herself both amused and exasperated. Just moments ago, she had been preoccupied with the water crisis. And now here was Li Ruoqing, concerned solely about her attire. She had nearly been frightened to death just moments before, fearing something grave had occurred. Yu Dahai emerged from the restroom, his complexion far from pleasant. He retrieved a bucket of water from the kitchen to flush the toilet clean before finally settling onto the sofa. Casting a glance at her, he furrowed his brow and spoke. Yang, first return to your room and put on your clothes. We need to discuss our next steps. Yu Xiaoyang nodded and entered her room, pulling the door shut behind her. The living room echoed with the sighs of her parents, a testament to their shared concern. It was surprising to see that Yu Dahai possessed such foresight. Yet, a twinge of sadness washed over her. It was her own inadequacies that burdened her parents with worry. If only she could awaken her water-based abilities. Though their offensive power was not formidable, at least it would alleviate her parents' anxieties. She swiftly changed into her clothes and returned to the living room, where her parents, along with Zhu Man and Gu Minghui, awaited her. It was evident that they were all aware of the water outage. Everyone was astute enough to recognize the implications of this situation, and thus, they were all deeply invested in finding a solution. Chapter 95. Everyone was acutely aware that the water had been cut off, and uncertainty loomed over what to do next. From this day forth, it was imperative that they conserve water. No one opposed Li Ruoqing's suggestion. Henceforth, for the restroom, only the large flush would be used sparingly, while the small flush would be disregarded entirely. Naturally, this would lead to unpleasant odors, so they would simply close the restroom door and open a window for ventilation. As for water, each person would receive 2 cups, specifically from this glass. I would heat the water and store it in a bottle. Everyone would have to be mindful. For if one person drank an extra cup, another would have to forego one. Indeed, the restroom situation was rather distasteful. But there was little room for concern given the dire water situation. In time, even the water for flushing the toilet might be unavailable. Zhu Man, demonstrating her tact, refrained from saying much, choosing instead to cradle Gu Minghui in her lap, quietly reflecting on the matter. Yu Xiaoyang was acutely aware that Zhu Man did not relish this environment, and she too felt a sense of discomfort in her presence. Bathing was out of the question. There was no room for such extravagance at home. A simple wash of the face would suffice, with the leftover water reserved for flushing the toilet. Furthermore, they should refrain from washing their hands unnecessarily. A towel would serve just as well. At this juncture, she noticed Zhu Man's brow furrow slightly, as if she wished to voice something, yet ultimately held her tongue. Yu Xiaoyang was not foolish enough to inquire about her thoughts. It was best to adhere to Li Ruoqing's directives. She trusted that Li Ruoqing would ensure fair treatment, and if Zhu Man had any objections, she would have to swallow them, as no one would heed her concerns. Once the matters at hand were addressed, Li Ruoqing wearily retreated to the kitchen to prepare dinner. The atmosphere was somber, and even Gu Minghui sensed it, quietly playing on Zhu Man's lap without a word, displaying his typically well-behaved nature. During dinner, Zhu Man took Gu Minghui back to the room, while Li Ruoqing and Yu Dahai remained in the living room, listening to the radio. After some contemplation, Yu Xiaoyang decided to return to her bedroom. Once she had locked the door, she stepped into her own space. Gazing at her meager supplies, she let out a deep sigh once more. It was far too little, undeniably insufficient. She recognized her own greed. In this lifetime, her circumstances were infinitely better than those of her previous one. With her parents by her side, The space had expanded to twice its original size, and she could even retreat into it. What immense fortune! Yet, the thought of the days to come filled her with an involuntary anxiety. What would she do when faced with hordes of zombies? What if there was no water or food on the road? And what about encounters with nefarious robbers? She contemplated whether she should awaken her spatial abilities early. At the very least, it would alleviate her parents' worries. With the sanctuary of space, she could ensure their comfort and security. After a moment's hesitation, she dismissed the idea. A spatial ability user without means of self-defense was akin to a tempting morsel. She had no desire to become a mere storage facility for others. She was determined to navigate this cannibalistic apocalypse alongside her parents, relying on her own strength. Suddenly, her parents called out her name from the living room. She emerged from her space, puzzled by their urgency. What could have prompted such haste? Was there significant news on the radio? Was the military approaching? Or perhaps a solution for the zombies had been discovered? Beyond these possibilities, she could fathom no other pressing matters. As she entered the living room, she found it empty at first, but after a thorough search, she discovered her parents on the balcony, gazing intently at something. Curious, she leaned over to see. It was a group of people, elderly individuals, young children, and most conspicuously, 6 delinquents, the local ruffians who had previously extorted protection money from her family's bookstore. Adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble, everyone had complied, including her parents. Chapter 96. What are they planning? Lee Ruoqing involuntarily muttered. The position of that group was precisely where she had greeted Lee Ruoqing upon her return. There was a narrow alleyway that conveniently obscured their view, and with the nearest zombies at least 10 meters away, the alley seemed relatively safe for the moment. Yu Xiaoyang observed them for a while before noticing the fear in the eyes of the elderly and children, juxtaposed with the knives held by the delinquents. It quickly became apparent what their intentions were. They aimed to enter the shop at the far end, which, devoid of any zombies, would provide a refuge. However, how could they reach it? This group would surely attract the attention of the zombies, making it impossible for everyone to enter simultaneously. There was only one solution. They would have to use the elderly to divert the zombies. The elderly would willingly distract the zombies, for their precious grandchildren were in the hands of those delinquents. If her intuition served her right, these elders and children were from the town school, though she could not fathom why they had found themselves there. One of the blonde delinquents retrieved a dagger from his backpack, pressing it against the child's throat while speaking to one of the elders. An elderly man immediately knelt down, fervently pleading for something. The young ruffians remained unmoved, uttering not a word. One of them covered the child's mouth with one hand and plunged a knife into the child's arm, then swiftly covered the wound with clothing to stifle the scent of blood. The kneeling elder trembled incessantly. Another ruffian yanked him up and pointed towards the direction of the zombies, signaling him to go. Just as the old man was about to shake his head, the blonde ruffian brandished his dagger menacingly towards the child once more. The elder hurriedly relented, feeling utterly despondent, as if he had aged several years in an instant. After a brief exchange among the ruffians, the old man finally steeled himself and dashed out. He ran straight into the heart of the street, teeming with zombies. He ran as far as he could, pushing himself to continue as long as he remained upright, for his grandson was in the hands of others. And for the safety of his granddaughter, he had no choice but to do so. Yu Dahai and Lee Ruoqing were enraged, questioning the humanity of those ruffians. Yu Xiaoyang remained silent. She had witnessed countless similar atrocities, far more brutal than this in the apocalypse, and felt no surprise. It was merely unfortunate that these elders and children had fallen prey to such a group. The elderly were not particularly old. The man was only caught by a zombie after reaching the 6th shop, and soon, a throng of zombies gathered, swiftly obscuring his figure. Yu Dahai, infuriated, cursed under his breath and could no longer restrain himself. Just as he was about to speak, Yu Xiaoyang intercepted him. What do you intend to do? I cannot allow them to act this way. Yu Xiaoyang gazed at him coldly, unperturbed by the potential to dishearten him, and asked in a grave tone, by what right? Yu Dahai was momentarily taken aback, staring at her blankly, his lips moving as he struggled to find words. Yu Xiaoyang let out a slight sigh, realizing that although her father was older, his fervor surpassed her own. She softened her tone, explaining, they have no way out now. If you shout like that, do you intend to attract the zombies and lead to the demise of them all? But we cannot allow those elders to divert the zombies either. Tilting her head, she looked at him innocently and queried, should we let those ruffians draw away the zombies to protect the elders and children? Do you think that is feasible? When did humanity's morals become so elevated? The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, is an immutable truth. Chapter 97. Yu Dahai was rendered speechless, feeling as though he no longer recognized his daughter. Was this truly his child? The rapid transformation left him in disbelief. Her cold demeanor and assertion that such cruelty was normal were shocking. Even though he understood that he could do nothing, he could not remain indifferent. What had transpired with his daughter? Upon meeting Yu Dahai's probing gaze, Yu Xiaoyang felt a slight tremor in her heart. With a soft sigh, she gently expressed, "Father, I only care about you." Yu Dahai paused momentarily, casting a powerless glance at the distant sky, murmuring, "It is my fault." "No, it is not. It is my own indifference, for I know I cannot help them." Li Ruoqing smiled gracefully and interjected, "What are you two discussing? This talk of indifference is misplaced. At this moment, since we cannot descend to rescue anyone, we must pretend we have not seen. Do you truly wish to witness their demise?" As she spoke, the elderly had nearly vacated the scene. The zombies in the street were drawn away by the earlier commotion, positioned far enough from the shop they intended to infiltrate. If they ran swiftly, they would have ample time. However, they chose otherwise, sacrificing 2 elderly individuals, leaving behind only 6 ruffians, 7 children, and 1 elderly man. Impeccably dressed in high-end attire, Yao Shanshan recognized the elderly man as the father of the president of Dalian department store. He hailed from this region and was said to have connections above, now entrusted with his son's care. Yu Xiaoyang surmised that the ruffians refrained from having the Dalian department store president's father attract the zombies, likely intending to exploit him instead. The elderly man tightly embraced his grandson, remaining silent throughout, regardless of the ruffian's actions. He simply clutched his grandson, offering no words. The blonde ruffian turned to address the group, and all, including the trembling children, nodded in agreement. He then gestured, indicating it was time to charge. All 6 ruffians made it inside safely, not waiting for anyone. Directly activating the rolling door, the elderly man, still holding his grandson, rushed in as well, but a few children lagged behind, having been frightened and panicked. Only 2 children entered, inadvertently drawing the zombies' attention. As zombies approached, one ruffian hurriedly pressed the door shut, leaving only the 2 children inside at the last moment, one of whom rolled in just in time. Ultimately, the 2 children cried and begged the ruffians to open the door, but it remained immovable. As the zombies drew near, their anguished screams echoed, and soon the 2 children vanished, leaving only pools of blood behind. Yu Dahai's face turned as pale as snow, his fists clenched tightly, eyes ablaze with fury as he repeatedly uttered, "Beasts." Yu Xiaoyang did not perceive any wrongdoing in the actions of those individuals. The law of the jungle is not inherently unjust. However, to be so merciless as to lose one's conscience is excessive. Having promised the elderly they would care for their children, they should not have pushed them away at the last moment, locking the door behind them. They clearly had the opportunity to save those 2 children. Contemplating this, she shook her head, realizing she had no right to judge them. In truth, they were all of the same ilk, willing to do anything for the chance of survival. Thus she lacked the authority to condemn others in this scenario. Chapter 98. They swiftly ascended to the 2nd floor, where, from the balcony, they hurled insults at the zombies sprawled on the ground. "Hey, beautiful!" One of the ruffians whistled and beckoned her. Yu Xiaoyang did not even spare him a glance, shutting the balcony window and turning to her parents, saying, "Let us go inside." With the circumstances having escalated to this extent, Yu Dahai realized his impotence in the situation. He cast a forlorn glance at the pool of blood below before turning away. Due to the earlier events, her parents were in a somber mood. Li Ruoqing had not even prepared a meal, instead lying on the sofa, sighing and staring into space, lost in thought. Yu Xiaoyang refrained from disturbing them, understanding that they required time to adapt. It is not easy for anyone to remain composed in the face of such a brutal and bloody apocalypse. However, she had not anticipated that Li Ruoqing and Yu Dahai would remain silent for 2 whole days. The situation over these 2 days had worsened, and a sense of unease began to creep into Yu Xiaoyang. The 6 ruffians across the street had been unusually quiet, likely due to having provisions at home. Unfortunately for them, they had chosen a children's clothing store, and she mused that even if it were stocked with supplies, they must have consumed most of it by now, especially considering their numbers. Moreover, humanity was not as foolish as she had assumed. She initially believed that out of the 40 or so businesses on this street, only 2 or 3 would survive. Yet, over the past 2 days, she observed that there were at least 7 or 8 that had endured. Fortunately, These establishments were located at a considerable distance from her home, with the nearest one across 4 or 5 shops. Of course, the one across the street was the closest. There were indeed some astute individuals, those who had awoken before the zombies, and, finding their shops devoid of customers when the apocalypse struck, promptly closed their doors upon seeing the chaos outside. They attempted to call for help, though the police would not respond, yet this decision allowed them to survive. The water supply at home was dwindling, and the stench in the house had become quite unbearable. Flushing the toilet was practically impossible. However, there was a glimmer of hope. It appeared that her parents had begun to comprehend the gravity of the situation, realizing that the term apocalypse was not merely a figure of speech. Yin, how much water do you have left in your room? Didn't you move the water buckets to the kitchen? I still have about 10 bottles of mineral water. If it's just for drinking, we can manage for a few more days. In reality, Li Ruoqing had continued to wash rice, cook, clean vegetables, and do dishes as usual over the past 2 days. Yu Xiaoyang had considered reminding her about the dwindling water supply, but ultimately decided to let her proceed as she wished. It was time for a breakthrough. It could not always be her speaking. Li Ruoqing needed to truly grasp the preciousness of water. Only when she realized its significance would she stop wasting it. Moreover, Yu Xiaoyang did not wish to remain cooped up at home any longer. Some individuals had already begun to lose their composure, and if she delayed her actions too long, there might be little of value left. Hunger drives people to madness, and she understood this better than anyone. The army's arrival remains uncertain, and opportunities to procure supplies from the outside world may be fleeting. Now is the opportune moment for her to gather enough provisions for her family's journey. If only she had heeded your advice sooner. Starting tomorrow, we must refrain from cooking, for it consumes too much water. Yu Xiaoyang gently brushed her eyelids and said, "Let us prepare rice. A simple wash will suffice. At this time, we cannot afford to be overly particular, otherwise, we shall go hungry. As for vegetables, a rinse with the water used for washing rice will do. Moreover, we will inevitably need water for sanitation. We cannot neglect that indefinitely." Chapter 99. Li Ruoqing hesitated, holding back her words. She had intended to suggest eating dumplings in the future, but upon hearing Yu Xiaoyang's remarks, she recognized the inappropriateness of continuing that conversation. Zhu Man frowned, appearing displeased, biting her lip, and remarked, "Isn't that rather unsanitary?" Yu Xiaoyang nodded slightly, acknowledging the concern. "Indeed, it lacks hygiene. However, I find the streets quite clean. There is no filth. Perhaps you should reconsider." Zhu Man fell silent, biting her lip as she regarded Yu Xiaoyang for a moment before reluctantly lowering her gaze. With a woman like Zhu Man, one must assert their stance decisively, otherwise, she might mistakenly perceive one as easy to manipulate. Truth be told, she is undeniably attractive. Despite her lack of energy and makeup in recent days, her exquisite features remain striking. "Shan, you must not speak to your sister man like that," Li Ruoqing admonished, casting an unhappy glare. Yu Xiaoyang maintained her composure, replying calmly, "Let us change the subject. Our food supplies are dwindling. I believe it is time for us to venture outside." Her statement was met with stunned silence from the 3 individuals present. Li Ruoqing was the first to respond. "Yang, what did you just say? Surely you misspoke. Go outside. The streets are teeming with zombies. How can we possibly venture forth?" Yu Dahai furrowed his brow, echoing her concern. "Indeed, Yang, the zombies are everywhere. We cannot leave. Besides, didn't the radio report that the army would soon come to our rescue?" Yu Xiaoyang displayed no visible emotion. She had already contemplated her parents' reactions before making such a statement. She did not expect to sway them with a single remark. She merely intended to provide a heads-up, allowing them to mentally prepare. "But we do not know when the army will arrive, and as you are aware, the water supply has already been cut. How many more days can people endure? If we delay too long, we might not even be able to scavenge for water bottles." Li Ruoqing hesitated, yet she found it difficult to accept the thought of facing the zombies outside. "But if we go out, we will be surrounded by them." She too was anxious about their food situation. Upon hearing her apprehension, Yu Xiaoyang's expression softened slightly. At least they were not entirely devoid of foresight, indicating that she understood the harsh reality they faced. As she took a moment to catch her breath, she remarked, "Solutions are devised by people. I do not intend to compel you to venture out. I merely wish to offer a gentle reminder that such a day will inevitably come." She had never contemplated sending her parents outside in search of sustenance. Her only desire was to alleviate their current state. Yu Dahai's expression was grave. As a man in his 40s, he understood the gravity of their situation. His daughter's earlier words resonated with profound truth. Food, water, safety, and rescue. None of these could be guaranteed. While they might feel secure at present, there was no assurance that everything could vanish in the blink of an eye. Yang, I am fully aware of what you say. The two individuals residing next door have been arguing loudly at night, seemingly over water. It is improbable that everyone possesses the foresight we do, stockpiling such an abundance of water. I fear they may not endure much longer, if my intuition serves me right. A significant outbreak is imminent in the coming days. Yu Xiaoyang furrowed her brow, having momentarily forgotten about the neighbors. Given that her parents' room was the closest to theirs, it would not be surprising if the noise of their quarrels reached her parents' ears. Chapter 100. For the time being, they had settled the matter, granting her parents the space to reflect, hoping they would adapt swiftly. Zhu Man continued to hold Gu Minghui beside her, her head bowed in contemplation. Though Yu Xiaoyang knew her thoughts revolved solely around how to escape this place safely, even without her verbalizing it. Her unintentional displays of disdain and dissatisfaction regarding their circumstances were evident. Disdain? Humph. As if she held any superiority over her in this situation. You dislike it here, do you? Very well, I shall find an opportunity to facilitate your departure, but let us not dwell on unnecessary thoughts. After discussing the matter, Zhu Man retreated silently to her room. Gu Mingguang was reluctant to follow her, wishing to remain in the living room with Yu Dahai, yet she forcibly led him away. He pouted in grievance, but dared not voice his protest. Children are remarkably perceptive from the events of recent days. He had begun to discern what actions were appropriate and which were not. Irritated, Yu Xiaoyang made her way to the balcony, intending to observe the zombies lurking below her building. The previous day, she had noted that one of the zombies at the street corner appeared distinctly abnormal. Yao Shanshan speculated whether it might be on the verge of evolving. If that were the case, it would pose a significant danger. The door at the base of the building could withstand ordinary zombies, but not those that had evolved. Curiously, as she surveyed the area from the balcony today, she did not spot that particular zombie. Had it departed? Unlikely. Zombies evolve in tiers. If this one were the first to ascend to a more advanced state, it would undoubtedly become the sovereign of the zombies in this territory, reluctant to abandon its domain. As she pondered the matter, a whistle pierced the air from a nearby shop, accompanied by a crude call of "Hey, beauty." Yu Xiaoyang flicked her eyelids, choosing to ignore the ruffians. She had no intention of acknowledging them unless they dared to provoke her. If they crossed that line, she would not hesitate. She was capable of dealing with both zombies and humans alike. Beautiful lady, why so aloof? It's been ages since I've encountered another living soul. Each time I see you here, I wish to approach and converse, yet you seem to vanish just as I do, he continued. Today, however, fate has conspired to bring us together, don't you think? Destiny. Yu Xiaoyang scoffed at the notion of destiny, considering her encounters with such scoundrels to be nothing short of a cursed fate. Their capacity for violence surpassed even her own, having returned from the apocalypse. Anyone who found themselves entangled with them was truly unfortunate. Unfazed, the ruffian continued, I'm Li Mu, from East Village. You must have heard of me. I used to attend school in the town, and now, I work in security, ensuring the safety of our little community. It's a promising profession, or it was, until the apocalypse struck. Now, I've shifted my focus to protecting children and the elderly, which is my duty. Yu Xiaoyang nearly burst into laughter. Having never encountered such shamelessness. Security work? Protecting the vulnerable? Did he truly believe she was blind to his facade? Yet, she recognized that his words were not merely the ramblings of a brazen fool. They served as a veiled threat. He was well aware of what had transpired with her family, and his statements were intended to intimidate. However, he had miscalculated. She was no naive girl, easily swayed by his airy threats.